From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And for the first time since 1959, the Boston Celtics have a 3-0 lead in the NBA Finals. Dominant on the road, survived the early storm before holding on to secure a win that puts them to within one win of Banner 18. The final score in Game 3, Boston 106, Dallas 99.
Good morning, Metroplex. That's how we start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Just when we were looking at definite 0-3, the Dallas Mavericks go on a humongous run in the fourth quarter, cut this thing down to 1, but Jaylen Brown, Luka Doncic, many other factors, of course, during the final 5 minutes, have the Boston Celtics one win away from title number 18.
I mean, one win away from just putting us out of our misery, too. It feels, just get this over with. The level of, I don't say dominance, but the level of impact the Mavs' first quarters in the last two games have had compared to the actual score at the end of the first quarter has been really, disheartening.
Yes.
You know, they've really taken it to Boston in the first two quarters of the last game.
No doubt.
And they've really got nothing to show for it.
No doubt.
Nothing to show for it. It's like me and my lawn. I mow this damn thing 3 times a week, and I got bare spots everywhere because I got a disease. Okay? So I'm putting all this work in.
Well said.
All this work in, and I got nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's like taking your girl out to dinner and, spend all, whining and diner, bringing her home.
You ordered the queso for once.
You order the queso for once, you bring her home, and you get a little disagreement on the ride home, and then you get nothing. You get nothing the rest of the night.
Well said. Perfect analogies. They were up 22-9 in that first quarter, and they're like, we're going right to the paint with Kristaps Porzingis out. They had 20 paint points in the first quarter alone, and it felt like the lead should have been bigger. Felt like you should have had more control. Was it 31-20 after one? Or was it 31-30?
31-30.
31-30.
It should have been 31-20.
Should have been 31-20.
Felt like 31-20, but it was 31-30.
Yeah. And then you were only up just one at halftime.
Yeah.
Before 85-70, you get absolutely blitzed in a lifeless third quarter for the team and consequently for the building.
Well, they scored 31 in the first. They scored 39 in the second and third combined. And, when you held the Celtics to 20 points in the second quarter.
Third straight game under 100 points.
Yeah. Yeah, they've not scored over 100 in the entire series. And, obviously 99, they're getting close. But they're getting there. They're almost there, Sean. They're getting there. That's not indicative of this Mavericks team. Throughout the course of the regular season, things ramp up. This is a better defensive team they've played throughout the playoffs. And, the defensive intensity just ramps up throughout the year, throughout the playoffs.
Kyrie showed up. He scored 35 points. Could you get it from someone else? PJ Washington got a little bit of life later on in the game. He ended up with 13. Lively had 11. You got 2 from Jones. You got 6 from Gafford. You got zip from Maxey. You got zip from Hardaway. You got 3 from Josh Green. You got 2 from Exum. You got zip from Jaden Hardy. And then, of course, you got zip from Luka Doncic in the final 4 minutes because he fouled out for the first time in his playoff career.
Yeah. I mean, look, and Kid kind of did shrink the bench again. I mean, he does. Like some of these guys will play 2-3 minutes, but I mean, guys with over double-digit minutes will come off the bench. I mean, you're down to 8 guys. I know. I think 11 played. You're down to 8 guys. That's NBA, right? NBA playoffs, you don't get a ton. The Celtics are the rarity. They'll go 10 deep, but.
And I know Kidd is catching some heat for Hardaway. I got no issues with Jason Kidd trying something else.
Give him a shot, man. Try anything.
Let's see if Tim can catch fire for 2 or 3 straight shots. You're not getting it from Green. You're not getting it for 3 quarters from PJ. You're not getting it from Hardy. You're not getting it from Jones. You're not getting it from anywhere else. You may as well try Tim Hardaway.
It's like it's like in one of the great sports movies of all time, Miracle. I think Craig gave up like 10 goals in that exhibition because you give up 10 goals, it's anybody's net, man.
Yeah,
it's not your net, and it's the same thing here. Like going into this game, the only Maverick that had more than one 3-pointer made was Luka. Like none of these guys were shooting the entire series. Like it's anybody. Let anybody get out there.
What did you think of Luka fouling out and the 6th call to disqualify him?
The actual call on the 6th foul?
Yeah.
That was a blocking foul. I didn't have a problem with that.
I'm happy here.
Listen, the referees were not trying to foul out Luka.
They were trying to figure out any way to reverse that. The problem is, not only would you have to say it's not a block, I thought the big problem in the reversing of it was them then having to say that was definitely a charge on JFK. It's not like you can just be like, no call.
No call. Yeah, you can't pick up it's not like you pick up the flag.
I don't think you could say no call. I think you would have to justify, I don't know. You go to a jump ball? I don't know. I believe they were trying to figure out a way to reverse that.
Right. I think they were. The NBA, if you thought the Mavericks got screwed with calls last night, you would also have to believe that the NBA wanted the Celtics to go up 3-0.
Yeah.
And coming off of a conference final where they played a grand total of 9 games between the two series, to think that they would have wanted the NBA, the league that admits and hasn't been in the past that they want certain teams in games and series to go, and they would send Dick Pavetta to Sacramento just to make sure it gets back to LA or whatever. You would have to think that they would want this thing to end in 4, maybe.
Look, as I tweeted out last night, and I knew it was going to cost me some sleep because people are incapable of handling truth and can't separate different topics. Tremendously disappointed in Luka Doncic in his behavior and his total lack of composure last night. When the calls don't go his way, he melts down, no different from a petulant child. And I don't know how many people are going to say it today that have full-time jobs in this city. I don't know how many people are going to say it that have to go out there and cover him every day. And look, I get it. You say something extremely, extremely harsh, and maybe you're banished officially or unofficially. But for him to put himself in the situation to even get disqualified, for him to go ahead and put himself in the situation to have the referee make a tough 50-50 call like that, that is on Luka Doncic. His lack of defense, his laziness in terms of getting back with the back-to-back sequences where it was 4 quick points for Boston at the end of the first quarter, the whining, the crying, nonstop, all of it, tremendously disappointed. Now, that is, of course, separate, y'all. If you've listened to our coverage of the finals throughout, you know that we're saying it's 1 versus 5, that the guy has no help, and that includes Kyrie Irving before last night. He's the only reason that they didn't get blown out in every single game, and of course, he is the reason that they are in the NBA Finals. Generational, better than Dirk Nowitzki player, but that does not mean that he is immune to any criticism moving forward. And I had it for him, and I will have it for him off of last night's game.
I look, I'm old enough to remember a time when you would. Look, Maverick fans have always been very sensy about some of the players, right? They don't want to hear some of the negative.
Right about that.
They don't. You couldn't criticize Marquise Daniels because he was a nice little find.
What would happen with the Dirk criticism way back?
Dirk would get criticized.
Yeah, but the reaction to it.
No. Like
from fans.
From fans, early on, pre. I would say upwards of 2008, 2009. Dirk would always face criticism. They would call him Irk, no D. There was a component of they didn't like the Euro, the soft Euro. That was still a stereotype, right? The soft Euro. They were like, we need a dog, we need a top number 1 player. So there was that. Dirk was not. Luka's far more protected than Dirk was. Dirk, I felt, caught far more heat from the local media and the local fans. Now, once Dirk won his title, And then really once Jason Kidd got here, Kidd kind of caught some heat early on for not being. They like Devin Harris. They wanted Devin Harris, whatever. But Dirk in this time, this part of Luke's career, like 5-6 years in, Dirk was catching heat.
Let's go inside the locker room to see how the Mavericks are feeling about 0-3, to see how you're feeling about Game 3 last night on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It's open, and we will take calls later on today at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, inside the locker room after the Mavs Game 3 loss next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Nick Angstadt, Locked On Mavs, will review Game 3 with us.
A savage slam from Brown.
Dog. Absolute dog. That increased the Celtics lead back to 15 after the second nasty Jaylen Brown dunk of the series. And the Boston Celtics end up winning 106-99. Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ with you here on DFW Sports Station. Fourth quarter starts with Luka, offensive foul, and then Jaylen Brown hits a three, and Derek White hit some killer threes last night as well. That pushed the lead to 91-70. And then after two Derek Lively dunks, it's 198. Building going crazy. 117 left. Jaylen Brown hits a humongous jumper for one of the nails. PJ misses a three. Horford out of bounds. Could have been a foul. Kyrie then misses a three. Ball game. But I thought Jaylen Brown showed some alpha status last night for the Celtics, Choppy.
Oh,
As by the way, Jason Tatum finally shows up in this series. From a points standpoint, he scores 30. Tatum scores 31. Brown scores 30.
Yeah, Brown is they're both really, really good. Yeah. Brown has got like that. He will take over just a singular possession and be able to get to the rim. And both guys really can. They can get to the rim. Brown seems to be able to do it in a more ferocious manner. Tatum is just he's not a great elite shooter. Like, he's a volume scorer.
I thought he was doing the Mavs some favors, just settling for way too many threes. He shot 13 threes.
Yeah, he was settling for a ton of threes. The team as a whole, that's what they do. They love to just chuck three-pointers. And they've done it all year. Like we said before the series started, they shot 240 more threes than anybody else. And the second-place team in three-point attempts was the Mavs. So they just chuck. That's like an average of what? That's like three a game. That's like three more three-pointers a game than everybody else. You extrapolate that out over 82, and that's what you get. So they are going to do that. But Brown was a tremendous force again. He came up with a huge shot. Tatum will get to the rim and got a few dunks out of it, and he's just a volume shooter. That's what he is, a volume scorer.
Jason Kidd with his assessment on Game 3.
Yeah, we missed some layups. We had some good looks. We missed layups. We missed some open threes. We had some, again, we missed a three. Kai misses a pull-up that we would take, every time. It's a one-possession game, and unfortunately, we just could not get over the hump tonight.
Kyrie Irving, of course, showed up, just like Jason Tatum did. 35 points, 13 of 28 from the field. Kyrie, now facing the 0-3 deficit. Teams all time are 156-0 with the 3-0 lead. Kai, after.
I just really think about going home and just, this is a metaphor here, so just be ready. Just go home, get the ammo ready, get the bazooka, get the 50 cal ready, get everything ready, because it's, when we come into Game 4, we know that we got to shoot our gun, we got to shoot our shots, and we got to do it with an aggression. And defensively, we got to continue to do the things that creates that separation for us. When we're playing against them, they shoot a lot of tough threes. They really rely on their three-point shot to create that separation for themselves offensively, to play with a comfortability. But we just got to stay positive. And for me personally, again, I'm just going home, just dusting off the tools and just getting ready for a tough Game 4.
Man, Kyrie will be even more loved here in the state of Texas.
I didn't expect that one to come out there. I was wondering where he was going with
Get
that.
him to that NRA convention.
Yeah. Not even 18 months here, and going full.
It's like
on.
me. I go and get a handgun and an assault rifle, and Kyrie is following suit.
There you go. Yes. You're getting the assault rifle. I'm gonna get a truck. Like we're just.
Gun wasn't mine.
Thank you, Ja.
And then of course Luka. Accepting zero responsibility as usual for his play on the court when it does rarely hurt his team. Luka on foul number 6.
I don't know. We couldn't play physical, so I don't want to say nothing, but 6th foul in the NBA Finals, where I'm like this. Come on, man. Better than that. Every time they draw it, basically call a foul. So I try to be better. Gotta get better.
Got to get better. That's a standard line for everything. It just doesn't happen in his areas of weakness. And if you know that they're not letting anyone play physical, then maybe don't commit 4 fouls in the fourth quarter and don't gamble with that blocking call when you have 5. If you know and you're frustrated all night long, allow a layup. Allow someone to go by you.
Matador, man.
Be a matador for the umpteenth time in the series.
I mean, you're a matador anyway defensively. He is. I mean, he's getting destroyed defensively.
Jason Kidd said he has an absolute bullseye on his chest.
He does. You want to find out who is going to take the shot on that possession. Or not even the shot. How about, like, run the offense on that possession? It's whoever Luka mans up. He cannot stop anybody on the perimeter. They get by the first line of defense on him almost every single time. And there's a play. Was it White in the corner? I can't remember who was in the corner. And Luka's the nearest defender, and he's pointing at somebody else like, "Hey, let's go."
He's the master of. Oh, why didn't you get that? He should have blocked out for a defensive board.
Yeah,
but I think Drew Holiday got it, and it's always someone else's fault.
Always someone else's fault.
Over to the bench. Why aren't you idiots challenging this?
Frustrating.
He's sitting there calling everyone out. He's just lucky that no one else has snapped back at him on his team. Like, your ass needs to go ahead and play some defense. Stop. You want us to point out all of your rotation issues? Now, how do you balance that, RJ, with the fatigue that has to be there for the load that he has to carry? How do you balance his defensive effort with the offensive workload and fatigue?
Yeah. That's a because
that's a very
it's a real deal. It's a real situation.
Deal.
It's a real situation. He's doing so much that he has to figure out a spot to.
Kid actually talked about him resting offensively.
Yes. So that's the thing.
But you can't with the way some of these guys.
LeBron does that, I think, the best. LeBron will take. Luka doesn't. He has another guy that could run the point. He could hand the ball out to Kyrie and walk up the floor. And that doesn't mean that he's out of the play offensively. It means he's not mentally and physically in charge of the play.
Yes.
And he could stay over on the wing.
Because the Boston Celtics, more than any team I've ever seen against him, are making him work, like starting at half court and bringing the ball up. There was a little poke away last night, and he does the same thing, right? Like, first he looks at the official while dribbling, and then he passes half court and he starts laughing at the defender, like, "Oh, you want to you," and you feel the intensity of the possession pick up because he's getting ramped up emotionally.
Yeah, so coming
because
off
they're pests
and coming off of screens is it's taxing. A lot of this is taxing. So if he were to just be more secondary offensively on certain possessions, let Kyrie handle it, and then be there in case the defense collapses on Kyrie, there's a kick-out opportunity, you take a shot. But that's where you've got to be able to take your rest, not on the defensive side of the ball.
You were able, as a Tolo, to end the night with a pretty thrilling moment after you got over the basketball depression.
Yates to Hayward. First pitch is a line drive, right center, base hit. Leote over to cut it off. It's off of his glove. Rounding third is Smith. He scores. Pajas being waved home. Here comes the throw. Play at the plate. He is out at home plate. And that's how this ball game ends. How about that?
Hicksy with the call on 105.3 The Fan as Corey Seager makes his return to hit the 3-run homer in Dodger Stadium. So Seager, the offensive hero, the defensive greatness to end the game. What a 3-2 win in L.A.
It was a great win and a great bet if you made it. And I know some of the Tolos on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text talking about taking the Rangers plus 170 last night. It was a really
You're growing gamblers like Broadus grows draft analysts.
That's right, baby. You got to grow.
You'll be responsible for one homeless person at a time.
Listen, that's the plan. That's the plan. Okay, but
I'm gonna buy calls in cardboard boxes.
Yeah, absolutely. Got this this betting philosophy that
stock term for you, Trajan Wealth.
A good friend Bo came up with where you just bet dogs in Major League Baseball against the money line, and you could have a losing record but still be up money. And we've got a winning record right now, so we're even up more. It's great. You don't get juiced out and vigged out the way that they do in a traditional gambling.
During the group message last night, Bobby wrote, "Don't do it. please don't get close in order to shatter my heart. So how is Bobby Roberto Bell feeling this morning after what happened at the end of Game 3? That's next with the 6 a.m. Club. Back to the NBA Finals with Sean and RJ.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-point game with plenty of time remaining. But without their star. Drew Holiday on the drive, kicks it back out. White puts up a three. Bang!
Some killers. Mike Breen, who dropped by the show just the other day here on Sean and RJ with the call on ABC, and the Celtics are now up 3-0 after the Mavs outscored them 29-21 in the fourth quarter. But the role players for Boston there again as Derek White hit 4 threes early on. I'm like, this guy cannot shoot. This guy's just he's chucking it up there and not even hitting the rim. Hit some killers as he settled down. He scored 16 points. And now, Bobby Belt, your nightmare came true on the group text when you said, don't even tease me. Don't even get it that close to shatter my heart, which is exactly what happened when the Mavs cut it to 1.
Yeah, I mean, was there... I know RJ did, because RJ, you had replied back and said you thought they were going to scale it. Did you think at any point that during that closeout that, okay, they're going to be in position and they're going to make this happen?
No.
You
thought that with Luka fouled out?
No, it was right before Luka fouled. It was like when they cut it to 3.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
I wasn't saying Boston's definitely winning, but I definitely wasn't saying Mavs got this.
This
Because who else is going to help Kyrie? They're going to focus all their defensive attention on Kyrie, and then who is going to help him? I know P.J. Washington had some moments, but no one else besides a great game from Derek Lively, but he's not an offensive player that you're just going to dump the ball into in the post.
Yeah, this whole series has made me very cynical about the discussion surrounding them as closers. In a lot of ways, they haven't gotten the same opportunity to do it, but to me, it's just like
I don't even think you can judge it. I don't even think we have a sample. I think the discussion we need to revisit down the road is Stan Van Gundy's, since Stan Van wanted to keep pounding his chest and beating his chest. That's for down the road, but we didn't even have Luka for the final 5 minutes.
I find it, and Luka,
we'll get into it.
Yeah, Luka was down the stretch, gave you absolutely not just the last 4 minutes.
All the games of series.
I mean, contributed nothing to getting back into the game. He had 2 good passes that led to baskets, but overall, that 20-2 run. When you go on a 20-2 run in that giant moment, I'm expecting to see Luka putting in 14 of the points, and he didn't.
He was awful in the second half. He started off top. Did you get those fourth quarter numbers?
Yeah, he has.
Just 1 second. Hang on. For the second half, though, he started 5 of 7 last night. He ended up 11 of 27.
Yeah, 11 of 27.
So what? He went 6 for 20 after the early start.
Yes,
6 for 20. That's why I tweeted last night. Luka's been stinking it up. I should have specified it as second half because I think some morons thought I was talking about like the series when we've been talking about him being 1 versus 5.
Well, look, you could put up 20 points in the first half and then 6 in the second, and 26 points looks good, but you're cratering down the stretch.
Yeah,
and so I think you can say you're stinking it up. I mean,
no. I should.
I know what you mean. Second half, yeah. And look, in the fourth quarters, game 1 3 points, game 2 3 points, game 3 2 points. So he has 8 points in the fourth quarter of the series.
Tolo Ian had texted that. How many points for Luka in the fourth? 8 points in 3 games?
So, go back. I mean, all-time greats. Do all-time greats have 8 points through 3 games in the fourth quarter? You've got like if we're gonna, and this is not a soft player. Okay, so you can't do that. If you want to say Jason Tatum, if he had 8 points in 3 games in the fourth quarter, and you look up and they're down 3, you could. Well, I think.
To be fair, when did he sit in game 1? That was a blowout.
It was a blowout,
and then last night he's gone for the final 4. That is a humongous factor.
Right.
It's almost not fair to judge that stat for him.
It's not necessarily fair. How many?
Can you find that, Peyton, when he left the fourth quarter in game 1?
I'm gonna get it right now.
Right.
I thought it was like the 6-minute mark.
10 minutes of
fourth
36.
Quarter.
That's 10 of 36 minutes when you're not.
Yeah, he played 6:43 in the fourth quarter in game 1.
So on the 5
he missed half the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Now look, that's not nothing. That's not nothing. So those are 10 minutes that he's missed because this was not at the 4 minutes. This was 4 minutes and change. It's 10 minutes he's missed of the fourth quarter. That's big. We
have no doubts about him being the dog and the man.
I have no doubts about that. There's no doubts about that to me. The doubt is sometimes guys who fade down the stretch. I mean, look, it's the dirty little secret of Luka. Is he the best physical condition? Is he tired? Is he worn down? We've had those questions.
No, it's Boston going at him on the other end of the court consistently and wearing him out.
Yeah.
And that's not I don't want that at all to sound like some sort of an excuse. No, because
that's what Barkley said yesterday. He said, I don't understand why these other teams in the West didn't. I can't remember. It may have been Reggie Miller or Stan Van. They were saying Minnesota's letting him play free safety. And Charles was like, why didn't these other teams make him work or do anything like the Celtics are doing relentlessly?
Yeah, and he has absolutely gotten worn down because they're making him play the entire length of the court. And with that, you're seeing him like he wasn't getting anything in terms of he was getting zero air even going up for layups in the fourth quarter of this game. And I mean, they're in that run, and I'll have to look to be sure, but when they were in that 20-2 run, I think he was the only player on the team to miss a shot, and he missed 3 of them, and a lot of them were right at the rim. And you can't commit 4 fouls in 6 minutes.
Refs screwed him, Bobby.
Yeah. The refs wanted the Mavs to go down 3-0. Can't you see that?
I will say, I hope there was a note last night. I'm going to say one thing about the refs. When they said in what was it, the third quarter, Kyrie Irving was taking his first free throws of the series, that can't happen because he's been trying to get to the rim.
Which Mike Breen screwed up. Whoever Mike Breen's statistician is, he got 2 things wrong last night. He goes, correction, he had free throws in game 2. They were not his first free throws of the series.
But how many times has Kyrie gotten to the rim? Kyrie should have been to the free throw line a lot for how many times he attacks the rim. That's dumb. And the PJ Washington foul in the fourth quarter to me was the bigger, why are you blowing the whistle there, than it is with anything that Luka did. There's just too much. There was too much protection for Luka last night in terms of the narrative coming out of Dallas, not nationally or anywhere, but in terms of the Dallas fans, there's too much protection for what happened in the fourth quarter, because that was. And I'm not saying he is this, but in that game last night, he choked in the fourth quarter. That is a choking performance when they needed him most. And it's rare and it's unsettling because in the biggest moments, he doesn't typically do that. And he just completely gave up, it felt like. Let me see if I can get a charge. I certainly don't want to play defense.
He lost his composure.
Yeah,
that's
McMahon called it unfocused. He was unfocused last night.
He let the referees get in his head down the stretch, which that is not new for him.
Nope.
That is not new for him. And
that is his Dirk soft kryptonite to overcome. Do we agree?
Yeah. I mean, Dirk had that. Yeah, there's no doubt. Dirk had that kind of soft early on in his career, that soft Euro stereotype that he had to overcome, and Luka has that complaining Euro stereotype that he has to overcome.
It's just, I mean, Windhorst, I was listening this morning to their Hoop Collective, and Windhorst had said, you can complain about foul number 6. He should have been called for 8 technical fouls tonight.
Let's get into it at 6:20 because I want to load up like Kyrie with all my ammunition for an entire segment. 6:20. Let's kind of fly through this game here. I know it's painful, but just check in, chime in wherever you want. First quarter, it was evident. They're like, Kyrie, take the ball and go. First play, he goes right at Holiday without Porzingis in there. The Mavs are up 22-9. They had 16 early points in the paint. Gafford had an alley-oop. Yep. Lively with an and one. I thought the luck was just going their way. Boston was rimming in and out. Kyrie hits his first 3 of the series to make it 25-12. And then you have Maxey come into the game. Luka is begging him. Maxey has an open shot. He passes off. And Luka on the bench is like, shoot, man. What are you doing? Shoot. And then Jaylen Brown blocks Maxey's shot off of him to go out of bounds. 11-0 Boston run, and all of a sudden, all that for naught as they are down 2.
How many, and that's the frustrating thing, that they were up 25-12. You're up 13 points, and it doesn't feel comfortable because you feel like 3 times minimum a game Boston's going to go on a 10-0 run. Like it feels like every game they're going to flash up the graphic of Boston 8-0 run last minute 37 seconds. It's just that's what they do consistently. And so for Dallas, this is the third straight game where they've gone up. The game 1, they got up 5 points midway through the first quarter. Games 2 and 3, they were even better, and it just hasn't made a difference. The end result of the first quarter has not matched a single time the way that they've played, and last night was even more evidence of that.
Dante Exum with the throwdown. Where did that come from? And then this happened.
Patrick Wolfringer's step here. Step back on Horford, puts up a 3. And comes up short. Hauser the rebound. Hauser, no hesitation, nails a second three-pointer here in the first. And it's back to a three-point game.
A moment where Luka takes a minute to bark at the officials, doesn't sprint in transition, and you're playing 5-on-4.
And then it happened right after that. Seconds left in the first quarter. Doug Collins always talked about end of quarters. And I was shocked and proud of J.J. Redick. He called Luka out numerous times last night for his effort and his defensive play. But that was 4 quick points, just like that. And he did the same thing, not getting back.
Yeah, look, so you add those 4 points together, then you factor in that he fouled out with 4 minutes to go. I mean, there's your game. Now, if you take he wasn't going to score necessarily just on those 7 points because he gave 7-point margin of victory, the 4 minutes. You add that together with the defensive lapses there. I mean, there's your ball game. And now the Celtics are minus 6,000 to win the NBA championship.
Then the Luka struggle started in the second quarter. He missed 6 straight shots. Mavs missed 8 of their first 9 shots before Kyrie hit a 3. And then Kyrie kind of starts going off. He ends up with 20 points in the first half. Jason Tatum with 20 points in the first half. Luka with 17. PJ Washington is giving you nothing at that point. No one else is giving you anything. Of the 51 Mavs first half points, Luka or Kyrie scored or assisted on 41 of them. Way too much of a workload. And then the third quarter, which sucked the air out of my living room, house, arena, everywhere. The Celtics open up 6 for 6 to start the quarter. They're up 5. Boston then is up 10. It's just a lull. And Mike Breen, who has been very complimentary of the AAC crowd, is like, it is dead in here. Hardaway 0 for 3 at that point. And then Jaylen Brown puts his stamp. 13 in the quarter. They're up 13 with a 7-0 run until Kyrie breaks it. And then PJ hits a 3, another BS 3 from Derek White. He's hit 3 garbage lucky threes that have either gone off glass or somehow went in this series. And then Jaylen Brown with the monster dunk. They're back up 15. They're up 85-70 at the end of 3.
They are chuckers, man. They will just throw up anything. And sometimes they're going in. They're taking the NHL, the hockey, just throw pucks on net philosophy and just chuck them up. Just chuck up some threes, and maybe you get a couple to go in because they allowed the Mavericks with their shot selection to get back in this game.
And the Mavs defense also deserves a lot of credit there. And Redick was like, look at the Mavs defensively. It's 91-70 before the 12-0 Mavs run cuts it to 9. Dirk and Emmett and Nash and Dumont, they're going crazy on the sidelines. PJ hits a 3 to cut it to 6. Kyrie hits free throws to cut it to 3. It's a 20-2 run. Luka keeps missing, though. He keeps missing, picks up his 5th foul, and then we know what happens. Kyrie cuts it to 1 with Luka out. PJ offensive foul. You can't review it. White hits a 3. 2 Derek Lively dunks to cut it back down to 2 with 1:17 left. Jaylen Brown, dagger. PJ missed 3. Kyrie missed 3. Game.
Yeah, Derek White in this series, I had to look at it last night. I was like, okay, has he hit it feels like in the fourth quarter he's hit like 5 threes in each game. So I was looking up his numbers last night. It's not that. It's just that he hits them at the worst possible time.
Yeah.
He has hit the most back-breaking shots in the series. And I haven't looked this morning to see what Vegas has to say. The MVP last night to me was won by Jaylen Brown in the third quarter, and the way that he played in those big moments. He comes up. He is an absolute assassin.
An NBA insider absolutely destroys Luka Doncic after the game and fouling out last night. See if you agree with it next on Sean and RJ. But is your job recession-proof? Maybe you need to go ahead and make a switch and change. The demand for IT professionals continues to rise, and the barrier to entry. Would it surprise you to learn you don't even need a college degree at My Computer?
your weight loss. That's Soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Brown runs into Doncic, blocking foul, and that's it. He's fouled out. Luka Doncic has fouled out with 4:12 remaining.
Were you just in shock? You're like, oh my God, he's actually gone, and there's 4 minutes left.
I didn't think.
Like, were you thinking, like, oh my God, he's got five. Be careful. That wasn't even registering to me because he's never in that position. No. First time fouling out in his playoff career. I think third time ever fouling out. But I wasn't. Normally, when a guy of that importance has 5 fouls, you're watching every possession, and you're like, don't drive too hard. Don't take the bait of a flop. Be careful defensively. Let him go by you. And, like, the sobering reality hit me like, oh, my God, this is it. He's gone. And I did think the fix was going to be in for the overturn.
If they overturned it, you knew the fix was in. Like, I didn't think he was going to foul out. I mean, first of all, I didn't think that he would be dumb enough to get himself in harm's way. You know, like, a lot of coaches will say, don't give the referee or the umpire a chance to make a bad call or to make a call at all.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't get yourself in a 2-strike count by swinging at something bad, and then, don't give him that chance, okay? And then same thing here. Like, why would you I respect the fact that he's still trying to play defense.
No one's dying.
But in that situation, you got to look at it
macro
reward here.
Yeah.
What's your risk reward? Give it up to 2 points or getting fouled out. Like, it's a no-brainer, right? Play the Matador, let them blow by you, live to fight another day. You're on a run. They're tinkering here on disaster, so don't give them any out. Did the referees blow the call? No, I mean, it was probably the right call.
Yeah. Every analyst that commented on it said the right call, a tough call, but the right call. I stayed up way too late watching the NBA TV stuff, and obviously Reddick and Doris and all of them. None were like, this is robbery here.
It's not robbery. I mean, in order for you to think that...
And I don't care if it was 51% the wrong call. It was a 50-50... I would say 55-45 correct call if you want to make it 51-49, but it's Luka Doncic's fault for even getting involved in a 50-50 type call in that situation with the season on the line.
The referees run out to get the Mavericks last night. Like, in order to think that, you have to believe that the NBA wanted the Celtics to go up 3-0.
Yeah, because they want it to be a 7-game series, a historic comeback, and get massive ratings for the game. So, no, I didn't have time to, when you say, did you think he was going to get that 6? I didn't have time to process it. It was 26 seconds later from his 5th foul to his 6th. You didn't, it happened so fast. And, I mean, honestly, the first thing that came to mind was, what was it? Remember the game? I don't think it was a playoff game. I think it was late in the year where you were being critical of defense Luka was playing in a game. And you remember all the fans were like, 5th foul. What do you want him to do? He had 5 fouls late in the season. And people were like, what? He can't guard. And that was what came into my head is like, oh, we're going to get Luka just not even, he's going to try even less. He's just not even going to, he will just stand there now. He's not even going to try and fake turn towards something. And that's what I anticipated. But he is, I mean, it was a low IQ play.
Yes.
With 5 fouls to try to draw a charge in a 3-point game. That was stupid.
Jason Kidd, was he going to go after the officiating when Tim McMahon asked him about Luka's 6?
They called a foul. I was stuck. I had to challenge it. So I had to challenge because it was, a close call. But the referee called it a foul. You got to move on, move forward.
Love that answer. He didn't go with the referee. I think that's as strong as Kidd can go in saying that's Luka's fault. That's as close as he can get to it. But Brian Windhorst does not need to follow those same restraints as the NBA Insider is trending for what he did with Scott Van Pelt last night on SportsCenter from the AAC.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him, because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ethered.
And that's why he's the best insider. That's why he's the best. He blows Woj and Shams out of the water.
Oh, my.
Those two hacks can quibble.
As an analyst, yes, he does.
They could quibble. No, they had the little printout thing. They just get it sent directly to him. He's the real insider. Those two could quibble over Dan Hurley and J.J. Redick for all I care. And just fawn over Kay Adams or whatever. He's the real insider. And he's right. Luka's not a loser, but losers complain about officials. That's what loser fans do. That's what loser players do. They complain about official calls.
Yeah,
it's lowest common denominator. Sports fan and athlete.
Cowboys do it after big losses.
Yep,
led by their head coach.
Yep,
that's the truth.
This has to be. He didn't say it explicitly, but I mean he was talking about this sort of factor. This has to be LeBron in game 4 against the Mavericks putting up 8 points for Luka. This has to be something that there were so many things in that finals run for LeBron, in that actual series, that people how the hell could you let that happen?
Yeah.
How could you be responsible? How could you put up 11 shots in a pivotal game 4 and score 8 points? LeBron, how could you score 2 points in the fourth quarter of game 5 or whatever it was? This has to be that kind of intensity, and he has to respond to it the way LeBron did. If he wants to be one of the greatest of all time, he has to respond to it.
Well, he is going to be one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, for sure.
That's already etched in stone.
Absolutely.
Is he going to have multiple championships? A lot of Tolos wrote me back last night and said, "Look, just accept it. It's not changing. It's not. His behavior is not going to change." But he lacks composure during his meltdowns. And the thing is, in Boston, he was not whiny. Remember, I made the comment, he's not as whiny with the energy in the first 2 games. But at home, I feel like he thinks he can just unleash all of it. And it is no different. It is no different from my 3-year-old throwing a fit because I don't let him eat his Jell-O before his chicken nuggets. It's a petulant child, a little baby, melting down and whining with zero accountability afterwards because he knows deep down no one is going to check him. And he gives the same standard generic line after every single time. Just got to be better. Just got to be better. Just got to improve. It's on me. It's on me. It's all hollow. It's all BS.
Got to get better.
Yeah, it really is. And it's insufferable. And he left them out there to die. Kyrie, in my opinion, with his hesitancy in game 2, I'll blame him for. This is it. You lose that game in Boston, and you're not stepping up here. Now he was not gun shy, and I'm not gonna blame him as much as I will for Luka last night. Luka left the season and his teammates out there to die with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter because he cannot control himself. That is a fact.
Yeah, McMahon had a good point. I thought that the reason why, when you talked about how he was complaining more last night than he did the first 2 games, it does feel a little bit like, as you watched game 3 progress, the reality of just how much better Boston is than them was setting in with Luka, and it was just pissing him off. And he was getting frustrated, and he was losing focus, and It was he can't do what he does against other teams, and he starts turning, well, it's got to be the refs, and he just starts looking outwardly for the frustration of can't accept the reality that Boston's better than you, and he can't do it.
Frank LaFranco injury text says, "Who's his Holger?" That's what he needs. That's a good text.
We know very little about that side of him.
Yeah.
We knew. I thought we knew more.
And how much
from
does
Dirk.
Jason Kidd really check him behind the scenes? That's what I'm dying to know. Can Kidd, because that's tied to job security as well, right? We all are like, Jason Kidd is coming back here with an extension because of superstar relationships. Can he and does he have that freedom and security and comfort to tell Luka all these things behind the scenes?
My initial reaction or thought would be, like, Jason Kidd has enough equity built up in his career to be able to check a lot of guys that say a
Milwaukee Jason, yeah. Brooklyn Jason, yeah. I'm wondering about Dallas Jason.
Well, like,
because we read the mental warfare stuff.
Yeah. Well,
from the Bucks.
you can evolve on how you manage people.
Sure.
But, like, he can always point to his career, like Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer. They're not Jason Kidd. If they were to check a star player, it has X amount of weight behind it. But Jason freaking Kidd, a guy who, when he retired, was what? A top 3 point guard in the history of or at least in the modern era of the sport.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a built-in, like, equity
cachet,
that you have and cachet, and I think that he can use that, and he can check him. I'd be like, dude, like, I know what the hell I'm talking about. I did this.
Was it it was the Western Conference Finals run where Kidd publicly, you remember early in, I think it was Utah or Phoenix, one of those series, he called him out for his defensive effort, and he's like, Luke has just got to be better. Luke has got it. So, I mean, he's done it publicly before, so I got to imagine he probably does privately.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Where are the totals falling on this in terms of defending him or blaming him with some accountability for last night?
It's not Twitter. Twitter's defending him pretty heavily. The fan text is there's a lot of hate for Luka. Now, there are some others on here who go like, you're only in this position because of him, you injuries.
Sure, and it's true.
That's true. Both can be true.
Both can be true.
Yes, he put you in this position, and he also put you in the position of being down 3-0.
Yeah, his fourth quarter play has been atrocious by any standard.
I'm not blaming him for 3-0.
Game 3, I am, though. Like to be down 3-0 instead of it be 2-1.
Well, I don't know if he plays the final 5 minutes with the way he was stinking it up. Are you blaming him for the combination of his play and his actions, or just not being available? Because I don't know if he's available if they win.
Because him being out, I'm not even talking about his shooting. The second he went out, just the threat of Luka wasn't enough to get shots open.
It changed. It absolutely changed. It was a close game, and then the threat of him. Is he worth 7 points in 4 minutes? I mean, I would think so. And then I went, like, you extrapolate it out, like 7 points over 4 minutes through 48 minutes is 84 points. Like, okay, so maybe he's not worth it.
Let's take a little bit of a Mavericks break, because it is a Thursday edition 6 a.m. club, and that means it's time for the payload.
Oh, baby!
With a Father's Day preview. And Peyton says that Gen Z love is dying. A little humor to mix in with your Mavs depression with the payload after this. But let me get you set up with the Tolo team.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Look, you guys are blaming Luka, Kyrie, the refs for the Mavs being down 3-0. But I'm blaming Michael Finley.
Look at him.
That's right. I got a prop, baby.
He's got the
it came in the mail.
He's got the airplane neck brace, neck pillow on. Back to the Mavs. By the way, Mavs calls at 7 o'clock this morning.
Peyton Vander Esch back
Before
there.
this, I will say
He does, with the cowboy collar.
I'm blaming Michael Finley for taking away Luka's beer after the Western Conference Championship. I'm blaming that. They haven't won a game since then. Luka has been the same. He's been bitching more because he couldn't bitch to Michael Finley about that. But that's another story we can say for next hour.
You're a prop comic. I like it. I'm jealous.
Yes.
I can't wear one of those.
Oh, baby. Now, would you believe me? Because this came in around 5:30 last night before the game, before dinner. Would you believe me if I said I wore this for 90% of the Mavs game?
No.
Last night. I wore it. I wore it.
Like leaning back in your chair against the couch?
I was on the couch with it, and I was on the ground thinking, okay, can I lay on the ground and still look up and look at the TV? And I could, and my goodness, it's a game changer.
It is?
Yeah.
Y'all look at him on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
It looks uncomfortable, but it's so nice. Like if I just lean back.
Oh, you think Mackenzie will be embarrassed sitting next to you on the plane?
Well, she got one too.
Oh!
She got a pink one, so we're gonna be pillow buddies.
Wow.
Yeah, but it came in, and
is that what you call it?
That's what I am gonna call it
All
for
right.
FCC rules. But yeah,
Pillow Princess.
Good for you. Good for you. I like it.
So
Prop comic is
I'm
RJ
ready.
said.
We're about 3.5 weeks out from Italy, so I gotta get ready. The water bottles came in as well, so we might go shopping.
Did the fanny pack come in?
No, it did not. It did not come in. I don't know which one I'm gonna get yet.
Crossbody.
Crossbody.
So you gotta get. It's very good for pickpocketers, apparently.
Do I just pick the cheapest one though? I mean, does it matter? Because I know friends who have Lululemon ones. I know they're more expensive, but it's like, does it?
I don't think you need a Lulu one.
If I get the money,
Being that their underwear is like $30 a pair, I don't think you need a Lulu one.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So you guys are fathers. I am not a father, unfortunately. Actually, fortunately.
We'll find out in 8 months.
Father's Day is coming up Sunday. How do you guys
look up Randall Cobb?
Yeah, G-Bag will play that audio later. Father's Day is coming up. How do you guys approach that day? Is it just another day for y'all? Do you expect it as like a birthday? I just want to know because I think most fathers might just think, breakfast in bed and we're good to go. But do you guys take it up a notch a little?
I don't want it acknowledged.
Wow.
Really? Yeah,
Well,
Kristen thinks it's awful. Like she's like, you take that from the kids, basically.
Oh, you take it from the kids to serve you?
I don't want it even like acknowledged as a day.
Why?
Because I hate any sort of weird focused attention.
It's whoa.
Like that.
Oh, God. You? All right.
It's amazing how big holidays you hate attention, but every other walk and aspect of life you crave it. Look, I can't celebrate it right now the way I want. My dream is when my kids are 6, 7, 8, 9, I get to actually have the day and do whatever I want. It's not happening with a 1-month-old and a 3.5-year-old. I didn't even, the other day, Amanda's like, what do you want to do this weekend? I'm like, sit here and be miserable like every weekend. And she says, no, it's Father's Day. And I was just thinking of the gift from my dad or her dad. No, at this point in time, I do not care whatsoever.
I mean, look, we'll be at the baseball field. We got tournaments this weekend. It happens on Mother's Day. It happens on Father's Day. So that's how we.
Much bigger deal in everyone's household for Mother's Day than Father's Day.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It is. Father's Day for me, it's like I ideally what I want to do is I would love to, like, if I had a choice, if I had just me and I had nobody else to worry about, I would want to go play golf in the morning. I want to mow the lawn and I want to watch the U.S. Open final round. Like that's my ideal Father's Day. I want to do it watch the final round while I'm in the pool getting hammered. Like that's my absolute ideal Father's Day. And the reality is that I'll be at a baseball park.
Yeah, I'd like to sit upstairs by myself in the TV room. Give me your cards. I'm not going to take that away from you like Bobby. Give me your cards, your little handprints, your crayons, whatever. Thank you. Mwah. Go with mom.
I don't block it. Like that. That's one of the things. Kristen, every year she's like, you better not say anything or say you don't want this. It's like, it's fine. I would rather not be acknowledged, but when they hand me a card or whatever, I go, oh, thank you, and I give them a hug, and that's the extent of how we acknowledge the day in my house.
Yeah, for gift ideas for my dad, he doesn't make it as complicated as maybe other dads do, but a trip to the liquor store is easy. Get a handle of Tito's or something, and like he'll just be happy with it.
A handle of Tito's?
Yeah, just get him something
for Father's Day.
Because like a few years ago, I tried to get like it would be like a half liter, I guess, and half handle. And I compared it to his other handle. Yeah, exactly. And it just wasn't enough. So I was like, all right, I got to go the handle. I make the big bucks now, kinda. And so,
do you put thought into your dad's gift?
I don't get him anything anymore. We have 8 kids. We were 9 kids in my family. Like, I call, wish him happy Father's Day, and we talk, and that's it. I don't do the presents.
We get my dad a set of diapers.
Jeez,
oh.
Yeah, I never saw him drink, not once.
Alcohol?
Never saw him drink.
Wow.
Never saw
him. Is that
him
why
drink.
you have the hang up on doing it at home?
Probably.
Did he ever drink? Like, did he drink?
No. He would maybe have a singular drink when he was out, like at dinner with like clients or whatever.
Wow.
But very, I never saw him drink. My mom would have a glass of like cheap wine. She would drink cooking wine, this lady.
Same, Carlo Rossi with my dad.
Yep.
It's as cheap as Peyton.
All right, it's the Payload every Thursday at this time, 6:40 on a Thursday morning. Now, look, love is about to die except for Bobby's relationship because he has an Android. iOS 18 is coming out in the fall of this year, and there's some features, some leaks out there, and looks like it's going to be a little harder to catch your significant other cheating on you. They're making features where you can now hide apps on the main screen. You can rename stuff. Searching for text messages is going to be a little tougher. You can hide stuff now. Basically, you can lock apps. You got to get it. You already have the Face ID to get and code to get into the phone. It's going to make it a little easier to cheat if you're of that kind.
My biggest complaint with the iPhone is so on the text messages. If you go to your main text message page, you could search keywords, right? But if I go to like my text exchange with just Bobby, you can't search just within that conversation. Whereas on the Android, you could search within the conversation, which I thought was it's a much better way.
My iPhone updated the other day to something. I hate it. I hate the latest update. I have to redo all my emojis. I have to go look them up, going to find a GIF or GIF to send.
Oh, really?
It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'm not a fan right now. But I am a fan of the stock up like 7 or 8% over the past 2 days. My word, Apple blew up.
Wasn't it Apple? Wasn't their latest update like bringing back nudes recently too?
Oh,
it was quickly,
yes.
but
it doesn't matter. Like this is just once again shows what a like poverty company they are.
There's also tap to cash, where you send funds by tapping phones together.
Yeah.
And bam, just like that.
Yeah, you could do that. It's like you're airdropping money.
AI, Chat KGGPT.
So now you're what? Does that make it more easy to like hack somebody? Like you're gonna have these little like pickpocketers, modern pickpocketers, be able to touch their phone, their hip to yours, and take money from you?
Maybe.
Speaking of money, Bobby, you still owe me for the last.
Oh, that's right, I do.
So,
for the last
this is what I told you to remind me.
Peyton,
How young is Peyton Russell?
Yeah, because we play for money on that game. So thank you for that, Bobby.
I'm going to send 60 of it to Choppy, though. Or 20 of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 20, not 60. I need that 60. Okay, so I found this late last night. We talked about Joey Chestnut being banned from Nathan's hot dog eating contest on July 4th.
Stupid ban, by the
So
way.
now there's a survey out there of, okay, what do you put on your hot dog? You know, ketchup, mustard, relish is what we discussed. 19% of Americans, and this is from 2021, prefer mayo on their hot dog. 19%. I've never tried. I think that's a really high percentage. You know, whatever the number may be of that they interviewed for this or surveyed, but mayo on a hot dog, I've never tried it. I've heard of people doing it, but I've never tried it on the hot dog.
Heard of it. I've never
and it by
tried
itself too. It's by itself. They're not putting. It doesn't look like they're putting ketchup or mustard on it. It's just straight mayo.
But are they putting mayo on just the bun or on the actual dog?
It looks like the dog, just the dog, like across the top.
Look, it doesn't sound great. It would be fine if you love mayonnaise, like on a hot dog. Why would it be fine on a hamburger but not a hot dog?
It's not fine on a hamburger.
It is fine on a hamburger.
It's a very Canadian thing to do.
It is fine on a hamburger. So you don't like Big Mac sauce?
No, there's a difference between like something that's made with
based.
something that's made with mayo and turned into a separate sauce than
So
just
it's just
mayo
the look of
as
it. The Russian dressing looks pretty to you. It's like Mackenzie's neck pillow, so you're fine with that. But if it's just mayonnaise,
do mayo and Big Mac sauce taste the same? It's Thousand Island basically. Do Thousand Island and mayo taste the same?
But it's mayonnaise-y cream.
No, this is like this is like
It's
that
just like
awful.
sushi sauce.
This is that awful take people have whenever I say I don't like tomatoes. They're like, so you don't like pizza sauce? No, they're not the same damn thing.
Right.
Yeah, they're not the same. I agree, they're not the same.
But it's mayonnaise-y.
Yeah, I don't hate mayo on a burger. It's not my preferred choice. I don't do it at home, but like when I'm out, I'm not gonna if the menu calls for it, I'm not gonna say no.
Yes.
I won't say take that off.
I'm not gonna do it, but I would try it.
Yeah. And I'll end this right here since we're running out of time. Okay, speaking of the hot dog eating contest, what's one food item that you would take in if you had to compete in an eating contest of any sorts? I chose chicken nuggets. It's small. You can rapidly throw it in your mouth, devour it. That's mine.
Is there a brand either that you buy, bake, or go and get fast food wise that is your one seed?
Wendy's spicy.
Okay.
And the reason I say spicy, you're like, spicy, don't do spicy. Spicy is better than the regular.
I'm a big biter. So like pizza or hamburgers are like I just devour a hamburger.
You can't do pizza.
I can't. No, tomorrow the next day I can't. Like in the moment though.
Oh.
You know, I'll eat a large pizza like that, and I'll eat each slice. A slice of Domino's, it's 3 bites.
I don't know. I mean, if I could include drinks, it would be vodka soda. That's what I would consume faster than anyone. I don't know, like tacos or something, probably.
Tacos.
Yeah.
I don't know. The other day, I made a cheesesteak, and I was like, I feel like I could, if it didn't kill me in 6 months, I could eat this every day. Now you can't eat a ton of them, but I was like, damn, I love cheesesteaks. It's got to be the cheap steakums that you get as well. I don't want the fresh cut steak chunks that have the gristles of fat in the store, but I was like, dang, I love cheesesteaks, and it's hard to find a great one. So yours would be chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets, and on the Fantex 817 says mozzarella sticks. So something small you can just
I mean, the winner of the mozzarella stick contest is like, 9 mozzarella sticks.
Yeah.
I love mozzarella sticks, though. You get the right one, the marinara sauce.
I always wind up gagging on one though because the cheese kind of just doesn't break up enough, and it gets like caught like halfway down my throat, and I wedge my finger back there and just pull out this honking thing of mozzarella.
Randall Cobb, go check it out. It's the Payload Thursday edition here on Sean and RJ. All right, let's get to Mav Luka calls. Let's do calls at 7, which we never do. 877-881-1053. Your reaction to Luka, your reaction to being down 0-3 next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of
Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And for the first time since 1959, the Boston Celtics have a 3-0 lead in the NBA Finals. Dominant on the road, survived the early storm before holding on to secure a win that puts them to within one win of Banner 18. The final score in Game 3, Boston 106, Dallas 99.
That was the call last night on Celtics Radio. I want to take phone calls right now. Your chance to vent. You want to go off on me for what I tweeted about Luka last night. You want to go off on Jason Kidd, the rest of the role players, wherever you want to take it after the Mavericks lose 106-99. Let's do it on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's start off with our truck driver leading it here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, TD.
Sean, I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, wow, disrespect.
Stoppy.
Yo.
Roberto.
Yo.
This is the big truck driver.
Let's hear it.
There it is.
Well done.
Hey, man, I'm going to admit, man, I've been listening all morning, and y'all right, bro. Luka, he doing that whining, bro, to the refs, and then getting burnt up on the defensive end.
Yeah.
Man, and I never did put it together, but what y'all say is that Euro stuff, man. You got to stop that, bro. You got to stop. You got to play basketball, man, because the season is on the line. The championship is on the line, man. You can't be doing all that whining and complaining. And, Sean, I agree with you. He let the Mavericks down with that 6 foul, bro.
Yeah.
He abandoned the whole team, and you are the team, bro.
Yes.
You can't do that. You cannot abandon the team like that. You got to be smarter. You got to play harder. You got to be more focused.
Preach.
He loses all focus, man, when he gets to whining and crying with these refs. And I'm in agreement with you, too, Roberto. I got to go on and be in agreement with you, man. It's clear. The Celtics just got too much more firepower. They better than the Mavericks. I really didn't want to believe that at first because I'm a homer, right? but hey, man, they just better. They just better, man. And Luka quit. Kyrie did almost 40. Luka did almost 30. But then too, the role players, man, really just didn't give us all that we needed them to give us. Boston guys off the bench was clowning us, man. So, hey, man, it is over. We're going to start afresh next year. I wish there was some kind of way the Mavericks could have held on to Jalen Brunson and did all the trades with PJ and Gafford and held on to Brunson, man. That third wheel off the bench, man, for points is something that we really need, man.
Great call to start off, brother. TD hitting us up on the D&M Leasing Hotline, and I agree with basically everything except you're not going to have Kyrie if you kept Brunson. Chris in Fort Worth, you're up next. Chris, you're live on Sean and RJ.
How you guys doing this morning? Yeah. So I got a few points I want to make. First of all, to your point, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Luka. He's hurt right now. He's got 2 bum legs, and he's still out there giving it all. Yes, he is crying about his calls, but I want to touch on the fact that Jason Kidd is making the worst calls in management history in the finals. Why would you play Kleba when he's out there playing Matador with most of the players, okay? You call a timeout during a 9-0 run to kill the momentum, okay? And then you set up an out-of-bounds play for Tim Hardaway Jr., who hasn't made a shot in a month. I mean, it's just ridiculous, the stupid calls that Jason Kidd is making.
Thanks for the call. Anyone have a comment on Max here?
Yeah.
Anything else? Because I have amazing audio on the timeout to come.
Okay. Look, going into this game, again, everybody else on the team has made one three-pointer. I'm not going to blame him for putting Tim Hardaway in there. Tim Hardaway can get hot.
Yep.
That's not likely, but he can. You're trying anything. You're down 2-0. What do you have to lose? In terms of Maxey,
8 minutes, 0 for 2.
For Hardaway?
No, for Maxey.
For Maxey.
Yeah.
In terms of Maxey, look, I mean, he does help defensively. He's a big body, and if you watch any of the Indiana series, Miles Turner really gave the Celtics trouble because when they do their drop defense and Horford drops back down after the screen, you need a big to be able to shoot the three to keep the whole defense honest, and that's, I think, what they're hoping for with Maxey.
Yeah.
That's something that is...
Which, of course, he shot mentally and maybe because he still shot physically. But I told everyone when all this Maxey buildup and he was missing, I told y'all it was an overrated, overhyped storyline. He's a taller Hardaway.
Yeah,
when he gets the ball in his hands. He has been throughout many of the playoffs runs.
Fantastic three-point shooter, though, according to Doris Burke. Should put it up every single time he gets the opportunity.
She said.
She was like, Maxey, you got to shoot that. He's a fantastic three-point shooter.
Yeah. A healthy Maxey who's on a heater against this Celtics defense is a huge advantage. He's just not that.
I don't know what to go to right now.
I don't got accents on here.
I don't know right now whether to go to my audio or what Peyton put on line 5. I don't know which one to go with. I don't know which one.
I want you to pronounce it. I want you to pronounce it.
I'm gonna go with. I'll go with the audio. Look, we're gonna extend phone calls now to 722. We're going expressway for 720 as well. This is the timeout. This is amazing.
You thought we would have screwed that up.
This is amazing. But let's get to the timeout that Tolo Chris just brought up. Listen to this reporter exchange last night in the Kid presser.
Coach Kidd, Noah Weber of the Smoking Cuban. There in the second half, you're on that big run, and you called that timeout. I was curious as to your reasoning behind that, and how do you balance wanting to get your guys some rest, but also wanting to keep the momentum of the run?
What timeout?
And I think it was in the fourth.
At the end of the fourth?
During the 20-2 run.
I called a couple timeouts.
Okay, the one that was at the end of the 20-2 run?
When we missed the 2 shots.
To be honest, I don't remember what happened before it. I just know it was a timeout.
That's tough. Why are you guys laughing? I asked what timeout was it. I called a couple timeouts. You gotta do better.
He knows the timeout he's talking about. He's being. You
think he knows?
He absolutely knows the timeout he's talking about. That's why he went. You mean after we missed a couple shots?
But you still have to know and reference it better when you're asking that.
You have to know, but he does know, and he's just kind of being a jackass there. You got to come better prepared with the question, but he's kind of being a jackass.
I thought
there.
Jason was being graceful with him.
Yeah, I thought he was going to say something about the Smoking Cuban.
If that
it's a good name.
Jason knows, I think, all the blogs and all those sites. Imagine if that was Carlisle.
What he would have said is, "Tell me how that's any of your business." What I said.
No, he would have said, "Hey, PR, take his credential, take that necklace off." All right, back to your Mavs calls here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 877-881-1053. Let's get to Davis in Anna. Davis, you're live.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, so I just want to say, first of all, after seeing how dominant our run was to get here, I'm wondering, and I want to ask y'all, is this our 2006 moment? Is this where we say, okay, we've got a good team here, but we're not exactly there? And at the end of the day, are we going to have to trade for a third piece? Because yes, Luka's got exposures on defense, and Kyrie's got a couple things he can improve upon, but these guys are balling out, and we expected PJ to kind of take on the Jason Terry role.
Yeah.
We expected somebody to kind of step up and play the role that Deshaun Stevenson played defensively, and there hasn't been that. So are we actually a trade or two away from being championship worthy?
You know, this is a great question and topic. Probably not going to address it all today because we do need off-season content. But the main point, that's just being truthful, but the main point in this is judging yourself and reacting or overreacting against a possible historic team. That's the problem. It's like, do you really go ahead and make all these changes against such a mighty opponent like this? I would say nothing drastic.
Yeah, like you're in the NBA Finals. Like you're not reinventing the wheel here. You're going to make tweaks. You're not tearing anything down. Can they make trades? Sure. What do they have to trade? Well, first of all, we don't know the new ownership what their spending habits are going to be.
Right.
We don't know that yet.
I know some of their spending habits.
Some of them, but we
depends on if the election is legit.
Yeah, it depends on what happens in November. We don't know
how many ballots can they buy back.
How we don't know. We don't know what they're willing to do. Do they like this roster? Do they?
Yeah.
Like the way where it's headed. I mean, I don't know. Being the NBA Finals, how would you not? But
All right, I need to get to line 5 before the end of the segment to talk about Pepe. But before line 5, it's Justin and Garland. Justin, you're up next after Mavs Game 3 lost last night.
Good morning. What's going on, guys, man? You know what? Last night, I had a come to Jesus moment, you know.
Oh, really?
Or Jesus. We're about to.
Like, how did we lose that game? I was so confused. But you know what, man? In my honest opinion, I was going to go into a big rant trying to be G-Bag of the day, blah, blah, blah. Shout out to G-Bag. But you know what, man? Sometimes you got to look across the way and say, man, them dudes is better than you, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Kyrie goes off. Luka goes off. Yeah, Luka's a brat. I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take him to get into that, you know, get over that. We all thought Dirk was soft mode, you know, the Euros are soft. I don't know. Everybody say next year. I think it's going to take a couple more years for him to get over that moment because I feel like he's just stuck in his way. But, man, in this series, I really can't. I want to cuss. I want to be mad. But I said, you know what, man? Them dudes are just better because the way we started that game, and then when I looked at the final score, and I watched it all day, I said, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
I just was like, you know what? Hey, man, look, it is what it is. I can come over here and say, hey, you know, we're going to be the first one to come back from 0-3. That's all I got, really. Other than that, if they win, I'm going to shake your hand. I'm going to say, see you next year. Hopefully we get it together. Make a couple of tweaks here and there. But like RJ said, hey, look, man, you don't have to go all out to try to win. Them dudes just better. Hopefully you catch them next time. But, hey, y'all enjoy y'all day, man.
Great call, Justin. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. Yeah, you're up 22-9. The game to go on the G-Bag rant over, you could do it over Luka last night, but the game was game 2.
Mm-hmm.
Losing game 2, that was the first crushing blow. They are just that much better. And it will happen one time, a 3-0 comeback. It will happen. Just like 16-1's March Madness. It has zero chance of happening here. None. Absolutely zero. I know Barkley was saying last night if Porzingis, he didn't think Porzingis is coming back for the series. We should have had the discussion, by the way, of just sitting KP up 2-0, even if he was like 60-40. Even if KP's out, this has zero chance of happening. Okay.
Celtics' longest losing streak this year was 2 games. They did it 4 times.
Hey, I want you to pick up line 5 and tell him he's the first caller back. Please, Pepe. The line 5 hysteria that we've been referencing. We're going to start off the expressway with that. More of your Maverick phone. I was expecting that to be really contentious based upon social media last night after what I said about Luka. But as usual, you keyboard warriors, like the 12 of you homers with your head up everyone's rear end that wears Maverick colors, you don't call. Call and let's have it out at 877-881-1053. Let's go ahead and do it. But as usual with our callers, reasoned, smart, measured, intelligent, as opposed to Twitter and some of you tough guys on Instagram. But go ahead and call up, and line 5 has the spotlight as we continue with Mavs reaction during the commercial-free expressway after this. Have you gotten that Father's Day gift? Y'all, we were just talking about it in the payload. It's coming up this weekend, and the best
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
double. Jalen Brown with the flush. A savage slam from Brown.
Ugh. And that had Charles Barkley pregame making fun of the topic of Jason Kidd trying to divide the Celtics locker room.
He was just his whole point was that that's closer than people realize. That is a closer discussion. That's not some mental warfare thing. That was just an actual talking point that was worth discussing.
This is Charles last night on NBA TV. I thought he was gone. I thought he was vacationing for the rest of the season. They have Shaq go for the first 2 games, and he goes to Acapulco, and then Charles comes back for games 3 and 4, eating at Dakota Steakhouse twice with Reggie Miller and the Boston Celtics.
He had said
smart choice.
He had said on the hockey broadcast.
They don't serve nepotism there.
Oh boy, I've never heard of that.
Along with Madams in the bar.
Oh my gosh.
He had said in game 2 of Edmonton and Florida that he was going to Dallas for games 3 and 4, and then he was going to go on vacation. Because they were trying to get him to go to Edmonton for one of the games, and he goes, guys, as soon as I'm done, as soon as Friday happens, I'm on vacation for 3 months. So you ain't going to hear from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going on vacation.
He's playing golf somewhere today with Reddick, with, I think, Grant Hill. Oh, so they're playing somewhere today.
Oh, baby.
Better get it in early.
Oh, yeah, you would think you would want to get this thing in early. It's a warm one out there.
All right, forget the Charles audio. This is more important. Line 5. This is the beloved Peyton Russell. He writes down the names of callers.
This actually insults us. This actually is insulting.
And where they're calling from. And I'll just spell out what he wrote. He wrote down JESUS, but then in order to help us out, put in parentheses Hispanic.
I don't have accents on my keyboard.
You don't have to have an accent. Do you think that anybody? How many guys named actual Jesus do you know out here?
Jesus Shuttlesworth, line 5.
Like it's pretty assumed it's Jesus. So
Hey,
I'm just doing my job.
So Jesus was freaking out behind the scenes.
Apparently, yeah. But Peyton picked it up, and I guess it's out there. But he was like, "Why? Why am I the caller you guys want to talk to so bad? Are they going to mess with me?" And Peyton had to go, "No, it's me. I'm an idiot."
Peyton wrote down Jesus, parentheses Hispanic, just so you know. So, brother, you are the star of the beginning of the Expressway. You're live on the show.
Hey, man, look, I just wanted to see how y'all were doing this morning, man, because, look, I ain't going to lie to you.
You know what the best thing would have been? The best thing would have been if you the best thing would have been if you just picked up and go, my name is actually Jesus. And you would have gotten Peyton off the hook.
I've been going through this since like elementary school, so it's like at this point, it's like that's the only time I use it anyway. It's like school, work. Other than that, I don't ever go by Jesus.
Right.
Actually, Sean, we're friends on Facebook, so it's like I go by Peanut. That's why I asked Peyton, but just give me a first name. I'm like, all right, Jesus, bro.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. But anyways, like I said, man, I was thinking about how I go about this question because I've been meaning to ask you guys since yesterday. Where does all this hate from Boston come from, bro? I actually DM'd you yesterday about this, and you sent me the little laughing emoji. But in all seriousness, where all this hate come from? Where like Jason Tatum, doesn't like Brown, and if they become champs, everybody's gonna forget about them. They're gonna be a forgotten champion. Where did all this come from?
And you're the Celtics fan. You're the Celtics fan.
I'm a diehard Celtics fan. Yes, sir.
Well, couple things. Number one, they're the opponent that you're facing. Like, no one cares about the Arizona Diamondbacks. You need to drum up hate for who you're facing in a championship round. Number two, they're racist. Number three, the fans. Number three, the arrogance of the Celtics going back to Red Auerbach. There's a dislike thing. Number four, people from Massachusetts, their accents are so just aggressive and annoying that I dislike that. I had a horrific Celtic fan experience with the diehards, and that's what makes them diehards. It never would have happened here in the AT&T parking lots. And Bobby has the hate for Jason Tatum, so you can answer that part of it.
I don't. And it's not even that I hate Jason Tatum. It's just Jason Tatum is not a clutch performer, and he still wasn't last night. He went 1 for 5. Do you know what he's shooting in the fourth quarter of this series? 3 for 17.
Wow.
He's been 1 for 5, 1 for 7, 1 for 5. I mean, honestly, and that's the thing. Boston will take all day long. Fine, we will gladly trade Tatum's awful performance for Luka's awful performance. We'll take that because we've got the rest of them that can beat you.
8 points for Luka in the fourth of the series.
Yeah, 3 points, 3 points, 2 points.
Oh, no, the national likability, this can appease you there, Jesus. The national likability of this series would be Luka, number one, disliked in terms of his antics and actions. Then probably Tatum, but you're forcing it. And
With
then
the dislike?
Yeah, the dislike. And then 3 would be Jaylen Brown. But Luka, by far and away. I just searched Luka's name right now on social media. Kendrick Perkins saying, got to stop all that whining. They said his statue outside the AAC is going to be like this,
hands up
to the referees.
Yeah,
it's Luka disliked by a mile from a national perspective.
Right. I mean, Tim Duncan's statue should be the same thing. It's funny because
that's bug eyes.
We were watching the post with last night, and Tatum was on the NBA TV post.
Yeah,
and Sarah's like, "Wow, I really like him." Like after listening to him talk, and I said, I mean, that's kind of his problem. Like that's kind of, like he does seem like to be a really genuine dude.
He's a nice guy. He doesn't seem like a killer.
And that's part of maybe you could be a nice guy and be a killer. But like that's maybe part of his problem is that he is because he does come across as a really good dude. I mean, he's talking about what he's gonna do for Father's Day and everything. I mean, he just comes across as a good guy.
Tatum will open your door on the date. Tatum will be the one at the cookout who goes like, fellas, let these ladies serve themselves first.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, we can wait. Like that's Jason Tatum.
Fred in Arlington. Freddie, you are up next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, Commercial-Free Expressway. Go ahead.
I will say this, is I predicted that the Mavericks were probably going to lose 4-1. But now I think they might get swept.
Might, yeah.
Yeah. Sadly,
Bold call, Freddie.
I know. But Boston, they just outmatched Mavericks in every way. And they play better on the road, statistically. So I think the Mavericks are in trouble. And I will have to say this, you got to stop talking about Tim Duncan. That's my boy. I'm a San Antonio Spurs fan, and I never saw him cry that much.
No, you didn't.
I watched him win all 5 championships, and he was a beast.
All right, get him out of here.
He cried, man. He cried.
What are you laughing at? What are you dying laughing at back there?
You said bold word there.
Oh,
bold
okay.
take.
He's like, they might get swept. No, they are getting swept.
And Duncan, resting Duncan face is a thing. Like he is absolutely a crybaby.
Ralph and Garland, you're on the DNM Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Ralph. Yo.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
Things, guys. I'll be quick. Yeah. Defensively, why do we look so lost? Why are we playing zone? Why can't we just stick to our man like we did when we went on that run, 20-2? 2. Why is Exum not in the game and Hardaway's in the game? I don't understand that. Exum can facilitate, can create more space for us, get better shots. Why is he not in the game? I cannot understand that. And that timeout kid called, that killed every single ounce of momentum we had going on. And to this moment, I don't understand why he called it. It killed everything. All right, guys. Thank you. I'll let you.
Thanks, Ralph.
Again, with the Hardaway, you're just looking for any spark. They're down 2-0.
It's 19 minutes, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of minutes. It was too long. I like Exum. I think Exum was a decent player.
Exum played 2 minutes, came in, got a dunk, brought a spark, and then didn't play the rest of the game. That was dumb. There's no need to put Hardaway in there that long.
He's good for an open 3 or 2 in a game.
Can y'all reset for me the timeout that what they're referencing?
It was right after. So Kyrie hits those 3 free throws and brings it to 93-90. You have Boston come down the court. I think they traded missed baskets, or it was immediately after that. But anyway, there's a Horford miss. Derek Lively gets the rebound, and Kid called timeout at 93-90 after a missed shot from Boston that Dallas rebounded. I'm trying to remember if that's when. No, because that would have been
save energy. Was that when Luka already fouled out?
No, that was at the 6-minute mark.
So it was 6:11 to go. Kyrie makes the 3rd free throw. Brown turnover. PJ misses a 3. Tatum rebound. Holiday misses a 3.
Yeah.
Lively rebound. Mavs timeout. 5:25 to go.
I don't remember in the moment saying, "Oh my God, Jason, you're killing momentum." I don't remember saying that. I have to go back and rewatch it. I'm not going to because it means you're down 3-0. But to me, in those instances, it would be either to. This is a sloppy offensive sequence that we've had. Let's reset to get a good shot. and let's re-energize some legs.
Yeah, I would have to look at who was on the floor. That may have been a timeout to get somebody in the game.
Because in my notes, it was a 20-2 Mavs run. Then I wrote Luka keeps missing and his 5th foul. So that to me would say we're having some misses here. We're not getting great offense or shots. Let's go ahead and reset things. And then I have Kyrie cuts it to 1.
Yeah, Kyrie makes the 3 free throws. It's a Celtics turnover. PJ miss it. It's like you have this whole little back and forth where they're missing shots there. But to me, it's you gathered the rebound. Go ahead and push the ball down the floor. And like it doesn't make a ton of sense to me to go. I don't remember.
If you're not getting quality shots that you want in a do or die moment, I'm fine with you calling timeout to say let's draw something up. I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine with it.
And you know, again, it could have been a personnel thing. He could have been trying to get somebody in the game.
The only one I think
let's look and see on the substitution patterns if someone came in.
Yeah, I'm going to look at that right now.
I don't know that it on the way on this one. I don't know that it shows that.
But in general, I don't. Okay, it was not the critical error in the moment. I didn't feel like, but I do remember when the timeout was called. I was like, that's weird. You don't usually call a timeout off of a rebound of a missed shot from Boston. That seems a little odd.
No, you don't.
No, there's moments where, you know, if there's 4, 5, 6 straight misses, you're like, this is bad offense. We're taking bad shots, and we're off in terms of our execution. Let's reset. I mean, we've seen that plenty of times. I can't speak to it exactly last night, but it sounds like there were some misses. Zach and Mesquite. Zach, you were live after the Mavs lose Game 3. Go ahead.
So regarding the timeout, which is really what I want to talk about, it was taken right after Luke had gotten trucked by Jaylen Brown. So I think he was trying to give Luke a couple seconds to rest because he had missed 3 shots in a row. What I really want to talk about is I think we're skipping over Tim Hardaway Jr. and how awful he's played the last 3 years we've had him, and we continue to have to eat his contract and want to try, but he's absolutely garbage and can't take a shot to save his life.
Well, no one's skipping over it. He's the whipping boy of this team. There's no doubt about it. He's the number 1 target, and he's Joey Gallo. I mean, Bask has said it multiple times. A couple times during the course of the year, he's going to get red hot. You try to ride it, and then you try to figure out how not to have the bullets of his bricks be fatal wounds to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for confirmation, there was no substitute coming out of that timeout. The only substitute that occurred in the fourth quarter was when Luka fouled out.
That, to me, says it was just a rough, sloppy stretch. He wanted to reset. That's my best guess. Billy in Dallas, D&M Leasing Hotline. You are live on it, Billy. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys, for the call. Hey, I just wanted to say, guys, listen, I know everybody thinks the sky is falling, man, but all I want to say is keep the hope, man, because the Mavericks, man, we have a rookie in Lively. We just got all these other guys in the trade, and we're in the finals, man. The Celtics been there 3 years in a row, man. All we got to do, just be patient, be grateful for what we got this year, and just add a few more pieces, baby. And, hey, the Mavericks going to take it. Just hang in there, guys, and don't be discouraged. We on our way, man.
Oh, no one's discouraged about the future.
Nope.
Zip zero. No. As I said yesterday, this is not fluky in comparison to what I thought a couple years ago, making it to the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were not as good as Phoenix. I think everybody knows that. They got destroyed by them 3 games on Phoenix's home court. They won the 3 games here, and then they had played the game of their lives in Game 7. I don't think anybody really thinks they were truly better than that Phoenix team.
They weren't so far off from that.
They were
Phoenix
not
team.
so far off.
7-game series like that, it's hard to just be that far off from them.
Ivan and Irving. Ivan, you're up next here in the Expressway where we are commercial free. Go ahead, brother. Ivan. Oh, no.
Did you pronounce it correctly? Did Peyton put a note up there?
Yvonne. Zach in Little Elm. Let's go to Zach in Little Elm. Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, guys. I appreciate it. I just wanted to talk a little bit about my question is, I heard a lot about Porzingis being out. We were going to be able to do the pick and roll, live above the rim, do alley-oops, Lively. What happened with that? And then also just on the overall series, man, no one's hitting shots. I know Luka doesn't stop complaining, which drives all of us crazy. But how many open looks are just all of our guys just missing? I mean, we got to find role players that can, like we've been always saying since Luka's been here, that can make open shots. Just that's what Boston is got right now besides their stars.
Well, look, thanks for the call. Good points. The Porzingis out factor, they jumped on that early. I was tracking nothing but points in the paint. I was just tweeting it, a live update in the first quarter. They ended the first quarter with 20 paint points. The first bucket and possession of the game was Kyrie here. You're scoring, and you're going at the bucket.
Yep.
And he went right at Holiday. When they were up 22-9, they had 16 points in the paint. Gafford got an alley-oop, which we've rarely seen oops in the series, and Lively had an and one. Now, 20 points in the paint after the first quarter. They ended the game with 52. How does that compare to their other points in the paint when Porzingis was there games 1 and 2?
Game 1, they scored 46.
Ooh.
Game 2, they scored 52.
Wow.
But the difference to me was the way they came out, because they fell down 20. They were trying to get shots up after that, but they had it's the speed with which they came out and were able to establish the lead was all the paint. They were attacking the rim in that first quarter in a way that they haven't in this entire series.
Mm-hmm. Elliot you got something, Chop?
No, go ahead.
Elliot in Maybank. This is a place I want to go to check out a barbecue spot with a Tolo out there. Elliot, you're live on the Fan.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
So, the Mavs are soft. Kristaps is even softer. But y'all are the softest right now.
Oh, no.
How are y'all going to let a Celtics fan stay on the call and keep talking on this radio station? And then some Spurs fan calls it, y'all just sit there and listen and just let them keep on going. Hang up on them immediately. This is for Dallas fans only. Like, this is freaking ridiculous.
Did Peyton ask you what fan of a team you were when you called?
No.
Okay, exactly. So blame Peyton. We don't blame freaking. No, I'm not hanging on. Go. What's your basketball points? I like the passion. I like the homerism. What's your take?
Honestly, I blame Luka. He played like not himself at all. It's like he kept just trying to draw fouls the whole time and like get the refs to call fouls. I mean, he was just atrocious.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
And on defense, the amount of times the Celtics were able to run past him and grab rebounds when the shot would go up, he just turns his back. He's not looking. He's not trying to box out. Nothing. Whenever he's guarding that stupid wide, the Celtics turns his back. He's not even looking at him. They pass him the ball. He makes that three. It's like, what are we doing? Like, he's so great offensively, but he's so terrible defensively, and it's just so aggravating.
They're targeting him.
It's aggravating.
They're he is a marked man. He is a marked man out there. And you know, like, you mentioned Porzingis. The Celtics now get a break from that. They don't have to even attempt to bring him back in game 4. They could give him a couple extra days. That's assuming that he can even go anyway.
Yes.
But like, if they had lost last night, I mean, there's a chance that they do try to force him back for a game 4.
All right, let's finish it up. Great calls. Well, we'll see if we can squeeze in 2. Colby in Fort Worth. Colby, you're up next after the Mavs lose game 3. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen, or I should say lousy morning. I'm going to need some coffee after that one. All right, tell you what. I said it at 6 o'clock Monday evening. We have to hit the open shots. We didn't do that. Kyrie showed up. Luka disappeared in the fourth. Yes, he fouled out. He still disappeared. Rebounds is getting a little better. But the timeout Jason Kidd called, I know we talked about that. That was just to kind of slow everything down. It was getting a little chaotic. Shots were kind of going up at random, and they weren't following. Just kind of bring the troops back in, gather them, and say, hey, let's get back on track. Let's focus in. Let's go. As for sorry, guys. As for Tim, like I said, he's either going to be wet or he's going to be the Acme Brick #1 sponsor. He was the Acme Brick #1 sponsor.
Yeah.
And now we're just going to have to see if we can get a gentleman's sweep, get some pride, and get one win in here. If not, get the brooms out. We're done.
Thanks for the call. Let's finish it up with Banks in Dallas before the Neighborhood Watch on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Banks.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep. Yes, sir. Oh, man, that's a deep voice. Are you turning left or right now?
Hello.
What's that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Are you turning left or right?
Oh, man. I'm doing a drop off at the airport, man. It's traffic on the freeway.
Okay.
But let me get to it though. First of all, I'm so bleeping disappointed in Luka. That's a shout out to my boy Jared. But this is all about a historical thing for me with Luka. After the Western Conference Finals, everybody in the world was saying that Luka was the best player in the world. Everybody was saying that. And I was trying to tell everybody to slow down and pump their brakes. But now after this finals, it's looking like Jaylen Brown is the best player in this series. After what Luka has showed in the last two games, especially. So everybody wants to throw graphics up on the screen. He had the most points after a loss, and he's got more point average than MJ. MJ played defense. So after this series, the spotlight is going to be solely on Luka. That, yeah, he's a great offensive player, but that lack of defense that he has, that he can't really just stand in front of somebody and stop them, it's highlighting like it's never seen before, because everybody in the world got eyeballs on him now. So Luka, I'm so disappointed, because I was holding out for him to be the one to challenge MJ on the 6-0. But what this clearly shows, once again, like I got a text message from a family member last night, we will never see another like MJ ever again. And I guess my hosts were all dashed last night because Luka did not come through like the killer that I thought he was.
Great call. More importantly, great voice. Drive safe to the airport. Banks. All right. Great perspective from the Tolos. We'll get back to the NBA Finals and Brian Windhorst taking Luka apart at 8 o'clock. Right now, let's go local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Yes, it's neighborhood watch time, and we are going to be out and about in the neighborhood. We are going to be in Allen tomorrow for stop number 2 on the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour 2024. 810 Century Parkway in Allen. Going to have food from Palmer's, the very popular Tolo cooling towels that we gave away last year in Grand Prairie that went really fast. So if you want those, you may need to show up probably 6 a.m. club if you want to make sure that you get those. I mean, no guarantees that they'll be there at 8 o'clock or something if you try to come through there. So the earlier you get there, the better. Thanks to Palmer's, Firehouse Heating and Air, and Chill Boys for making it all possible. So if you have
Good morning, firefighter.
if you have ever lived in Allen, currently live there, work there, whatever else, I do have questions for you. So shoot us a text on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text at 877-881-1053. Let me hear from you, Allen people, because I need your expertise. All right, this week's Facebook community group post of the week comes to us from Carrollton, Texas Chat and News, where folks over there were sharing some of their odd stories about interviewing job applicants, because somebody had shared an image, a research study, and it was during job interviews. This is from intelligent.com. Employers say recent college graduates have struggled with eye contact, 60% of them. 55% have asked for unreasonable compensation, 52% dressed inappropriately, 35% used inappropriate language. 25% refused to turn on the camera during a virtual interview. And
what?
Yeah, and 20% brought a parent to their interview, something that we've heard before pretty consistently. So
I can't imagine.
I can't believe it.
I can't imagine going to a job interview with my mom.
No.
I just can't fathom a world where that would even exist. Now, maybe if I didn't have a vehicle and she had to drive me there and she sat in the waiting room,
right.
but not
That's
actually
different, yeah.
not actually in the office with the hiring manager. I can't. I don't. That
like you're there as their representation or something, like their agent. So somebody who posted this said, I had a girl come in one time wearing a B-word loves brunch shirt. Somebody else said someone at my job came in with crop top, skin tight black pants, and she informed us that she's an actress. This is just something that she's trying to cover time with.
And where is this? What area?
This is Carrollton that people were submitting some of their experiences. I interviewed one person who came into my office so high that he couldn't remember why he was there. Quickest interview ever. Hubby once had a woman show up to a Zoom interview from the public pool in a bathing suit with her kids screaming and her screaming back at them.
Wow.
So, what is everyone's experience on the fan text with job interviews, whether it be interviewing an applicant or maybe your kids, how they're handling job interviews? Sean, do you remember your first big job interview out of college?
I think it was all over the phone for the Rockford Lightning.
Oh, you got that gig too.
Yeah, well, they didn't pay me anything. And they're like, you got to dress like a muskrat during games as a mascot. So I had to drive on out to Rockford, Illinois. But I was thrilled because I was like, I'm going to be a NBA play-by-play.
Oh, baby.
And what was the line again that I discovered that Choppy told me about a couple weeks ago? Your play-by-play line that we love.
That's not from basketball.
Yeah.
That's
what was
from
it
baseball play-by-play.
But what was it?
He must be from Louisiana because that pitch was by you.
That is my favorite ever. Chop, do you remember your
and
first
I still could have hosted more television than that lead guy on NBA TV last night. I want to know who his dad is.
Oh my God.
Who is his dad? He's awful.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
Yeah. He was
Holy
not very good.
crap.
Sorry if you're listening out there driving around this morning, sir. But
Yeah.
Maybe you're new.
He is new. That was painful.
I don't really remember my first interview. My first job would have been like I worked at a golf course. But I knew the pro there, so I was just like, can I work here? And they were looking for kids. Like, I don't remember my first.
But always
job
collared
interview.
shirt, buttoned up.
Yeah.
Like,
even I wear a collared shirt.
Yeah.
When I go on job interviews.
You dress up better for interviews than weddings.
About 10 years ago, I went on a job interview and I just got too comfortable. It was a long discussion. We had gone out to lunch and then we had come back to the office, and it was like we were 2 hours into this conversation. And
were you trying to be an NFL head coach?
No. This is just because it was in Houston, so it was like I was in town. So they were, let's take you out to lunch, show you around a little bit.
Yeah.
And I definitely made an inappropriate reference that soon as it left my mouth, I was like, oh crap.
There's a point in a longer job interview or one where you think you're vibing, where you have to make the decision, am I going to cross the line here of being like, all right, like formalities aside, let's see how cool we really are with each other. Whether you're dropping the curse word, whether you make a reference to an attractive girl, whether you talk about getting wasted, whether you talk about smoking weed, if you have that long of an interview or you're on the third one and you decide to cross that to be like, that was our moment we clicked, or that was the moment where they thought I was a degenerate.
Some of the answers on the fan text 817. My wife was doing interviews yesterday for the city she works for. She had a guy say, I need to get paid, yo, in response to a question about his painting skills. Somebody else said we had a newly hired girl on her first day yesterday lock herself in an office bathroom for 45 minutes with an air duster can. She refused to come out for the paramedics after she was found naked and seizing on the floor. So there's a great first day. We're doing the neighborhood watch here, and RJ Choppy, your hero, was in town this week on Tuesday. Kevin Costner. Everybody's favorite actor, apparently. Do you know why he was in town, Chop?
He was here to meet with Taylor Sheridan about season 5 of Yellowstone.
He got the key to the city of Irving.
Oh, that's right. I saw that.
Where I'll be on Saturday for Father's Day.
Why?
You'll be in Irving?
Yep.
Okay.
Why are you going to be there, one? And two, why is this?
Lunch.
This is...
No free shout-outs.
This is exactly why people give keys to the city, though, is because of free shout-outs and things like that. This is somebody wanted to meet Kevin Costner. And like, well, if we give him the key to the city, maybe he'll just show. Like, there's no reason to give Kevin Costner the key to the city. But he showed up for it, which is great. He was given the key to the city.
We should take the key back because he screwed up Choppy's show and my mother's.
Exactly.
And Sharif.
So apparently he was given the key to the city because, quote, his celebration of the American West. So I guess they also think that we're on the West Coast like everybody else
Irving
does.
is also known like that's the heartland.
Yeah, Irving is the heartland. It absolutely is. It is the heartland of 183.
Oh, you Indian
right
Cowboys. I said that. It's my people. I can say that.
He said.
I can say
Costner,
that. And Irving, y'all need to pick it up, too. Y'all need to pick it up. Yeah, all the different Tolo spots that we go to, Irving does not represent.
You want to come out? Yeah,
and that's my people. Come on, y'all.
Costner said they were over there by the Mustangs in Las Colinas. That's where they were presenting him the key to the city. He said, I do appreciate it.
Is it Williams Tower or whatever it is?
Yeah, it's over there at, what is the exact name? Williams Square Plaza.
Yeah.
He said, I do appreciate it. I'm not too cool for school. The only gesture I can make back, truly, is that in my own profession that I choose to make a movie that will maybe touch you.
I love him. I think he's great. He's ruining the end of the show. Their schedules with him and the writing hasn't worked out. He's a fantastic You got killed. You got destroyed with that.
No, I
take.
didn't.
Oh.
Half of the people agreed
The
with me.
amount of people that texted me that were running a laundry list of movies.
Over what? Explain it real quick.
Oh, he was saying that Costner's not like a good actor. He's
from
not.
Field of Dreams to Bull Durham to Untouchables.
The Matrix is a great movie. Keanu Reeves was terrible in it. That doesn't mean it. And by the way, you were trying to throw out Waterworld and The Bodyguard.
I never
and
said
crap.
Waterworld. I said
People on the fan text were Waterworld was a great movie.
Oh, I couldn't stand Waterworld.
It was awful.
That was like labeled an all-time bad movie. I didn't see it.
I would absolutely though do this if I was the mayor of a city. If I needed to like look like a hero to my girls, like, oh, Taylor Swift, we're gonna give you the key to the city. You got to come out here and meet my kids, and we're gonna give you the key to the city. A legendary coach passed away this week. One of the most revered coaches in the history of high school sports. Robert Hughes was 96 years old. He was the winningest coach in the history of boys high school basketball. Spent almost 50 years coaching in Fort Worth. Most of that spent with Dunbar High School, where he won a state championship his last year in 2003. He was actually inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in 2017.
Wow.
So he is, I mean...
legendary.
Yeah,
legendary.
Big time. I know Byron Anderson from Tarleton State, who we talked about, he had posted something too about that was one of the first things he called was that championship game where they actually beat Kendrick Perkins' team, I think, was who he was coaching against for state that year. And he was, I mean, he is one of the most prolific coaches in not just Texas. That is the record nationally for most high school wins by a boys basketball coach, and just a legend in the area. 96 years old, passed away this week.
We're fortunate here to have a couple of coaches in multiple sports that were around a long time but did a lot in the community, and Hughes is one of them.
Yeah.
Expressway commercial free. We go local every Thursday with Neighborhood Watch with Bobby Roberto Bell. Brian Windhorse absolutely takes apart Luka Doncic, calling it inexcusable and unacceptable for what he did last night. See if you agree with this next on The Fan. But let's go ahead.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Doncic rules in his step here. Step back on Horford, puts up the three. And comes up short. Hauser the rebound. Hauser, no hesitation, nails a second three-pointer here in the first. And it's back to a three-point game.
A moment where Luka takes a minute to bark at the officials, doesn't sprint in transition, and you're playing 5-on-4.
By the way, Sam Hauser, his third three that he hit in the second quarter, one of those role player moments that they'll remember once Boston hoists championship number 18 after taking game 3 last night. Pritchard, been a pain in the ass. He D'd up Kyrie and Luka in like back-to-back possessions last night. The bank 3, they'll always remember as well. Those are the types of things only remembered in your city when you win the title.
It's really frustrating because it feels...
who was the other no-name who hit the 3 for them last night where the bench went insane?
Tillman.
Tillman.
Who shot 25% from 3 this year.
Did not make a 3 in the playoffs.
Yeah, and so that was your step in for Porzingis guy. And Tillman comes in and knocks that down. But man, it's frustrating because it's like every single aspect. If you look over the Mavericks course of time in the playoffs over the last 20 years, it's similar to watching this Boston team, similar to the way the Spurs used to smother Dallas defensively in series. Their dumb, ridiculous shot making with Lucky Banks feels like that Warriors series in 07. Where they were just hitting all these impossible shots. Like,
yeah, but let's not make it sound fluky. Like this feels like this is a legit 3-0 lead.
No. That's why that's why I'm saying it's all of these different parts. They've got the great defense with all that lucky ass shot making too. Like they've hit these bank shots or these 35-foot buzzer beaters at the end of the third. It's just they're getting all of that in addition to smothering you defensively and rotating the ball really effectively on offense and doing everything else that they do.
And of course, the point of the audio clip from ABC, Doris Burke and JJ Redick calling out Luka and a failure to get back defensively, basically 2 straight plays. It was 4 points at the end of the first quarter. So all that work that you did up 22-9 evaporates down to a 1-point lead after a Celtics 18-6 run. And again, after another first quarter, you don't have a comfortable lead. And Luka, of course, fouls out with 4 minutes left. This was Doncic, of course, allergic to any true responsibility in the postgame afterwards. It's always everybody else's fault.
I mean, I don't know. We couldn't play physical, so I don't want to say nothing, but, 6 foul in the NBA Finals, where I'm like this. Come on, man. Better than that. Every time they draw it, basically call a foul, so I try to be better. Gotta get better.
4 fouls in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and in 6 minutes or something.
Yeah.
I mean,
it 6 minutes.
It was.
I
instant.
blacked out. I don't even remember the other ones except for the 6th one.
It was instant. He went into the fourth quarter, hit 2 fouls, and it was, I think the first one he picked up was with like 10:30 left in the fourth, and then he fouls out by the 4-minute mark. But to that point, if you know that they're not letting you play physical, why on the other end of the quarter are you stopping down to complain about every call if you know they're not going to give it to you? Right now?
And look at the post to sit there. I mean, blaming the refs and that's it. I mean, that's disgrace. You can't do that. You made the foul. You committed the foul, dude. Like, you committed basically all of them. The referees were not in the bag for the Celtics in a 2-0 series.
They wanted to reverse that 6-1. They wanted to.
No, officials never foul out a superstar. There was a big controversy years ago when they went to the refs were caught on a hot mic when Shaq was asking how many fouls he had. In an NBA fouls, they were caught on a hot mic. How many fouls was on Shaq? The Shaq captain. Oh. They were not going to foul him out.
Yeah.
They wanted to know if he had 4 or 5, if they had one to play with.
And this is the boy who cried wolf personified. When you cry and bitch about literally, and I'm underlining the word literally, everything, you're going to lose the benefit of the doubt. You lose it. Like, in Luka Doncic's mind, no one ever makes a great defensive play. It's not possible against him. And when the replay shows and when the refs go back and look and it's a clean swipe, and yeah, he's going to get hit on the arm here and there and hit on the wrist. Everyone does. But when they make a clean defensive play, referees have to respect you a little bit more when you turn around and don't say anything and be like, that's on me, like, or a great defensive play to the other person. Not this glare and this stare down. We always get on baseball umpires for like looking like they are ready to step into a fight with a player umpire.
Right.
I wouldn't blame an NBA referee if he did it to Doncic. Like 3 or 4 times while I'm watching him, I'm like, if I was a referee, I'd be like, stop, bitches, shut up. Like, I'm going to throw you out of here. I would not blame an NBA referee for having that type of energy like baseball umpires do to managers and players, because that's how far he takes it.
You've got to do it.
He's relentless.
To the point where where nobody knows you're complaining. A catcher will argue with the umpire looking at the pitcher. He's got his mask on. Nobody can see that he is arguing. If he turns his head, the umpire knows.
You're showing him up.
You're showing him up. Same thing for the hitter. The hitter can look at the pitcher and complain to the umpire or just put his head down, and that's a lot different than looking back.
Yeah.
When you palms up like you're playing defense in 3rd grade, eyes popping out Tim Duncan style, that's one thing. But when you're running back, when you're running back on defense and you bark to the official,
yes,
nobody can really. Maybe the people in the first row could tell, but nobody else can.
Yeah, I mean, I think Windhorst nailed it on their pod this morning where he said you could have given Luka Doncic 8 technical fouls last night. The way he stopped down and was just aggressively fighting with like if that's a regular season game, he probably gets double teched and he's thrown out earlier than that point. And it's just irresponsible to stop and try and get a charge with 5 fouls. Especially on a play that is in motion like that. It's not like you were standing in the paint, got a chance to set up, and somebody bowled you over. You tried to draw a charge like off the dribble. It was stupid.
This is why Brian Windhorst is trending for what he said and wrote about Luka Doncic. Fill in the blank for ESPN.com. Luka's Game 3 performance was what? Windhorst wrote, completely unacceptable. No one can tell Doncic anything. Not teammates, not coaches, not executives, not media, not fans, not referees. There have been a lot of pleas and promises that he will improve, but this one is going to leave a mark. He's a truly brilliant player, once in a generation, but he's going to have to look in the mirror and confront his weaknesses before he's on the other side of a finals. His defensive effort has simply been crushing to his team. His complaining to the referees is painful, and his frustration fouls probably just cost his team a chance at making this a series because he fouled out. He's one of the biggest stars in the league, and that means he's held to a higher standard, especially at this level. He failed to meet it in this game, and he's going to have to deal with that whether he likes it or not. I could not applaud this more. An absolute bullseye from Brian Windhorst, and thank goodness someone on the national level wrote it. Thank goodness. Kendrick Perkins tweets it. Luka, got to stop the crying. Thank goodness someone with the credibility and even-headedness of Windhorst said it. Yeah, that's exactly the way I felt and tweeted last night.
And that should be... I hope people understand how damning that is, though, for Windhorst to be this firmly and aggressively writing it that way. And like that should be something that I know Luka likes to say to McMahon or somebody else, like, you're always writing bad things about me. You always have bad things. I hope he takes that to realize, like, Windhorst going after you like that should be...
Windhorst was like defending Cat after the 1,500 shots. He doesn't like to get in the ugly...
He's not unfair. He tries to give...
He's not shock jockey.
No, and for him to go... That means it really impressed upon Windhorst, like, this is awful what Luka Doncic is doing.
Are you holding your heart?
I hit the volume of the headphones with my hand, and it spiked, and Bobby's high-pitched voice pierced me. You go back about 30 seconds on the fan cam, and you'll be able to pull the video of me jumping.
I thought you were
fear.
I thought you were grabbing your chest because you just saw Brooks hit a drive or something. You're like, oh my, look at that drive.
But I don't want to create a minor stir here, but Tiger Woods is one off the pace.
8:20. We will update the U.S. Open. Danny, Sean getting cooked in his comments. Y'all have to remember he's Dallas media. He needs to talk about something to get clicks. And I got this from a couple of morons. And Danny is an all-time moron. He always has been, and he always will be on social media. You're a blind homer. You got your head up your rear end, and you don't understand leadership whatsoever. You're just immune to the whole conversation. You're not capable of having it land, and you're not capable of separating anything. You can be amazing. You can be once in a generation. You can be responsible for the Dallas Mavericks being this far. And all of that is true for Luka Doncic. It does not mean you are immune and you're perfect for the rest of your career. We're getting all-time high ratings for this morning show. Did that cancel our weekly Monday meetings with Spittle? He sits in there and says, let's tweak this. Let's watch this. Let's be careful with that. That's how like real progression and growth happens. But Luka is used to you. You're part of the problem, Danny. You Luka enablers have caused him to not listen or care about any of the criticism. He thinks he's invincible. He thinks he already has 3 titles. You're part of the problem. And if you don't think that someone who is crushing it in life can be told anything to improve, you're delusional.
Is it Jets Aaron Rodgers like with the way they handle him? Sometimes just like, nope, he's in control here. Don't piss him off too much.
No, they're just too dumb to say. Their response is, to blame him for the series. I'm not blaming him for the series. I'm talking about what has to in the end of year meeting when you sit down with your boss and they go, all right, you crushed it here. Where can we improve? That discussion has to take place. If my child, Chopper, you can speak to this. If my kid grows up to be the best Little League baseball player on his team, and he leads them in home runs, and he's the best pitcher, and they get to the championship game basically because he's the star, but throughout the year, he's complaining on any called strike. He turns around and shows up an umpire because he's this little brat who knows he's the man. And we get to the championship game, and he gets tossed in the second inning because he gets squeezed on a call, and he gets thrown out, and his team loses the game. You better be damn sure in the car I'm ripping his rear end and at home for acting like a punk. Not just because he's the best player, not just because he's the reason they're in the title game, do I turn my head or put it in the sand and say, you know what, Ollie, you're the man. You're really the reason why these scrubs are here. You can act however you want. No, you get tossed in the championship game because you struck out for the 3rd time all season long and you showed up an umpire like a little brat. That's what this is. That's what this is. And anyone who go ahead and enable your kid any which way you want. Chop, again, you could speak to it. You got 2 kids at play. You are not immune from the criticism or improvement because you're the best player. Right. And you can act however you want in different moments. No.
No, you're not.
Not at least the way it's going to be in my house.
Get
out of here.
The city, the fans, the organization, they didn't create this Luka. They're not trying to change it though. Like Luka was I bet you if you were to go and watch, his Real Madrid team or whatever, he was probably pretty close to the same. When I was working with the Legends back before I was unceremoniously fired for Jared Sandler, the people that worked in the front office did say, like, when you go and watch games in Europe, like, they do call the game differently, and that's why a lot of the Euros complain a lot when they come here.
Yeah,
those are calls those are called fouls. The European basketball is a physical league, but they call the fouls. Whereas here, it's the same physicality, but they don't call the fouls.
Yeah,
and that's part of where where's this? What and it's an adjustment. Some guys adjust to it, right? Some players adjust to it, and there's a progression. It's been 5 years, 5th year, 6th year, whatever. However, it's been long enough. Like, you're here now, right? You're here now. Again, when he goes and he plays this summer, does he regress because he goes back and they're playing European, international rules and such? Who knows? But yeah, it's like he wasn't created. His annoyance with the calls wasn't created here. Right? He's probably always been somebody like that.
He was a teenager then, though.
Right? But he's a teenager.
He hasn't grown since
he hasn't
teenage
grown up,
years.
and no one's checked him. It appears no one's checked him.
Yep, totally agree. Anything to finish up with there?
I think the whining ultimately, the part we haven't talked about enough probably is just that whining and the insistence of challenge it, like that ego that then you waste your challenge and you don't have it to use on a legitimate questionable foul call with PJ Washington is another way that it cost us.
Well, Kid had to challenge. He had to challenge.
He had to because it's. But I mean, you're talking about a 3-point game with 5 minutes left. There's going to be something down the stretch.
No, but you can't lose it. You have to try to reverse the 6
But it's not going to be.
You didn't think it was like 60-40 in the replay?
No.
I did. He had to. He had to challenge that. I don't even think that one can be a discussion, but it did cost on the PJ. 877-881-1053, the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. The U.S. Open has started. Tiger Woods is high up on that leaderboard. Corey Seager is back. And some developing J.J. Redick news. All next with Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to
Loss, that's soda, and I'm brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-2 again. That ball is hit high and deep into right field. Hayward going back, looking up, and it is out of here. Midway up the bleachers in straightaway right. In his first game back at Dodger Stadium as a Dodger opponent, Corey Seager blasts a 3-run home run to put Texas on top 3-1.
How about that moment? The defensive moment to end the game. Corey Seager comes back, his first regular season game at Dodger Stadium since leaving LA, his 7th go-ahead home run of the season. The 7 go-ahead home runs lead the Rangers. They rank 5th in baseball, according to Jared Sandler. He extends his career best on-base streak to 29 games. Zeke Duran with a season-high 8-game hitting streak. And the bullpen note, David Robertson, the first pitcher this year to strike out Betts, Ohtani, who went deep again, and Freeman in order in the same inning. Rangers with an awesome 3-2 win last night on the Fan.
That's a pretty good stat. That's a modern day murderer's row to try to get through. I mean, that's fantastic. That's a solid. That's an inning for the year. That's a solid inning right there. This is a good win. I mean, they're a major dog in this game on the money line. The Dodgers, they've been basically running through everybody. Just took 2 or 3 from New York over the weekend, and now they looked like, if you go based on Vegas, they were looking to take the first 2 of this series, and now you got Yamamoto. We get a little Yamamoto action. That's going to be fun.
Thank God Corey Seager was back, though, and hit that home run, because otherwise you're getting a big old goose egg up there offensively once again, because this is just they're still struggling at the plate outside of what he can do for you. White Langford got another hit, though, so that's good.
8:30 pregame, 9 o'clock first pitch. I was hoping it was afternoon for Yamamoto, but that would have meant that maybe we had an hour off. But at least we get live U.S. Open coverage, which we will get to after the developing tweet from Adrian Wojnarowski. JJ Redick will formally interview for the Lakers job this weekend, and a strong performance is expected to move him to the forefront of the franchise's search after, is it Borrego? He is in Cleveland apparently talking to the Cavs. James Borrego has been the other name. But here's JJ Redick. I got to go see the timeline of when Shams, Shams tweeted.
I was about to say, if Shams didn't get this first, how mad is he going to be? They're like, are you kidding? I've been on this scoop the whole time, and it got handed over to somebody else. But
he didn't get it first. I saw him on the court last night as well, because he hasn't tweeted for the last 14 hours.
Oh, my God.
Last 14 hours.
Good for you, Kay Adams.
Somebody lose his phone?
I was thinking that exact same thing.
So, I mean, is this the expectation then? That, like, is JJ Redick anticipating a sweep? Like, yeah, my weekends will be free. Don't worry. Friday night after Friday, the game will be over. I won't have to worry about this anymore.
I have to hire Redick if I'm the Lakers now. Yeah. I have to have a splash for that city. I have to get a splash hire. It can't be James Borrego. I'm not bringing back Frank Vogel. I go and get J.J. Redick and try to save some face with this embarrassment.
That's interesting that is a splash hire. A guy who's only coached 10-year-olds is a, you know what I mean? You know, it just doesn't make it's not like,
well, he's the star name.
Yes, he's a name. Yeah, he's a name. He's an analyst. He's a name. It's they're in a that Laker franchise is in a spot right now. They're at a major crossroads. Like they've got another year or two with LeBron, and
maybe having to deal with the Bronny dynamic.
And the Bronny dynamic, who knows?
And street clothes.
Yep. And look, they're going to get players of the Lakers. There's always going to be people that want to go to play in LA. That's not going to change.
Yeah, but I mean, it does. The luster's off of them. They definitely seem like the fact that they were going after Hurley as strongly as they appeared to be going after him feels like they know we're in a transition period here where we're going to have to start rebuilding for the future a little bit, or at least renovating for the future a little bit.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. So that is the very latest on what's happening with the Rangers and the association. What is happening right now with a golf major?
I want to say that this is a logjam at the top. I don't think that's the appropriate word. We have a 16-way tie for first place.
16?
There are 16 players at 1 under par, including Tiger Woods and Brooks Koepka and Tony Finau and Sergio Garcia and Patrick Cantlay and Lucas Oberg. There's a log jam at the top. And then you've got, I think it's also, you can throw Morikawa in there, who just birdied. Ricky Fowler's a stroke back. You got a ton of guys that are right there, a stroke back. Then you go all the way down to the bottom. And there's Phil. Phil's having a tough day. 4 over through 4. Now, still half the field has not teed off yet. You've got, this is the largest field of the year. There's 160 golfers in this thing. Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele, they'll tee off around 12:15. Bryson DeChambeau and Hovland and Wyndham Clark will tee off at 12:30. So you got a lot of guys still to come later on today. But there you go, a 16-way tie for first place. And Rory McIlroy also teeing off at 12:15.
I was actually excited about the U.S. Open this year because did you see the high school teacher who qualified for this?
Very cool.
Which is cool. I do actually, that is something legitimately I love about golf, is that you can get those kind of Cinderella stories that you can't get that sort of experience really with anything else like you get with golf. That's cool. But you can't tell me that
here we go.
Mr. Cotter can go out there and make the U.S. Open. He can qualify for the U.S. Open, but I couldn't go step out there and shoot 80? Please. I'm tired of hearing how difficult this sport is.
This is...
Pepe said Yamamoto is scratched from tonight.
Oh, he's not scratched?
By the way.
Not sure why, but he's not in the lineup tonight.
Bet online with the U.S. Open odds sent to me. Scotty Scheffler, the favorite, of course, at 7-2. Rory and Xander tied at 12-1. Rory got back with his wife?
Yes. So this happened like the week of the PGA Championship where they were.
It was a good run, Amanda, from CBS.
Yes, and then there was rumors that he was with one of the golf reporters from CBS, and that has apparently fizzled. And either he wanted to come back, and he wanted to leave, and he's like, "Hey, I'm coming back," or she took him back. One of the two things happened, and now him and his wife are reconciling.
Morikawa 14-1, and then Brooks, Bryson, Hovland were at 22-1 to win. Is it Aberg or Aberg?
Oberg.
Oh, it's A-B-E-R-G.
I know. I think he's Swedish.
Hey, could you put that in parentheses for me? Damn it, Bobby! You got me. I give you credit. You got it before I did. He's at the top of the leaderboard. He was 25-1.
Yeah,
and
those odds.
John Rahm 30. This is where you F up. This is where you F up. Just shut up. You had a great joke. We all responded. You just take a sip of your drink and shut up and lay out and let it breathe. Just let it breathe.
Yeah, and Rahm pulled out.
God almighty.
Ron pulled out.
Oh,
he withdrew. Yeah. So he had a foot.
Like Randall Cobb.
Right. He had a foot infection.
Like Yamamoto.
So, what really happened is he took one look at this god-awful golf course and said, I don't want any part of this. And this is a great place, Pinehurst.
Is the course going to win?
Yeah, the course is going to win. They were showing photos of, like, if you just roll the ball up by the green and it just rolls right off 30 feet. That's not golf. There are times they make it challenging. That's great. And you've got to make it challenging. Sometimes they do it like this with these false fronts and the crowned greens. That ain't golf. That's just stupid. It's a clown show out there. And that's what the U.S. Open loves to try to do half the time.
All right, the payload was so good this morning. Not really. We just have a few minutes to kill. And Peyton had a leftover story, and we turn it back over to you, sir.
So, look, and thank you so much. The payload was awesome at 6:40 this morning. So we all have, the hardest thing to do in a man's life when you're in a relationship is to understand what a woman is trying to say. You know, the word "it's fine" doesn't really mean it's fine. You know, them saying "okay," texting "K" doesn't really mean okay, you know, it's over. So there's an issue. So this is a little bit of audio here. I know it's all set up, but it is what it's like if a man had a girlfriend translator in this situation.
Hey, do you want to go get some ice cream or something?
Yeah, I can take you to get some ice cream.
You're not going to have any ice cream?
No, I had some food before, but I can take you to get some.
No, that's fine.
But you just said you wanted to get ice cream.
It's fine. Hi. Who's that? I'm his girlfriend interpreter. It's a subscription service. I don't want to get ice cream unless you're also getting ice cream because I can't enjoy it without you. Doing it by myself will make me feel unloved and like a fat pig.
Okay, well, I'll get some ice cream, sure. That sounds like fun.
No, the moment's gone now.
What?
I don't want ice cream anymore. You've ruined it because you're just going to do it because you know that I wanted you to. But you have to want it yourself.
Do you want to do something else?
Sure.
What about putt-putt?
Like mini golf?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'd rather gouge my own eyes out than play mini golf with you. I think every woman probably secretly hates putt-putt. It's dumb.
So the translator works both ways here, but I think it would make life a lot easier if we all had a personal translator to know what our girls are saying.
100%. Happened in Mexico. We were in the pool, and we had met these couple other couples. And we were just sitting down there, hanging out. And she goes, she said that she wanted to go upstairs and get ready for dinner and take a shower, relax. But she said it like 6 times to me. Hey, I'm going to go upstairs. And she kept saying it over again. And I was like, go ahead. I did not pick up on the fact that that was her way of telling me that she wanted me to come up there with her just so we could get some alone time. I was not thinking. I had a ton of ranch waters at the time. Like I was not there. I said, this is a time where you just tell me, hey, come on upstairs with me. Yeah. Look, I would have gladly gone.
I can pick up on a lot of that. Where I get suckered in is when she's fake asking my opinion for something. When in reality, she just wants confirmation for her opinion. Yeah. And so I always had a buddy of mine said the way he got around that in his marriage was whenever it's like, which shades should we use, these or these? Then he would go, man, I don't know. Which one are you thinking? And then when she gives her answer, he goes, yeah, see, I was kind of leaning that way too.
Amanda thinks I do that to her, and I do that to her sometimes. I ask for the opinion. It drives her crazy in a restaurant. I'll ask the server, what do you suggest?
And then not go with the
suggestion because it's not.
Yeah, I get it. Like the same way.
And she's like, why do you ask them? They don't know. And I'm like, they have to know. They should know. They work here. They know what's the most popular. They've eaten all the food. They get the employee discounts. I'm just wanting them to name one of the 3 things I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's it. Yeah.
Like, just hit on one of these. And she, oh, God, it drives her crazy. She said, why'd you ask me if you weren't going to go with it? I was like, I just wanted to know what you thought.
Yeah.
That's it. Sometimes I go with it and sometimes I don't. 877-881-1053. Franklin the Franco injury attorney text line. Did y'all get, you got triggered? Danny, you got triggered.
Oh, no.
By my Luka take. Well, I'm about to have I'm about to get some revenge on myself. Bobby Bell is about to trigger me with Dak Prescott is really LeBron James.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
And below the bell. That's Peyton Russell with a shots fired. Nice job, Jesus. Next on the Fan. But I've been talking about the Hurtado Masterclass with Brandon Hurtado.
one Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Dak Prescott is Luka Doncic. That's so 2 weeks ago. He's actually LeBron James. It's not according to me. It's according to a former NFL scout who says this.
Well, then Brian Broaddus should be fired. The Wolchuk may beat his ass anyway.
So, John Middlecoff.
It's a bad running joke.
I was tuned in yesterday to G-Bag Nation for the return of Wolchuk because I wanted to see if we were going to get some fireworks. We didn't. There were some testy exchanges at times. There was at one point Wolchuk's throwing it over to Broaddus for a question, and Brian goes, I really wasn't listening. I honestly didn't care what you were asking. What'd you ask? So there was some tension there. It was pretty enjoyable. But John Middlecoff is a former NFL scout. He worked for, it was the Eagles, and I think he worked for the Jets as well. But he was a scout for the Eagles for a few years, and he is now a podcast host. He had been a radio host in San Francisco. Now he's a podcast host for Colin Cowherd's The Volume. And he had made a comparison, a little bit of a clickbait headline that was discussing his comments, but he made a comparison to Luka Doncic or to Dak Prescott and LeBron James on his podcast that I don't think is so far off base. Peyton?
What's the auto cut?
It's the John Middlecoff cut that we set up this entire
37.
time.
Set it up again.
37, Peyton.
What are you? Stop!
Okay,
No! Stop! What are you doing? What are you doing back there?
Nothing. I was just having reset it up again.
Listen, the first time.
After 6:40 on Thursdays.
Listen, the first time with it.
6:40 on Thursday. That's it.
Put your neck pillow on or whatever you have to do.
No, that may have been the problem.
John Middlecoff.
Around your ears, apparently.
John Middlecoff on Dak Prescott and his future in Dallas.
Okay, let's say you let him walk. Who's going to be your quarterback? Trey Lance? Like, who's your option? You're not going to suck, so you're not going to have the number one pick in the draft. And I don't think this is a great quarterback year for the draft, at least sitting here in the middle of summer. Middle of the summer strong, early summer. That's kind of the conundrum you're in. That's where Jerry's in this weird spot. And it's also where Dak does have, it's crazy to say, still has some leverage. Okay, you guys aren't going to play with me? Good luck. See ya. I'll go to the Raiders because they will sign me. But who are you going to play with? It's part of the reason the Lakers are going to sign LeBron James. They're not winning a championship. They got no chance. But he does keep them relevant, and he does keep them in the playoff mix. And Dak does keep you in the playoff mix. And there is something to be said for that.
So he's less comparing Dak to LeBron James, like the headline said, but he is comparing that, and I don't think it's a bad comparison, that the Mavericks, the Cowboys are in a little bit of a similar state right now in terms of evaluating Dak that the Lakers probably are with LeBron, of like, how much do we start it over versus hang on with somebody who will keep us competitive, but we're having questions about where it can push us over the top.
Well, that's been the Mike Bassick / RJ Choppy criticism for a long, long time, that they're not willing to take any step backwards. That being irrelevant is their biggest fear.
It is. It's that's one of the fears. This is sometimes what happens, because like you can't. Sometimes you can't separate the financial side of things from the production side of things, and sometimes they. That's what Boeing's dealing with right now, right? This is Boeing, right? This is bringing it down. That's what they've been dealing with for a while. You sometimes, when you try to do what's in the best interest of the production or the success of your company, sometimes it takes away from the bottom line. And that's a short-term loss for a long-term gain. I'm not saying they should get rid of Dak Prescott, but like if they wanted to blow it all up, that's the problem they're in. Because this team, I don't believe Jerry will blow it all up. He has no problem moving on from Tony Romo when Dak Prescott's 16 games into his career, and he's like, oh, okay, we can do that now.
Right.
But he would not have moved away from Tony Romo if Dak didn't show up. Or if Dak did show up and Dak played like Kellen Moore, Tony Romo, they would have stunk for the first couple of games. Romo would have come back. Who knows what would have happened? And then they would have gone into 2017 with Tony Romo, who's broken, with no plan for the future, because they would not have drafted a quarterback in the 2017 draft. I don't think they would have gone in there with Romo because they would have given him, well, we owe it to Tony to give him one more chance.
Yeah, there's two ways to think about it. Number one, we want to re-sign our quarterback because we can win a championship with him. The other is we want to re-sign the quarterback so we can win the division and be in a conversation with 10 or 11 wins. And the Cowboys right now are in a 10 or 11 win conversation versus thinking, Cowboy fans, a lot of them feel this way. I don't know how the Cowboys feel. That it's 10, 11 wins, win the division, top of the TV ratings, all the talk shows, versus we know he can win the Super Bowl. Because right now the evidence does not suggest that.
No, it doesn't. But look, this is what now?
And for the record, for the 90th time, I would still give him his money. I would still pay him his contract.
Yeah, it's like I always make the joke about Lamar Jackson, but I also said consistently a year or two ago that when his contract was coming up, it was like, you still have to pay Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
we have to do it.
We live in NFL fear.
Yeah, and so now that we've...
I respect you if you have the balls to go ahead and roll the dice, but I wouldn't have the stones to do it unless I'm like fresh off championships. I wouldn't have the stones to do it. I'd be too scared and re-sign up Lamar and re-sign up Dak.
So we successfully in the last 2 weeks, Sean, have compared Dak to Luka. Today, LeBron James.
What was the Luka one?
Well, that was more not really me comparing him to Luka. You kind of put that on me is when we're talking about the single game playoff elimination. And I just said, if Luka had played single game playoffs, I said we would have a completely different view of him because they lost game one every single time. So it was not me actually saying, I was just saying, about
when Dak's more apt comparison is
Michael Jordan.
Not even Jason Tatum. Donovan Mitchell, maybe. Not even Harden. Maybe Donovan, maybe a little bit better than Donovan Mitchell. I don't know what's between Donovan Mitchell and Tatum.
I mean, Michael Jordan.
Just move on to the next thing.
Okay, you want Micah Parsons' ego or Sean Payton's smarminess?
You vote first.
Micah.
Same.
All right.
Derek Holland hit me up over this yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I saw Holland. Holland was putting it up on his Instagram story. So this is over. This is cut 29, Peyton. Well, there's 229. So this is the Glassnow 29, Peyton. Tyler Glassnow was talking to Chris Rose.
Set it up again for him.
Tyler Glassnow was talking to Chris Rose, and Chris Rose had pointed out to him what Micah Parsons recently had to say about what he could do with 500 Major League at-bats, and Glassnow, best friend of Sean Sharif, pretty much burst out laughing.
This is Micah Parsons talking about trying to hit Major League pitching. I want you to listen to this.
He played in 162 MLB games, 5 at-bats every game. How many hits do you think you could get?
I think I get about 200. No, the pitchers are not good. Hold on, let me do the percentages because I think I can go about 200. Oh, he's crazy. Like average 200.
Okay.
I mean, okay, what?
Well, what's your reaction? Go ahead.
First, I have to look at, did he ever play baseball? No. If he had a 500 at bats, 5 hits.
That's what I said.
Maybe. Yeah, 5 hits for sure. I don't think I think once he steps in and sees like a big league, like he'd be like, oh, never mind. Like you know what I mean? I think it's good to have the confidence. I appreciate the confidence, but 5 hits, maybe.
I asked Holland, I was like, do you think Glassnow's right about 5? He's like, 5 is the max.
5 is generous. Go stand in when we did this against the softball pitchers. I mean that you want to be humbled real fast, and then make the pitches change speed and go different directions. I even get ready to jump when the catcher cam is up or the behind the batting cage of that ball whistling in, and then you start moving. Like forget about making contact, identifying the pitch. Like just trying to guess when to start swinging so you can at least make contact to foul it off so you don't embarrass yourself. Mike is out of his mind.
If you were to give 500 just fastballs, okay, so you're just throwing fastballs, an athlete will be able to time it up eventually.
Yeah.
So he'll get more. If he was just getting fastballs, he'd get more than 5 hits. The moment you change location, you change eye level,
Michael Jordan with the curveball,
or you change speed,
which Dak could probably hit too.
You are
sure.
Cooked. The moment you change speeds, eye level, locate, you are cooked.
Yeah.
So yeah, if he was throwing just fastballs, you'll eventually time it up. You'll run into a dozen or so hits, 20 hits, maybe. But the moment they change speed, you're done.
Micah's responded to this. He quote tweeted it last night. What do you think his response to this was? Do you think he was humble?
No.
Is that a challenge? Was his reply to Tyler Glass.
Baby.
So he wants, I guess he wants some Bleacher Report content.
Yeah.
He is always looking to produce some content for them. This
I
also
stood in against Derek. It was like...
What is his baseball background, if any?
Okay, so I saw him at the home run derby a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, he put swings on it.
Yeah.
He crushed one. He hit one
He's strong,
probably.
I mean...
Oh, he hit one, I would
No,
guess.
but I'm just saying, did he stand like he knows how to swing?
He did stand like he knows how to swing. I would guess that ball traveled 380.
Okay.
400. I mean, it was up the hill in left center field. I think it cleared that area onto the street. It was a moonshot, but it's BP. It's BP level. He's strong. He'll run into a few. If it's just fastballs, he'll time it up eventually. He'll run into a few.
Well, he's already got a reputation for hitting some of the top talent in the world, Micah Parsons, because as was tweeted by the NFL account the other day, going for 6, football with the little handshake emoji, cricket. So Micah met up with a cricket superstar.
I've been getting a lot of cricket messages here for the Metroplex.
I have too.
Over in Grand
Was there
Prairie.
a tournament here?
Yeah, Grand Prairie. We had the U.S. team had one of the biggest upsets in like the history of cricket. Apparently, they beat Pakistan, and this was Micah playing with one of the best cricket players in the world. And of course, Micah quote tweets it. There's a shot of him swinging the little cricket paddle or whatever you call that, and he says, "I can say I hit off the best bowler in the world." So Mike already apparently is getting hits off of the best pitchers. I don't know what you call them. Bowlers. The best bowlers in cricket. Mike is already hitting them. So
how
bring
many,
it, Tyler Glass.
How many
now.
hits did you have against Holland?
I just did one at bat.
Oh.
So it was just, I mean, my eyes didn't even train myself yet. It's like he threw one fastball. I couldn't, but by the time I was ready to pull the trigger, because I hadn't stepped into the box in 20 years. Then he throws one low and away, which, I mean, that's a whole different animal. And then he basically buckles my knees with the curve. And I was like, see ya. Cam Rupp was the catcher. I turned to him, and I was like, all right, I'm out of here, man. I'll never do this again.
Below the belt every day at this time here on Sean and RJ with our Cowboys Insider. And this is your home of Dallas Cowboys football on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Final Maverick calls if you want to vent, if you want to go off on me, Luka, Jason Kidd, Hardaway, or just give the Celtics their props. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to talk about Game 3 next.
Well, the weekend is fast.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Brown runs into Doncic, blocking foul, and that's it. He's fouled out. Luka Doncic has fouled out with 4:12 remaining.
Final hour. The guys are fist pumping. I am not. Mavs are down 0-3. Obviously, this is over. And this is the final hour of Sean, RJ, and Bobby before we take the show on the road tomorrow. Allen Firehouse starting at 5:30 with giveaways and food.
It's going to get crazy. I'm going to have some Allen Eagles gear on. I got to go to Allen today to go buy some, I think. I'm going to have to go stop in the Walmart or something like that, pick up some Allen Eagles stuff. Plano East, though, when I said that the other day, that I was going to do that, the Plano East people who brought us the Plano East hats to the Wiley Firehouse, they said, nope, we're going to stop by and we're going to bring you more Plano East stuff. So
that's tomorrow. Mavs were up 22-9 in the first quarter. Then they were getting smoked in the fourth quarter. And then they have a 20-2 run to cut it to 1. Luka fouls out. Jaylen Brown puts a stamp on it. He is the best player right now in the Boston Celtics. Is he the best player in the series? I don't know about that. Kyrie did show up, but it was not enough as the Boston Celtics win their 10th straight playoff game. Is this 14 in a row now that Kyrie has lost against them? It's either 13 or 14.
They're doing the Rangers bit. They're undefeated on the road this entire playoffs. The only two they've lost were at the Garden.
Oh, wow.
Final Tolo phone calls at 877-881-1053. If you want to rant, if you want to vent, go ahead and get the calls in. Omar in Plano, start us off. Omar, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, what's up, guys? Being down 3-zip, I mean, there's really not much to say. Like I said, no one's dying. It's not over till it's over, right? So, and secondly, I know it's right now depressing. I wanted to mention this. I really think you guys should check out the game of cricket. I went to the USA Pakistan. It's like the Cricket World Cup, but it's the T20 World Cup, so it's a faster game. And it's like, I mean, Pakistan and India played in New York. They had 1 million inquiries for tickets.
Wow,
people were
1 million?
betting on the tickets. Yeah, 1 million. Check it up. Look it up if you guys don't believe me. And look up the ratings for the Pakistan versus India match in Long Island as well. And it's really fun game if you get into it, especially when you're going for your team. Your team's batting second, and you're going on that run chase. I really think you guys would like it. You guys actually look into the game and learn how it's played. It's really fun. You guys would really enjoy it.
Thank you, Omar. Of course, it had to be a guy named Omar advocating.
I'm gonna become
my middle name.
I'm gonna become the cricket. That's what I'm gonna do.
The insider.
Yep, the cricket insider. A lot of people do play that down the street from us at the house.
Bristol and Oak Cliff. Bristol, you're next up on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I appreciate you for taking my calls. I met you guys in DeSoto at the firehouse in DeSoto. I always appreciate you guys, and I appreciate y'all taking my call once again. But I want to talk about Luka, the way he's playing. He's kind of playing for fouls instead of playing like he's not really hooping. And then another thing is the other guys for Boston is beating our other guys from Dallas. So I think the combination of those two is kind of putting us in a bind where we're losing these games.
Thanks for the call. You know, yesterday in listening to all the Jerry West memories, props to your son, by the way.
Dude, I was proud of him yesterday, man. My youngest Julian sent me a text. Jerry West died. Like,
and how old is he?
He's 11. Exclamation mark. I was like, yeah, he did. I said, like, how do you know who he is? And then he, obviously he's 11. So what do you mean is WDYM? What do you mean? I love him. He's on he's the NBA logo. He has 9 finals appearances, only won 1. Grimacing face. But yeah, he's cool. And he's like, my For You page is basically basketball. So I was like, I mean, Peyton, he knows more.
We're going to have a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Julian versus Peyton. And how young is Peyton Russell for Bobby's money?
I bet Julian would be able to play the Middlecoff cut if I threw it to him.
We'll do that tomorrow. That's from Below.
He's so bad.
But would Julian know Jesus?
Text him the name. Ask him, how do you pronounce this?
Yeah, how do you pronounce this? So, in a lot of the Jerry West memories, Reggie Miller, Adam Silver, they all basically said, man, Jerry West was brutally honest. Shaquille O'Neal said the same thing. And he would tell Adam Silver, you're doing a bad job here running this league. You're doing a terrible job. Because he's freaking Jerry West, and he can say that. And Magic Johnson had this long tribute where Jerry would write down after every practice and every week how you can get better. Here are the weaknesses. It made me think of Luka after he left his guys and his team out there to die with 4 minutes left. And he's screaming at the bench, lashing out at them. Challenge that. And it's always someone else's fault. Does Luka have that like Dirk had Holger? Because that's what I think he needs to try to get over this Achilles heel hump of the whining, the complaining, the immaturity, and the conditioning. Like there has to be some. It was a problem for Michael Jordan in ownership. Michael Jordan threw a hissy fit because Charles Barkley tried to tell him the truth about having yes men around him, and Michael, like a petulant little brat, not used to anyone telling him the truth because he's a god walking on water, and he stopped talking to Charles after they were best friends, like a little brat baby, because he couldn't handle reality or couldn't handle a differing opinion. How dare you say that to me? I'm Michael Jeffrey Jordan. And Jerry West gave that hardcore truth and reality to anyone. He didn't give a crap who you were. And
it's odd that Michael couldn't take that because it seems like he took it in his playing career. But he couldn't take it in his executive career.
But how did he didn't take it from friends. He took it from the media.
Media, or Phil did too.
Well, I think, but Phil, like, Michael passed the ball. But he took it from the media. A scoring champion cannot win the NBA Finals. Michael Jordan isn't strong enough to deal with the Pistons. And then he was furious and ticked off and got in the weight room and all that stuff.
Yeah.
My point is, I hope Luka has, but I hope Luka gets a Jerry West or a Holger to get him out of this, because that was ridiculous last night, as Brian Windhorst said on ESPN.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him, because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
And guys, please, I'm begging you, stop with the texts and the tweets of they're only there because of him. It does not matter. It doesn't excuse what he did and what he does. It's irrelevant to the conversation. It's irrelevant. What are you doing there? Micah Parsons cannot get 23 sacks and then get thrown out of the first quarter or second quarter of the Super Bowl and just be given a pass because Micah is the best defensive player on the Cowboys. It's irrelevant to the talk. Luka, what would have been acceptable last night is if he collapsed from exhaustion because he's carrying them so much, or he's coming up short on some of the shots because he's so tired. These are controllables. These are easy controllables for him that he has to cut out of his game. Complaining, no one ever makes a great defensive play on him. Getting your ass up and getting back on defense versus the quick 4 points that the Celtics were able to score at the end of the first quarter. Making the mental decision not to put the season and your game in jeopardy with the 6th blocking foul. Those are controllables. If he's exhausted, if he's got nothing left to give because he's got to carry so much of the offense, which he does, those are excusable things. These are not. These are not. They are well within his control because of his behavior and because of his attitude and his conduct.
Be a matador when you have 5 fouls. Like, let them go by you. Like, give up the 2 to
unless
be able
it's
to
20
stay
seconds,
in the game.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Game's over. Let's say they're up by 3.
Yeah,
they're up by 3. They've got the ball. Same situation. Yeah, try to get in front of them because you know if they could make it a 2-possession game, you're cooked, right?
Yeah.
That was not this. That was not this situation. There was a lot of things that he did right early on in the game and that he did wrong at the end. I mean, they targeted him on defense. When he was on defense, they went at him, and he was not effective. You can't pick up that many fouls in that short of time.
And I'll give him a pass even for defensive effort. I'll give him a pass because of injury and because of offensive workload for defensive effort. I will not give him a pass for what he does with the refs and his refusal to bend and for putting himself in a position to pick up all those fouls. No excuse.
Is Windhorst the first person we've heard insider say directly that the Mavericks organization has begged and pleaded with him to stop?
McMahon may have mentioned.
I know they mentioned they've had talks, but he said the entire organization has begged and pleaded with it. Why is it to a point of begging? Like, why are you not adjusting if the organization is saying this is like, dude, stop, you're killing us.
He doesn't have to. He's above it. The best thing that maybe the best thing is that he did this on a national stage. You could hide in a regular season NBA and complain. And we know the dirty little secret, but does everybody? Maybe the insiders do. But, now that you do this on a national stage and everyone can see it.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, this is going to be the knock on him. Like, this is going to be his knock that he has, and every player's got one. The little quirk that nobody likes. And maybe this forces him to change.
Steve in Red Oak. Steve, you're up next on Sean and RJ and Bobby. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I'm a longtime Dallas fan, a reunion rowdy. Remember the movie Catch Me If You Can?
Oh, yeah. Love it. Great movie.
When Leonardo looked at his dad and said, "What is it about the Yankees?" And he said, "It's those pinstripes. They can't get past the pinstripes." Dallas can't get past that little leprechaun. Too big a stage right now. But I'll tell you one thing. We'll be back. We got to get seasoned a little bit. Yep. We'll be back. And that leprechaun's going to go down. I guarantee you.
Good call, Steve. Good call on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Yeah, to be fair, though, Luka also can't get past the pinstripes. That's the problem.
Yeah, I thought he was going to the refs there.
I thought so, too. Like the Mavs are in the position now that Oklahoma City and Minnesota were in. Like, they just – there's a progression you have to go through, and you've got to fail. You've got to fail in different moments.
I mean, they've been together for 4 months.
Yeah.
Realistically, this group has been together for 4 months, so they're still learning in a lot of ways.
The Celtics were in the same position against Golden State a couple years back. They won the first game, and they got worked the rest of the way.
Derek in Mineral Wells. Derek, you're live on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I agree with what y'all said about Luka. He's too whiny. It's embarrassing watching him play, being such a damn Mavericks fan, but seeing him out there flop around and always argue with the refs is so frustrating. It's like playing high school ball with the coach's son, He's out there throwing fists.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll come back next year and we'll do it.
And Derek, thank you for proving the Mineral Wells stereotype correctly with that voice. That was good. Troy was told me about Mineral Wells. He always did. What was Troy's character from Mineral Wells?
Big Balls Buford.
Big Balls Buford.
Yep.
And that's what Derek
Big Balls Buford.
Was it Derek right there? So thank you for the call. Cross in Dallas. Cross, you're live on the Fan.
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Man, I just actually want to give a shout out to the Mavericks and say thank you for this season. My hat is off to them. Although the series is not all the way over yet, we pretty much know it's over. But I have a quick question. Does Luka have an older sibling? And if not, was he raised by his father? Because if so, someone needed to chastise this dude growing up. He obviously grew up whining and crying like he do right now because he's too used to it.
Yeah.
So obviously
he needs that Marshawn Lynch energy from yesterday, with Marshawn saying, "Is a man here? Is the father here?" I'm joking with that. Check out that video, Cross. It's a very interesting question. Here's the crazy thing, though. Part of Luka's greatness is going up against adults while he was a teenager. So maybe you would have thought they would have checked him playing against all those professional players, but maybe not, because he was just as good or better than them while he was 14. And that's where it started. Yo, man, you can't talk to me.
I don't know the situation of Europe, because I know in soccer, they send you away at 12, 13 years old. that you sign with the club team, you're gone. Like that, you do all your schooling and everything like that. So, and I think, so when he became a professional, like, did he live in his hometown? What did he do? I have no idea. I know his dad was a basketball coach.
His
parents split.
His parents split when he was 9. He was raised by his mom primarily.
Yeah, and like, even if they were together, like, I have no idea what it's like when you go and you play in another country or whatever. Like, do they move with you? Do they just send you away and now you're a professional athlete at 13? I can't even fathom that.
All right, let's continue to hear from some of the Tolos. If you all want to get a final few phone calls and text messages about the Mavericks and what happened in Game 3, we'll get you a U.S. Open update and crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece, as Mikey B probably wants to talk about the Texas Rangers last night. All of that with your final Mavs calls and texts are next. But
By Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-point game with plenty of time remaining without their star. Drew Holiday on the drive, kicks it back out. White puts up a three. Bang!
Some killer shots from Derek White last night and in the series. The Celtics are up 3-0, and they did it without Porzingis. They're now 10-1 without KP. Woj said there's a... By the way, Bobby usually makes me turn on people and gets in my head about likability and stuff. You have succeeded in making me start to hate Woj. I'm starting to hate him because now this whole JJ Redick interview with the Lakers thing, people are saying it's a huge win for Shams, that the whole thing was just scripted to get his boy Dan Hurley money with Woj. Woj said the Wembanyama thing rubbed me the wrong way before he was drafted.
But the greatest prospect in sports history.
Woj also, I think, reported, it's not real concern that Porzingis is going to miss any time with that. And then yesterday he said there's real concern for Porzingis the rest of the series. Lisa Salter said a physician she spoke with said 6 to 8 weeks, and it could require surgery. And of course, we're not going to see Kristaps Porzingis again because this series will end in 4 or 5.
It will. And you know, look, the win by the Celtics last night allows them to not rush Porzingis back. Like, if they had lost last night's game, does this mean that they would have tried to see if they could get him to play on Friday?
What do you think the spread is for tomorrow night? Pepe, you can guess first.
Mavs by 2.
You think the Mavs are favored?
I think so.
Yeah, I think the Mavs are favored. I think the Mavs are favored by a point. I'll say 1.
Split the difference, 1.5. Why would they be favored?
It just tells you Vegas thinks they had the number right. They figure the Mavs are going to get a game. That's probably it. And I think if you were to look, if Vegas uses and Vegas uses a lot of computer models, if they use a money puck type
what does
website,
Money Puck have to say about this?
But we're like, if
we
the
need
Mavs,
a cricket website next.
If the Mavs lose last night by 7, but Money Puck says they had a 51.5% chance of winning that game, they would have favored them. They would favor them.
Money Puck favors the Oilers tonight by 54%.
Let's hear from the Tolos about Game 3 or wherever you want to take it. Mavs related. Nick in Oak Cliff, start us off. Nick, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Bobby, you are one of my favorites.
Oh, thank you so
you're
much,
the guy.
Nick.
I have a 2-part question, please. I don't want to talk about Luka and the refs. I just want to talk about the refs. Why can't they be fair? In the end, we've clearly seen where Tim Hardaway was pulled and didn't call that.
Yeah.
What do they call? What do they call? And who do they call it against?
that was thanks, Nick. That was really bad. As Derek White's like, here, intentional foul, pointing, and the ref was right there too. The ref was right there as he was trying to foul Hardaway, and he'd rather have Hardaway shooting free throws than another brick.
I will say, and one of the things Windhorst talked about this morning on his pod was that Luka.
Why did you listen to that this morning on the way in?
I was listening to it from like 5:15 to 5:30 until you guys came on.
Very impressive.
And so he mentions in there that Luka was.
Did the other guys go after Luka like Windhorst did last night on TV?
Not as hard as they did.
McMahon?
Not as hard as that, but Bontemps and McMahon went after him. They were like, yeah, he's got to be better. McMahon said he wasn't focused. He's like, he didn't have focus tonight, and he let it get in his head. But Windhorst had brought up, he's like, look, legitimately, there were a few times tonight where Luka probably should have gone to the free throw line and they didn't send him.
Yes.
And so,
and they said that on the broadcast.
And that's been the case with Kyrie at times of this series where it's like, Kyrie. So I will say,
boy who cried wolf, man.
Yeah, absolutely. But I will say, I don't think it's cost them the series or anything else. But I will say, I don't think Dallas has necessarily gotten the benefit of the lean of the officials in this series.
Yeah, I don't think they've gotten I don't think there's been a hard lean either way. I
think it definitely has leaned in Boston's favor with some of the calls in the paint.
The problem I have with that from last night is in order to think that the Celtics the refs favored the Celtics, like the NBA is the one league where we all think it's kind of the
extend the series.
But you would have to think that the NBA wants the series over.
But they're human too, and they're probably without consciously or otherwise, they're probably not in the mood for I'm going to give Luka a call here. Because, like, no, he cries to him. I'm not giving him anything.
Up all the time.
There is a little bit of that human element.
That's his problem. That's his fault.
It's his fault.
It is. But, I mean, that human element still exists.
It does.
I think that's probably an unconscious bias that they're not even aware of at times with him.
Ivan or Yvonne in Las Colinas. What's up, brother? You live on the fan.
Hey, good morning, Sean, RJ, Bobby, Baby. Mavericks,
Hey, baby.
Yeah, I just want to say multiple reasons why the Mavs are down by 3. 1, Drake bet it on the Mavs. 2, the Rangers won yesterday.
Hagelin.
That is Hagelin.
Hagelin's pointing from the conference room right now. That's a Tolo right there, Ivan. That's a Tolo in Las Colinas. Jarrett and Rockwall in Bebe's neck of the woods. Jarrett, you're live on the fan.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Yeah.
I want y'all to know I just recently went from a 2-minute commute to a 45-minute commute, but that means I get to Tolo for an hour and a half each day.
Wow. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, sir.
I really enjoy it.
Bobby's got your gas money.
We love a good 45-minute commute.
Hell yeah.
To work. Real quick, I got 3 points. I know we want to talk about Luka complaining. I think it's an outlet for how terrible his team has played and his surrounding cast for this series.
Yeah.
Which his frustration is just let out on the referees versus being a killer in the locker room, if you will.
Fair.
Kyrie finally showed up, but it was too late. And then my second thing is if we were playing better in the series, I don't think he's acting like that at all. So we can act like he's going to change. I don't think he's going to change. I just think it's an outlet for his frustration. I'll let you guys talk about that.
That's a very interesting theory. I mean, he knows that he has to know he's surrounded by a inferior cast. But is it just inferior against Boston? That's a future conversation, but he has zero help out there. I mean, I joked that the Texas Rangers would outscore Derek Jones. My guy, Derek Jones, holy crap. I mean, an F for the series. A big fat F. Awful. PJ did nothing until the end. And I joked that the Rangers would outscore Derek Jones, Tim Hardaway, Josh Green, and Hardy. And if you put that to the test, Jones scored 2, Hardaway scored nothing, Green scored 3, so that's 5, and Hardy scored nothing. That's 5 total points.
So you were wrong. In your face. How about that?
Yeah.
You know what? And
be better, Corey Seager. Make me look right.
He mentioned Kyrie showed up, and Kyrie absolutely showed up. He was great last night. And so this is not meant to be nitpicky.
Going to the left hand a little too much, in my opinion.
I was
That's
stunned.
nitpicking.
I was stunned looking at
Magic
this.
Johnson can't do.
The last, if you take from the 3-minute mark of the second quarter to then the second half, what do you think Kyrie shot?
Ask it again.
From the 3-minute mark of the second quarter through to the end of the game, what do you think Kyrie shot?
Percentage-wise,
20%.
40.
He was 5 for 15, 33%. It didn't feel like it. Like it felt like he was still hitting shots.
You should buzz yourself today.
He didn't make a single 3 after like midway through the second quarter. He hit all 4 of his 3s before that.
Ian and Alvarado. Ian, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline with Mavs Reaction. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to talk about this was a magical run by the Mavs. When they first got in the playoffs, they were going up against OKC, and I was a little bit worried about that, but they managed to get through that and then they went and played the Clippers, and they were able to do that easier. And then the Timberwolves was the one I was really scared about, and they handled them way better than I thought. And honestly, I felt like the Timberwolves were a better team than the Celtics, but I guess we just didn't put it together, and Luka wasn't hot last night, and Kyrie wasn't consistent all the way through the game, and it was just havoc.
Look, look. There's nothing to be that angry about.
No,
they're better, and they're much better.
Yeah.
And we knew that going in.
Well, yeah, but we didn't know We didn't know how the 2 versus 2 would match up.
Right. The question was Luka and Kyrie enough to beat 1 through 11?
Yeah.
Up close, they're better than I thought they were. Like, watch it. They are. We knew they were better. They are better than I even thought they were.
I agree. And I'm not glued to them throughout the entire year. But look, there's nothing. It's a fantastic season. We'll do the funeral on Monday or whenever it happens. But there's nothing to be furious about, except if you're mad at Luka, or I guess you could say his teammates, for hanging him out to dry. Brian in Virginia listening on the Odyssey app. Go ahead, Brian.
What's going on, guys? Long-time listener from a super long location, well, like halfway across the country. But just to kind of piggyback off the last caller, I think it's really important. I think this whole run has kind of helped us put blinders onto the fact that this is a young team that's inexperienced. But if I'm not mistaken, and this could be why I'm not a sports reporter, so I could be completely wrong on this, but I think contractually of the core, I think you have DJJ next year, and then Hardy, if you want to consider him the core, 2 years after that. Other than that, we really have this whole young team together for the next 2 to 3 years. And the last point I'll make, because people pay to listen to you guys, not me, I think Nico deserves a little bit of credit here. We've got to give him some time to really continue to build this team off of this youth core, and I'm sure we'll be back there in the next couple of years for sure.
Great call. Thanks for listening. Tell the sports junkies you listen to us over at the Fan Odyssey. They'll love that.
The junks.
They got a couple years left. They've got next year they've got basically everybody. They lose Derek Jones, and
I want to squeeze in these final two. We'll do the future down the road, but I want to get to these Tolos who have been waiting. Last two. Ray in Dallas. Start us off, Ray.
Hey, what's going on, Phil?
What up?
How y'all doing?
What's up?
Hey, okay, so I got 2 questions I'm hoping y'all can answer for me, man. I'll start with the first and most important one. When y'all gonna change the name of Sean, RJ, and Bobby?
Never.
Well, right after we hang up on you for suggesting
it's Bobby and everybody, Ray.
I don't want to be like that, man. Come on, man. But for real, okay, so why does Luka get to the goal and he just chunks it right back, man? How come he doesn't finish? It's like watching the movie of White Man Can't Jump, man. He needs to dunk it or something, man. Lay it up or something. He's always going to the goal and passing it out.
Well, he usually Jason Kidd told him that too. He told Kyrie, slow down. He told Luka, don't be passing up. And normally he doesn't in his game. Why isn't he dunking? Because he can't, as I had to explain to Roy years ago.
He can.
Barely.
Yeah, barely.
Roy told me he could win the dunk contest.
Yeah, he's not getting up there Vince Carter style.
No, that's not happening. Mark in Snyder. Mark, you get the final word for right now. You're live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Ray.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. I'm going to be real quick. Boston is just a deeper, better team than we are.
Yep.
And, again, Luka, I love him. Just get off the rest, man.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day.
You too. You're appreciated. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Platinum Ford in...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yates to Hayward. First pitch is a line drive, right center base hit. Leote over to cut it off. It's off of his glove. Rounding third is Smith. He scores. Pajas being waved home. Here comes the throw. Play at the plate. He is out at home plate. And that's how this ball game ends. How about that?
Maybe that put a smile on your face before you went to bed. Hicksy with the call last night on 105.3 The Fan. What a win over the Dodgers with Corey Seager's return and the 3-run homer. What's up, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors?
Just think, if Leote Taveras hadn't fumbled that ball, we couldn't have won that game in that moment, because Leote Taveras fumbles it. You're not sending that runner if he doesn't mess up on that on fielding that ball. He sends him, and he says, "You know what? I got you." And Marcus Semien gets him at home. That was a great play. He did that on purpose, right, Mike?
Yeah.
I mean, he made an incredible play before that.
He did.
Thank God he nicked the ball, I guess, to knock it down, even though it should have just been a clean ground ball catch.
Were you working TV last night?
Yes.
How did you balance that?
You have 4 TVs in that room?
There's plenty of TV. So I missed the end of the first half of the Mavs game.
Good.
So I knew it was 51-50. It was like, 42-44, something like that, when I had to go into the studio and do pregame. And then when I was done with pregame, I think it was Boston was 6 of 6 from the field when I got back to the television in the third quarter.
Yep.
So that's when I picked it back up. So it was about a 6-point Celtics lead early on in the third quarter, and it was a massacre at that point. And then, you make the miraculous comeback, but it is what it is. Like, they're way better.
Yeah.
This isn't
You're not
close.
mad.
Yeah. This isn't close. The Mavericks don't belong, in a way, on the same court as Boston, but I don't know who would have, because let's just say Minnesota would have beat the Mavericks.
Maybe Denver.
Yeah, Denver, if they're healthy and motivated, right? They all admitted they lacked motivation to play this year in the playoffs for some crazy reason. So,
But they have the actual.
Like, I think they would have swept Minnesota. Like, I just think that Boston is that much better. Or 1-5. Like, I don't think anybody. Denver, if they're totally engaged, I think it would have been a heck of a series. But that's the only team in the West that could have competed against Boston.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we're taking phone calls today. We don't typically do that.
Mm-hmm.
But at 12:20 today, call the Luka line and sound off.
You can talk about other Mavericks too if you
just
want.
about Luka, but I mean, I feel like there's a lot of frustration that's going to be sent that direction. So we got that coming up at 12:20 today, and my buddy's an idiot at 11:20.
Right.
How much are we going to talk about Luka there?
What are your Luka feelings right now without giving too much away, Kevin Hagelin?
Yeah, I just don't know why we keep waiting on something to change dramatically. Like, I think he could change in small increments, perhaps, but we just keep waiting for him to become a totally different player in terms of the way he engages with the refs. And then when you see things like last night, it feels like a fool's errand. We can go back and pinpoint it. It's foul number 4 that really irritates me because he got mad that he didn't get a foul call on Pritchard on the other side that he thought should have been an and one.
Yeah.
So he decided to get like right up in his face and throw his arms around and got a very clear foul because he was pissed that he didn't get a foul at the other side. That's the one that really killed me.
This is where I would start if I was a kid or someone in the organization. I would say, here's what we're going to do. If you're legitimately fouled, you want to complain about it and get a tech, that's fine. But we're going to review the times you're fouled after every game. And when you're not fouled, if you complain about that, you're getting fined. We're going to start there. We have to minimize the number of times you bitch and you cry. We have to minimize it. So we're going to cut out the times when you are legitimately not fouled and you're trying to sell it to the ref.
Like at the end of the first quarter. I heard what you said. I think it was 5 points actually, where he fell to the ground when nobody came close to touching him.
Yeah.
And he just sat there as they ran to the other side of the court and scored 5 unanswered
We're
points.
calling internal flops. Okay, so when I, Jason Kidd, determine as a Hall of Fame all-time great that wasn't a foul and you complained about it, we're fining you for that internally. That's where I would have to try to start.
Is there what do you find somebody who makes $46 million a year?
Well, that's fine, but
You know what
it's
I
the
mean? It's like-
embarrassment. I mean, Mike can
Yeah.
speak to this more than me. And again, this is just an idea. It's not about the money.
No, it's not the money,
It's like you have to stop crying because you're the boy who cried wolf. What I was wondering, Mike, is the greatest players that you played with, the biggest stars. I want to know who was amicable to coaching and being checked. Because that's what everyone was saying about Jerry West yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, he would tell Shaq, he would tell Kobe. No one told, that's the reason why Barkley and MJ don't talk, because Michael couldn't hear Charles saying, stop surrounding yourself with yes men. I want to know the superstars that you played with, who were, and Reggie Miller said this, we all want to be told, all the greats want to be told. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I was wondering who allowed that coaching or correction that you played with or saw.
I would say they allow it the first 5 years of their career, the superstars. Then after about 5 to 6 years, they know their routine. They know what gets them to the point that they need to be ready for a game, and they're done with coaching. They might have special people in their lives that they call, but I'm not trying to take a shot at all at Mike Maddox. I bet Mike Maddox has little to nothing to do with Max Scherzer.
Yeah.
Max is like, I know what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
going to do this today.
We all wondered how
and
important
you're going
was-
to live with it.
Well, how important was Leo Mazzoni, really?
Corey Seager was on, and from what I understand, because I got to play with Tom Glavine, not that important.
Like scouting reports.
Yeah, like you're putting together a game plan, but at some point, those guys are like, I've pitched against all these guys 1,000 times. Tell me about the rookie who's coming up. Like, what do you know about him? But like Tom Glavine facing Barry Bonds, and he's like, I already know what to do or not to do in these situations. I don't need you anymore.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like baseball though has like the other players can check the star, not check them, but like razz them more. Like you can really like dig in and on a star player.
I
in
think
baseball.
you used to be able to. I don't know now. Now I think is a little bit different time, but I'll give you an example. I wasn't on the team, but from what I heard, and Torrey Hunter might be listening right now. Albert Pujols, from what I understand, one of the greatest hitters of all time, but a very selfish player. So if he went 0 for 4, but the team had a big walk-off hit to win 5-4, he wasn't really happy about it because he wasn't like, he just sulked because he went 0 for 4.
Yeah.
But if he went 4 for 4 and they lost 10-3, he would be happy after the game. And I believe Torrey Hunter, veteran guy on the Angels at this point in his career, I heard at one point he really got after Pujols about the way he acts is not a team player. You're only acting out in a way that was how you played. What about how we played as a team? What about we won this game? Why aren't you at least in this moment happy for the team? Why is it always you're just happy for yourself or sad about yourself?
Micah.
Whoa.
Sean,
how dare you?
We're trying to figure out who Luka would respect enough to listen to.
Yeah.
And Kevin, I have this theory.
Okay.
Unless it's too late in his career's over and finally he's told by this person, but it's your adversary, isn't it? When they tell you how they beat you, don't you check it? I mean, Jordan rules, they bragged about, we beat the crap out of that guy, so what does Jordan do?
That's where I'm going with my second theory. Like, if I'm Jason Kidd or Michael Finley or Cuban, I'm calling Michael Jordan and hoping, like, that maybe is someone. Or Dirk.
It might take Boston to go, we knew he'd be a baby the whole time.
Do you think Jordan specifically...
Because the brand thing.
Obviously, because he's great, too. But also, he can be like, hey, look, I was also on the track to make first-team All-NBA 50 million times and never won Jack S. And, like, I had to make some adjustments.
Yeah, like LeBron, Jordan, I don't know, a Holger type.
I think the tough part is, and we'll be discussing this the rest of his career probably, I don't know of a person in basketball, because it's the sport you can complain the most in action. Yeah. I don't know of a person. I think of Rasheed Wallace. He never changed. He picked up technical after technical. Now, he had to become Porzingis on a championship team to win his championship. He couldn't lead at all from his attitude and energy that he had. Now, Luka's a way better player. It's really not even close to Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah.
Draymond Green has never changed. Now, Draymond Green has 4, but Draymond Green is also the 3rd, 4th best player on the Golden State Warriors championship teams. I don't know of a human who complains as much as Luka. There are people who've done it. I'm naming 2 off the top of my head, Rasheed Wallace and Draymond Green. They could never change. They couldn't get out of their head that the refs are out to get them every second of their lives. So I don't think Luka's going to change. I think as a Mavs fan, we're going to have to deal with Luka can't change this.
What pitcher complained to this type of degree or less than that, but you know it affected or you heard it affected calls? Was there someone who just showed up umps all the time?
Yeah. Nolan would just stand there for about 10 seconds if he thought that the ball was a strike.
I do remember that.
And show up the umpire. Now, I don't know if he did this, to be honest. I don't know if he did it with the Angels, like when he was in his prime, or early on with the Astros. But by the time he got to the end of his Astros career and his Rangers career, he did not mind showing up an umpire beyond belief. And the umpire just had to take it because it was Nolan Ryan. Yeah. The thing that Luka can't understand is they think you're a piece of crap. I don't understand why. And Luka, you would think if your mother, if your wife, if your best friend, if whoever it is in your life that's close to you, if they treated you the way that you treat referees, you wouldn't be their friends anymore. You would be out to get that person. Subconsciously, you'd be out to get that person, or consciously, you'd be out to get that person. All the refs hate Luka. They think he's the worst human being in the NBA for that 2.5 hours of basketball and all in the NBA. Maybe Draymond Green trumps him. That's the only person who might be worse to the refs in the NBA today. But he can't get that. So
he proves again and again why that is.
When the 50-50 calls for the most part go against him, it's either conscious or subconscious, but they're doing it intentionally because you are the piece of dump in this situation. Jaylen Brown is the good guy who doesn't treat us like a piece of dump.
Yeah.
So when it's a 50-50 decision, they're like, I'm going to the guy that doesn't call me all the names in the world for 6 years, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Mike, you have a great joke to follow this up. When Lucas sits on the floor and watches his team on the other end have to play 4-on-5, if one of his teammates, if PJ sat on the floor like that, he would lose his mind on PJ.
Oh, when someone doesn't
Why
pick up
are
a
you
defensive
doing
assignment
that?
or block out
he's the
or
first to point
rotate.
it out.
Oh my gosh.
Mike, what do you wish that they would do when he does that?
I've said this for years, but I think it'd be great in the NBA Finals because it's over. I want, after he makes them play 4-on-5 and gives up a dunk or a three-pointer, I want them to pass the ball into Luka and for them to all sit for 24 seconds and just be like, I don't know, how does it feel, Luka? We're all sitting. We're 1-on-5 offense, and you know what? If you shoot the ball quickly, we're going to sit and we're going to count to 20, and then at 20 we're all going to get up and we're going to see how does it feel for us to all lay on the ground when you can easily get up. It's not like it doesn't take him 5 seconds to recover and get up. He's taking a rest. He's also then, when he gets up, he doesn't even try to get back on defense. He looks at the ref to either stare him down
or yell at them.
Did you see the end of the second? It was the end of the first quarter, so you did see the back-to-back not getting back.
This is him. It's not going to change till the day he retires. It's not going to change.
All right, all the reaction to Game 3 next with the KMC Masterpiece. Come see us tomorrow in Allen, 310 Century Parkway, starting at 5:30. KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? Yeah, now that's Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, getting you started right about 10:05 on this Thursday morning. It's like that old TBS schedule. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation, text in to the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys Hotline. Also, you can hit us on Twitch, on YouTube, as we discuss all things Dallas-Boston Game 3. You want to highlight, or are you like, I know what happened in the damn game?
I know what happened in the damn game. Mavs in 7. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Mavs in 7.
They're not giving up except in the third quarter. I like the post-game interviews. We're going to fight. No, you guys didn't fight yesterday in the third quarter.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how you're putting this into like, don't worry, we're not giving up. I'm like, well, you guys kind of gave up in the third quarter.
Mike, you just told me off air we're going to have a lot of irrational people texting in and calling in today.
Let's do it.
And you know what? I'm here for that, and that's why I wanted to go out there and be irrational with them and say Mavs in 7. You know, it
could happen.
It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. Has it ever happened?
Nope.
It has never happened. Why not now?
In any round of any NBA series.
Irrational. I'm doing it.
Porzingis is out. Does it have to be Brown, Tatum, and Drew Holiday? Do all three of them have to now get hurt today walking around the Capitol Grill over there where they stay? Like, it's impossible. We can't beat them.
Yeah, they're probably eating at Nobu every night, staying at the Crescent.
Hey, when you're up 3-0,
I'm just guessing. That's usually where they stay.
Yeah, well, that's where they stay.
Sorry, Kevin.
That's okay. From let's go to cut number 1. Let's just at least get this in, because I know people might be on this train, they might not, but let's fire off cut number 1.
Doncic rules ring a step here. Step back on Horford, puts up a 3. And comes up short. Hauser the rebound. Hauser, no hesitation, nails a second three-pointer here in the first. And it's back to a 3-point game.
A moment where Luka takes a minute to bark at the officials, doesn't sprint in transition, and you're playing 5-on-4.
And that pretty much happened on back-to-back possessions. Now, there's a whole lot of things that fell apart in this game. One of the things that I don't know if it will get as much attention, but it was the fact that the Mavericks were only up by 1 at the end of the first quarter. At times, a first quarter that they absolutely dominated. But that 5-point stretch where Luka decided to sit on the floor and pout, there was many other things. The fact that you were only up by 1 point at the end of the first quarter, that's when, Mike, I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah, same here. Kind of similar to game 2 a little bit. I will say this. I want to make it clear so everybody doesn't turn us off right now. We love Luka. The only reason the Mavs are in the NBA Finals, and not the only, but the major reason, the majority of the pie goes to Luka, is the reason you made the NBA Finals. We love Luka. We want him to be the best player in the NBA. We want him to win the MVP. We want him to win 5 championships and tie Magic and Kobe. We want all of those things to happen for Luka. So we are for Luka. The 105.3 The Fan, the KNC Masterpiece. We are for Luka. We are for the Mavs. Luka has been great in these playoffs, but we do have to criticize him for destroying this team at times. Not all the time. There's times where he pulls you out of situations that no human being in basketball can. But there are times where he becomes the worst enemy of his own team.
And from the 972, we're just going to do a quick little history lesson and we'll move on. Y'all don't love Luka. Let's go back to the night at the draft at the American Airlines Center. We did our show there. We were the first show in the Metroplex to have an interview with Luka. I remember at least 90% of people were upset with this draft pick. And me and Nick Nepic at the time, we'd been doing our podcast leading into the draft backyard.
Dunk in the trunk.
No, I wanted to call it that. It got changed to backboard basics. And we said, this is the best player in this draft. Luka is the number 1 best player in this draft. I said he would win Rookie of the Year. From there, I wasn't sure how much better he would get. Clearly, his ascension has been amazing. But we have been on the Luka bandwagon since day 1. That doesn't mean that you can't be frustrated about some of the shenanigans involved in yesterday's game. They don't make it here without him. They don't make it anywhere close to here without him. But he was a problem at times last night. Both of those things can be factual.
They are not mutually exclusive.
Yes, agreed.
And then here's the other part that becomes irrational conversation as well. if I'm going to talk about Luka and the fact that, as we've all said, you wouldn't be here without him, and he's an exceptional player. But also, he still has growth emotionally and on defense. Like, his defense is poor. That doesn't mean that I also don't think that his team has played poorly in the first 2 games.
Agreed.
And I can also believe those things, too. His team let him down in the first 2 games. Luka let his team down on defense multiple times over this, and that's where you have to be very critical of your player and say this is a reality, and somewhere he can improve. There are a lot of areas for him to continue improving, but these are 2 massive things for him to grow into. This is probably a beneficial thing for him to learn.
To your point, look, Maxi Kleber and Tim Hardaway Jr. have been Mavericks for a while. They suck. But they can't win or lose a basketball game. They can help. They can help 10% of the basketball game. They can help you win a game, but they're not difference makers. They just can't be difference makers in the NBA today, where the superstars have so much control and command of the game. I get it. I wish that we had a Sam Hauser on our team. I wish that we had a Derek White on our team but those guys are not the reason the Celtics are winning. They're winning because of their major 2 guys. And you could maybe even say major 3, because Drew Holiday's having a major impact. But Drew Holiday's been Defensive Player of the Year, first team all defense, all-star in his career. Not perennial, but that's how good he's been in his career. And he's still at the end of his prime. He still has just a hair of prime left in his career. So those guys have major impacts. The only 2 guys that can have super major impacts for the Mavs are Luka and Kyrie. So when we're picking on Luka today, because we're going to pick on Luka today.
But there's plenty of blame to go around. But I agree with you.
Like, Maxi Kleber, get your shoulder right. We'll see you next year.
By the way, him and Hardaway, since you brought it up, 0 for 7 from the field, 0 for 4 from 3. Both massive negatives on the core last.
Yeah, they're horrible. And they shouldn't play the rest of the NBA Finals. And it's probably only 1 more game left, so who cares? But, like, Luka is the main reason you got to this situation. Last night, not the whole series. I disagree. I was talking to my buddy Brady Tinker, who a lot of people know.
Oh, man, he put Luka on absolute blast last night.
I only blame him for Game 3. I get Luka took responsibility for Game 2. I thought that was, in the end, doing press conferences, that was a good way to end Game 2, to say, look, it's on me. Don't put it on the other guys. It's on me. I don't believe Game 2 was Luka lost the game. But last night he lost the game for the Dallas Mavericks. He is the major reason. The pie, a lot of that pie goes to Luka for losing, and a lot of the pie goes to Luka for winning when you win these playoff games.
I'm kind of paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact offhand, but Brady Tinker said something to the effect of, I'm assuming the number 1 discussion on Sports Talk Radio will be how Luka wasn't in shape enough to get through this NBA Finals, and that needs to change.
Can I have a different discussion on that?
Sure.
And maybe in shape changes this.
And that's his opinion.
Yeah, maybe in shape changes this, though, because I've been asked this. I don't have an answer to this question. Luka's defense in his career he's not the best defender. He's been a formidable defender. Not a plus, maybe just below a minus, maybe an average defender. There was a time he was playing very good team defense. But I just saw a stat that said that for his blown by rate, highest in the last 3 series, highest in the history of the NBA for the last 3 series. He has the 3 highest blown by rates.
I did not know that was a stat.
Right now. You're saying Oklahoma City, Minnesota,
yes,
and
the
this
last
one?
3, yes.
Okay.
And so it's since Oklahoma City, it's gotten worse defensively. I just saw that from ESPN this morning.
I think that,
so my question is, and I don't have the answer, how much of that is his injuries? I don't know. That could be a massive factor.
Sure.
He's on the court, and it can't be an excuse. It probably will be, hey, after the season's over, he'll go, hey guys, I'm requiring these things to happen, and that could be a huge factor because his footwork is miserable right now. Watching him play defense is painful right now.
I would say this, he can get better at it, but he'd have to want to. Second, you do have to, look, I'm calling out my buddies here, Ryan Drees, Brady Tinker, whoever it is, Shaq, who, hey, man, you got your Tim Hardaway Jr. deal. How'd that one feel, Shaq? Like, we all knew in Dallas, but when you don't watch the Mavericks, we all knew, Shaq. You had to see it to believe it.
Don't tell me the stat about the last time he made the basket. I know it was what?
May 18th is the last time.
A month ago,
Hardaway
Kevin.
Jr. made a basket in a basketball game. is you look at it and you go, Luka cannot be this big of a focal point offensively because he knows that he only has so much energy, and this could go to get in better shape. But I don't know if he can. But no human can do that offensively and have the energy defensively against a team that doesn't play a crap offensive player. The only time that they had a crap offensive player on the floor was Tillman, and he made a damn three-pointer to hurt you pretty bad to go up by 13 at one point. But if you have a Josh Giddey, if you have people who stink on the offensive end, you can try to hide Luka as much as possible on a crap offensive player. The issue is what happens when you go up against a team who doesn't have a crap offensive player, and they just keep putting Luka in pick and roll situations or pick and pop situations to be one of the two major defenders on defense. And then he wastes his energy on offense because he's trying to do everything offensively.
Anthony Edwards in the last series, right?
Yeah.
You were saying, look what they're doing to Anthony Edwards right now.
And Anthony Edwards, look at how great a shape he's in, right?
Yeah.
Body-wise, beautiful. But it just, he ran out of energy too. And so it can happen. I don't want to blame it all on his weight or his cardio or just give him an excuse of injuries, because part of it is he doesn't care at times. Like, I'll tell you how I can tell you he doesn't care. You're guarding Jaylen Brown, and Al Horford has the ball about 8 feet from the basket. That MFer ain't a post-up player. We're fine. Whoever had him, Lively or Gafford, we're fine. He just stood there and watched, and Jaylen Brown's like, hey, this dumbass isn't going to play defense. And Jaylen Brown just cut to the basket, grabbed the ball, laid it in, and then Luka's like, oh, yeah, I forgot we were playing defense.
Yeah.
That's not about like, oh, you can't play one-on-one defense. That's pulling your head out of your ass and actually playing team defense. And he decided, I don't feel like it right now.
We're the
go ahead.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
fired up,
one.
Kevin.
I know. We got our first segment cut short. We'll pick it back up. Coming up next, how the Mavs followed and didn't follow our Game 3 keys to victory. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows.
Loss and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They had to take, countless dribbles.
Jaylen Brown with the flush. A savage slam from Brown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, trying to be your own personal Jesus today. 877, that's the song, come on. 877-881-1053. You want to text in Frankel injury attorneys. I wanted to run through this because there were some things that I thought that the Mavericks did well in this game, but it actually didn't end up mattering whatsoever. Go back to our keys to victory, what they listened to and what they did not listen to. Kyrie being Kyrie. I know it didn't appear in games 1 and 2, but fair to say this was significantly closer, if not maybe even slightly exceeding what you thought you would get from Kyrie coming into the finals.
Getting out there, I thought he was going to wear himself out being out there 3 hours before the game, putting in the work that he was putting in, but it looked like he found a shot, man. He was 4 or 6 from 3. He looked like he had that thing. There were a couple times I wished he'd finished better at the basket, but for the most part, he did the things that I expected him to do in the first 2 games, and you needed it last night for sure.
Yes, Kyrie answered the bell.
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting because it's each game we dissect. He stunk in games 1 and 2.
Yep.
Luka was solid in games 1 and 2. I won't say great, but solid.
Yeah.
And then he was, you would say, I don't want to say great, but solid to good, right? I mean, really good. But Luka then sucked. So
we just haven't gotten
them. So they even though you could combine their numbers and go, wow, you got a whole bunch of points, but Luka was 11 of 27. So I can't really Kyrie did his job. But if we're just talking about Kyrie and that major key, Kyrie stepped up and gave you what you needed.
One of the things that I brought up that I could tell Sean Heath was like, whoa, that's a lot. I said you needed to get to 108 points in this game. You definitely did not get to 108 points this game. You sure have. You haven't even crossed 100 in this series yet.
Yeah, this series is over.
And then 3 points.
They're not crossing 100 unless Boston quits. Unless they give you a game,
they still got it.
Then you're not getting to 100 points.
You get to 100 last night though if Luka didn't foul out, right?
It wasn't like he was scoring a lot in the.
Listen, I'm not gonna spend most of this day griping about him fouling out. Like I've heard a lot of people assessing that moment. Whatever, there are a lot of things that built to that moment.
Agreed.
But I think you're getting over 100. Now I don't know if the game is close if you're winning, but I think you're over 100 if that didn't happen.
Now, go ahead, Mike.
Well, no, I was going to go on to my next point, so I won't.
Me too, because my next point was you have to shoot better than the Celtics 3-point wise. And I realize I'm not saying volume, because obviously the Celtics take a ton of 3-pointers, but percentage wise, you had to shoot better. You lost that matchup 37 to 36%. And this is where I think we zero in on. Look, I know Luka had a rough night, 3-point shooting as well, 1 of 7. But I think this is where some people zero in on Kleber and Hardaway. They combined to be 0 for 4. And that one Hardaway shot in particular, was it Derek White that was like, oh yeah, I definitely fouled him, and put his hand up, and they called nothing. So Tim Hardaway just got a wide open 3, and he missed by a mile on that.
His career's over. Great career, made a lot of money.
You think he's not going to play at all?
No, I think he's going to play, but he's done as a rotational player in the NBA. Somebody might take him. I mean, I'm praying that we can trade him and get something to help out the team next year. But look, his career's over. It happens. Great career, Tim Hardaway Jr., but he's got nothing left. This is the one trick he had, was making shots, and it was an inconsistent making shots. He wasn't great at it at all. He just was a volume shooter. But it's over. He can hang on for another year or two and collect more money. And great for him. He had a great career, awesome career, but you have to improve in the offseason. And I don't want to get too far down the offseason, but Kleber's not the answer. Hardaway's not the answer. Green, in a way, I'm not sure is the answer. He's young enough. He went 1 of 1 from 3, but you take out Kyrie Irving's 4 of 6, and you made 5 3-pointers.
Yeah.
The rest of the team, and you've lived, if you say you live or die by the 3, they're dying so hard by this because Derek Jones Jr. can't really shoot unless it's really open. PJ Washington did go 3 of 6, so I'll give him credit for making.
It took a minute to get there
on
though,
the run,
right?
Did he make 2 of them on the big run?
I believe that is correct because before then, it definitely felt like he was in a funk, but then obviously hit 2 huge 3-pointers. Somebody brought this up, and I agree with that for most of the playoffs. That was just not the case yesterday. Somebody goes, well, if the Mavericks could learn how to make their free throws, they would have got to 100. Now, last night, 2 issues you did not have were free throws and turnovers. You only had 8 turnovers, and you were 14 of 16 from the line. That is, if you told me, Mike, you're going to get 16 free throws. 14, with all due respect, Corey,
they're right.
Probably the best I would have guessed.
Kevin, you subtract 16 and 14 real quick.
There's 2.
All right.
Uh-huh.
How many points did you score last night?
99. I get it.
2 plus 99 is what?
101. If you told me going in, you get 16 free throws, 14 is the maximum number I would have guessed that we would actually make. So I don't want to put the blame on free throws and turnovers. Game 2, I hear you.
Yeah.
Last night, I didn't think that was a particular issue at all. And we talked about how good the Mavs have been when they lower those turnovers. They lowered the turnovers last night, but didn't help them.
Yeah, and Kevin, one of my keys to yesterday was score more points than the opponent, and you're going to win.
We didn't do that.
That did not happen.
No.
So, that's, I don't remember my other 2, but I remember one of them being about Boston, and we didn't, we didn't win. So, they didn't listen to any of the things that I suggested yesterday.
We didn't have this as a key, but the third quarter, at halftime, it's 51-50. It should have been, to your point, they haven't been able to carry the early momentum to start games in game 2 and 3. The Mavericks, as soon as the other team calls a timeout, the momentum is dead and gone.
Yep.
35-19. That was the third quarter.
Miserable.
You give up 35 and you don't even score 20. That's death. And the Mavericks have done that in the playoffs to other teams. That third quarter seems so important in these playoffs. I get the last 5 minutes are the most important in close games, but the third quarter, the Mavs are getting creamed in these situations. They got creamed in game 1, I think. If I don't have it in front of me, but I felt like game 1 also. The third quarter, you cut it to 8, but then they went on a run in the end that you're like, you didn't make up any ground there. So they're killing you in the third quarter. At halftime, they're coming out and killing you.
Xavier Tillman is who I wanted to talk about then, because I realize why, the big 4, if you want to say it like that, with Tatum, Brown, Holiday, and White. I get the focus there. Xavier Tillman, in not a lot of time, felt like he made a huge impact in that third quarter. He blocked Luka. He was gobbling up rebounds, and he was playing well defensively. I realize he wasn't in the game a whole lot of time, but the time he was in, it felt impactful.
To your point, Tillman was a +9 in his 11 minutes on the court. I know that doesn't all go to him.
Yeah.
Hauser off the bench in his 14 minutes was a +16, and Pritchard in his 11 minutes, and he didn't have a good offensive game, was a -1. The Mavericks off the bench were a -24. So if I take Kleba, Hardaway, Lively, who was a +6, Green, who was a +3, and then Dante Exum, who was a -4, Kleba was a -13 in 8 minutes. That's how pathetic he was.
Wow.
He was pathetic in he wasn't even good defensively.
Yeah.
This is where I'm like, don't play him anymore because he's not even playing good defense in this series. And then Hardaway was a -16 in his 19 minutes. That was the most I couldn't believe when Luka fouled out and I saw Hardaway come back on the court. I was like, what has he done to deserve the last 4 minutes?
Okay, so and what has he done to deserve it? What did Derek Jones Jr. do to only have 16 minutes in this game?
From what I hear, and I don't know this, is he is missing rotational assignments when he's not on the ball, and what they're doing is, thank God that Minnesota didn't do this. I don't know why Minnesota didn't bring Luka into every pick and roll situation.
Yeah.
What they're doing is Derek Jones Jr. is then switching to an off-the-ball defender. They don't want him on the ball because he's good on the ball. And then he's not sure how to rotate and where to be, from what I understand.
Okay.
And so they've decided if you're not going to make your threes and you're not going to play on-ball defense because they're not allowing you to play on-the-ball defense, then it limits your ability to help us out.
Fascinating. Okay.
I'm not saying it's a good decision. I don't want to see Hardaway Jr. play another second for the Dallas Mavericks. And I know that it's
nothing
like,
personal.
Yeah, it's just that he's not good. And I would rather have Derek Jones Jr. out there, but from what I understand, the Mavs get very frustrated with Jones Jr. off the ball defense.
We walk away from this game, and aside from you lost, that's frustrating. I think the part that is really frustrating to me is how many, Mike, and I know it doesn't matter because they still lost. How many of what you would have thought would have been a key to victory or things that we talked about, they hit. They won the rebounding battle by 7 boards. They were good from the line. They didn't turn the ball over. These are all tenets of winning basketball, and yet you find yourself on the losing end once again.
It goes to show you it all has to come together, and if some of those things come together, but your superstar plays crappy, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
If some of those things come together, but your bench does absolutely nothing for you, excluding Derek Lively, you're in trouble. And so there were just some other things. It's kind of like 50% here. We can point to stats like, you should have won.
Yeah.
And then there's these other 50% of things that you're like, you're never going to win if Maxi Kleber and Tim Hardaway Jr. come into the game and play like that. And Luka.
The run in the third quarter was 22-2, but those last 2 points came after Luka fouled out. So just in that 20-2 run, Luka was 1 for 5 with 3 fouls, and he got his last 2 fouls in the span of 26 seconds.
Yeah.
But I go back to this, and I get it. Everyone's talking about, did he get hooked on foul number 5? Or was that a blocker charge? Or should you even risk it on foul 6? Foul 4, go back and watch. I am convinced this is why it played out like this. Luka scores a basket on the other end with Peyton Pritchard as primary defender. He looks upset that he didn't get an and one opportunity. On the other side, Peyton Pritchard gets the ball after moving by Luka. Luka runs right up on him and is 2 inches away from him, throwing his arms in, and before even the whistle's done, his hand's up in the air. And I think that was a direct response to, because then he starts jawing at the officials. It looked like he goes I just wanted to make sure you could still call a foul.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
Yes,
if you will.
I like that.
Yep. And it's not going to change. This is who he is. He doesn't want to change. He's not going to change. You're going to have to deal with this. I love him as a player. I hate him as a player. I love him more than I hate him.
Yeah.
But this is who Luka is, and we're going to have to live with his Draymond Green, Rasheed Wallace type attitude. He's way better than those 2 players. They're not even close talent-wise to Luka. But we're going to have to live with a person who's going to be, for a superstar, the biggest baby of superstars in the history of basketball. But he is great, and he can lead you to a championship. You just have to hope his shot's going in, because if his shot's not going in, he turns into the biggest baby in the history of sports.
Kevin, we will, at some point, after it's all over, do the autopsy on this season and the team and everything. Right now, I think we're still focused on last night's game in this series specifically. For this day
and look,
at the moment.
We'll get to this segment later, and I know it's going to sound dumb. You still have to win 4 games to win a Look, Mike, I know. In the history of basketball, I'm still invested for tomorrow night, and I'm like, hey, what if you get this one? Then maybe, I realize all of the logical reasons that will not happen.
The Rangers had never won a World Series until last year when they did.
I don't know. I don't know if I can watch another NBA. It hurts too much.
Yeah.
You have to.
And then they're going to score 96 points and lose 110-96.
I'm going to come over to your house. I'm going to pin your eyes open. We're going to watch it together, Mike. We have to.
Okay. Well, you just set a date.
I really don't want to pin your eyes open. Can you just do it on your own,
I wonder
please?
if Luka's going to sit out game 4.
No, he's not.
Why wouldn't he, man?
What do you mean?
He might say, "Look how hurt I am. I'm not even going to play."
Can't protest in the NBA.
I can't take all this criticism.
I will disagree that he will sit out Game 4. Very.
one's dying. And then
I know, Jason Kidd. I know.
Kid won't even put he'll just put 4 out there. He'll be like, we have to go without Luka, so we're just rolling 4.
The KNC
used to it on
masterpiece.
defense.
See, I feel like the Mavs right now in the third quarter. I just have to weather this storm and just keep going. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The Rangers are awesome again because Barry Bonds was activated. Next.
Hey, it's Corey here, and you got to get the Game Time app right now. Use
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Don't forget we got My Buddy's an Idiot coming up at 11:22. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschak.
All right, I want you guys to text in if you can.
Okay.
What's the text line?
877-881-1053.
Any of you guys actually watch the Ranger game last
Look,
night?
Mike, I was
wondering.
I did not.
I was wondering
sorry.
on the pre and post, like we were thinking as we're, going on the air in about, 4 minutes left or 3 minutes left in the second quarter of the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
We're like, who's watching this right now? I guess if you don't like basketball, right? If you're listening right now and you're not a basketball fan at all, and you're a baseball fan, then I was assuming you'd be watching. But besides that, if you're a fan of DFW sports in general, I was like, I don't know if we're going to have many people watching our pregame show, and then how many people are watching the postgame show. I will say this. I don't know if this happened. Your other part of texting in is, did the Rangers make you feel better at all about last night? That at least, the Mavericks lose. They've lost the NBA Finals. We're moving on to next year. They get to play.
Hey, I'm not moving on yet.
They get to play one more practice game.
We have another game left.
I know. They're going to score like 86 to 95 points. It's like my golf score, pretty much, is what they're scoring. And then the season's over. But I was wondering, did you watch it all? Did you flip it over to the Dodgers-Rangers game after the Mavericks lost? And then if you did, was there any type of yay Rangers, they won a game after the Mavericks lost?
I'll be honest. I watched every second of the Rangers because I love the Rangers, and I listened to it right here on the fan. And Kevin,
I did not.
Have you ever seen a David Robertson performance like that?
Holy cow. It was
Good
awesome.
God. That was awesome.
He obviously didn't see it.
Oh, yeah. All I saw was the box score. I heard it was great.
Yeah.
3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts, right?
Yeah, of Mookie, Ohtani, and Freeman, which hasn't been done this year in an inning, that somebody has struck out those three guys in an inning.
And you're talking about probably 3 of the best 10, 12 players in baseball, depending on where you slot Freeman. Yeah. Unbelievable. But I'll admit, after, was it game 2 where I flipped on A&M in the Super Regionals, because it felt like really pressing. This game, I was too mad to turn the channel.
Yeah,
or to turn
I
on
hear
the
you.
fan.
By the way, explanation if you're listening, when somebody says they're throwing a knuckle curve, they're not knuckling the ball at all. They're just spiking their number one finger. So they're throwing a curve ball. It's just spiking the ball.
What does spiking do? Take speed off of it?
It kind of eliminates that finger from getting in the way.
Okay.
So at times people feel like that one finger can take over. You're really with your middle finger trying to spin the ball as hard as you can.
Why not just cut the finger off?
You could, but that would hurt your fastball, I would assume.
Okay,
That
all right.
now you're just nubbing it.
Makes sense.
And just throwing it with one finger.
Is that an acceptable phrase?
Don't tell me you didn't think about it too, Kevin.
I think if you just have a finger that's cut off is just the nub. Am I
Yeah,
not?
but do you say nubbing it? Is that a thing?
I just said it. So
Okay.
yes, you do.
It is now.
Checkmate on me.
Okay. So it was awesome by David Robertson. I'll tell you what's awesome is Corey Seager. So
Yes, he
here's
is.
my tease. Yesterday we talked to Bruce Bochy, talked a little bit about Barry had to play with everybody hates him type of an edge. Like nobody likes me and I hate everybody type of deal. And that's how he got the most out of himself. I will say this, it's getting to the point this year that we are the early 2000s or mid 2000s San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
It's all based off of Corey Seager. There's almost no offense because yesterday Corey Seager, thank God Bueller threw to him. Is 2-0 to start that count off. And I'm like, he's going to walk him. It's first and second, one out. Why not? He got Garcia to ground into a double play earlier in the game. And Garcia, after the home run, hit a pop-up to second base. Now, Josh Smith did get on base with 2 outs, so maybe you still would have scored. But I thought to myself, why would you throw a strike to Corey Seager? Why not at this point? I know he's not Barry Bonds. As much as I love Corey Seager,
sure.
Barry Bonds' numbers are insane during his time of it was insane before, but it got extremely
During his time
insane.
of armor and steroid use. Yeah.
Yes, it got extremely insane at one point. So Corey Seager can't come close to that. But at this point, if I'm the Dodgers, if I'm coming up the Mariners, I treat Corey Seager the similar way that people treated Barry Bonds at this point with the Rangers offense. And I go, he's the one person I'm just not pitching to.
Yeah.
I don't care if I walk in a guy. I'm going to see if Adolis Garcia, Josh Smith, Nate Lowe, Wyatt Langford, Jonah Heim.
So what's the disconnect? Like, if we know that, the Rangers know that, if other teams probably should know that.
Okay. Derek and Mike both said this a long time ago. Sometimes you just like to challenge a guy, and sometimes it's a challenge pitch, and it goes really far.
Your ego gets in the way.
Okay.
And I do think at this point they're probably saying, well, at this point is the game on the line. And you say, well, we have enough at bats. Our offense is good enough. And really holding the Dodgers under 3 runs. Tremendous job by the Rangers staff. And luckily, you get to the last play. And by the way, Alec, if we have that last play, just because we're going to keep playing Jaylen Brown, slamming on our pumpkin heads. Let's
cut 15 if that is more specifically.
At least let's play one highlight that went well for our Metroplex last night.
Yates to Hayward. First pitch is a line drive, right center, base hit. Leote over to cut it off. It's off of his glove. Rounding third is Smith. He scores. Pages being waved home. Here comes the throw. Play at the plate. He is out at home plate. And that's how this ball game ends. How about that?
You got to love the sudden,
That was a great call by Hicks, man.
It was.
That was
Now,
really good.
on replay, Pages was held up at third base.
Okay, so he ran through the stop sign?
He's a rookie, and I think he got excited. The crowd, obviously the ball in the gap. Once Leote missed it, and he didn't completely miss it, because if he had completely missed it, it's a tie game easily. It hit the bottom of his glove, and it was an easy ground ball to catch. He had to run and make the ground ball catch, but he missed it. And when he missed it, I'm watching and going, oh no. Because it was a late game. It was a 3-hour game. The Rangers had a great pitching. They did great pitching, but they threw a lot of pitches to get the Dodgers out. And that's just, remember last year when you faced the Rangers, even when they didn't score and we were like, gosh, I can't believe they only scored 2 runs tonight. You would look at the pitch count of the other team, go, man, they did throw a lot of pitches.
Their
to
starter
get us out.
only got to the 5th inning in max.
Yeah,
a lot of times.
but that's the Dodgers. Even when they have a bad hitting performance, they made you work your tail off to get the 27 outs to beat them. So there were a lot of pitches. So I just thought to myself, oh, Leote, you just freaking tied the game up and we're going to be here forever. And we're probably not going to beat the Dodgers because at this point they're not going to throw to Corey Seager. And it's the only way the Rangers feel like they can score is somebody throws a strike to Corey Seager. So
Mike wouldn't have been here this morning had they gone into extra innings.
I might not
I
have.
can see that.
I might not
Especially
have.
since the Mavs lost.
I got home at 1:05 last night after
in 30 seconds probably.
Oh, really?
Because it'd be 105.3.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate the feedback.
Those were two exceptional throws,
for
though.
that.
Yeah.
Leote's throw and then Simeon's relay was
Yeah,
phenomenal.
Leote got the ball after he dropped it. He got it to Simeon as quick as he could. And then it was a great play by Heim because the ball was coming up on the hop. So it was not an easy hop. It was an in-between hop. It wasn't one of those where you can read it well. So he had to, as the ball's coming up, get the ball coming up, tough hop, and then get the glove down to make the tag. Heim made an unbelievable play that I'm going to tell you that Gold Glove, that was Gold Glove-ish right there. Nothing against Andrew Kisner, nothing against, let's say, at least half the catchers in baseball. They're not going to make that catch. And if you don't make the catch, you're not going to be able to obviously apply the tag. I'm out of time, but it says, who are the best hitters right now, rankings in Major League Baseball? I'm going to just go through these quickly so you can hear it. Aaron Judge, 1, Juan Soto, 2, Gunnar Henderson, 3, Shohei Ohtani, 4, Bobby Witt Jr., 5. I'll stop there. We're out of time. But if you look at that, 4 out of the 5 guys are in the American League. And right now, I think Corey Seager would be on this list if he wouldn't have got hurt.
The KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to switch it up just a little bit. We need some more fun injected right now. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or do they think people from England speak with an Australian accent? Let us know.
Hey.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know people are dejected about the Mavericks, so we need a little fun going on in this show. So it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or do they decide to do a backflip on the baseball field? Now, we didn't get an opportunity to talk about this yesterday. Corey and Mike, are you familiar with the backflipping on the field baseball fan?
No, I know who Ozzie Smith is, but I'm not sure.
It was not Ozzie Smith.
Don't tase me, bro.
Okay. So this Reds fan.
You remember that? Was it a Phillies fan when the dude was running? He was like, "Don't tase me, bro," and he got tased.
A Phillies fan, or excuse me, a Reds fan, thank you, ran onto the field, got onto the field in the outfields, running around, was like, "Woo, bro!" And then a security guard comes up right behind them when they do a backflip. Now, shame on the security guard for not being able to capture that person while they're backflipping right in front of you. Knock them to the ground.
You don't
grab them in mid-backflip.
You don't expect a backflip. There's no way you're running after somebody to take them down and you see them start to backflip. Your mind goes lots of different areas.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Counterpoint. You have about a second and a half-ish to figure out what you're next going to do. This person lands the backflip, just about steps on the security guard, and then makes another break for it. The security guard, partially embarrassed, maybe it's because this person knocked their hat off, I don't know, they decide to taser the person after that. So backflip landed, hat knocked off, security guard goes zap,
boom,
and the other person goes down.
Mike, have you ever been tased before?
No, I don't want to either.
You ever tased anybody?
No, I don't have a taser.
But
I don't. Do you have a taser to tase people?
I would love.
It sounds like your son, honest to God, when he leaves for college, he's going to use the credit card you gave him for like essentials, and he's going to go get a taser.
Carter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I could definitely. They're only $25.
Yeah.
Really?
That can't be
for a good one, though,
Kevin,
right?
the best overall is the ViperTech VTS 989, and it is $25.99.
That doesn't sound right.
The stunner
Taser
safety
should be more.
Stunner safety is the best combo device, and I don't know exactly what the combination is, but that's $89.99.
If that's the case, I'm going to buy one, and I'm just going to shoot it off in here randomly.
Oh, my God. I hope our bosses are listening. I would like to file a potential complaint.
There is one that costs $1,599. That's
the good taser. That's the
sold
police
through
taser.
Axon. It's the 7CQ, Kevin.
That
So
has
that's
to
the
be the
one that-
police taser.
It just feels like somewhere between $1,500 and $26. We should be able to find a
I
usable
feel like the
taser for the
$26
public.
is going to be the one that just tickles you. You're going to feel like, oh, wow, that was a tickle.
I think it puts you down for a second, but you're probably going to get back up
No
for the
way.
$1,500 one.
Hold on. You're pretty confident about this, Mike. You said no way.
Yeah,
So
I'll
if we-
try it.
If
I'll
we
I'll
go
go buy
purchase
it.
the $26 taser,
I'll
you'll
shoot it
take
at
it?
you, yeah.
No, you have to take it. You don't get to shoot it.
You're the one that doesn't believe.
No, I'm not going to be the smash box guy.
We got 4 Tolos in here right now. Do you think that they'd volunteer? Do they have to sign
Definitely.
off? Do they have to sign like a waiver?
I don't know how corporate would feel about that.
Does it matter where you get tased? Like if I miss you and hit
Probably.
you in the face, like if I hit you in the head,
That's leaving a mark.
is it brain tasing you? Like if I hit you in the arm, it's like ugh, you're going to feel it in your arm, I'm
I
assuming?
feel like if you get hit in the heart, you're dead.
Brain
But-
tasing, of course, when you have something really complicated. It's like a puzzle or something. You can't quite figure it out.
What's your next story, Kevin?
yeah. Yeah,
We were having a lot of fun with
Were
this taser.
you? You just said somebody would die if you tased them in the heart.
It was quite. I mean, risk is part of fun. You know.
I'll tell you what, I'll buy a taser for $15,000 and go
I think it's
buy
only $1,500.
15. I don't care how much it costs, and I will buy season tickets to the Mavs. And every time Luka lays on the floor, I'm just going to tase his ass.
You know what
And
I like about
you can
this?
stay down there if you want, but I'm going to tase the crap out of you.
Sethnicity on the Twitch, Kevin, said these guys aren't talking about Luka's injuries, which we did. And he was like, I think we need to put a shock collar on the hosts every time so they understand what Luka's going through right now. We'll discuss Luka's injuries at a later time.
Let me see.
Well, hold on.
See what he's going through.
Do you have a shock collar?
He's just sitting on the ground. Go. Okay, 1,000. Go. 1,001. No, that's too fast. That's
I'm an old effing fart, okay? And I can get up within 1 second and sprint back past the half-court line to get back on defense. It's the effing finals.
You know what I like the most about the previous part of your story? You said every time, as if there would be more than one occurrence after which you tased Luka from the crowd.
He didn't learn his lesson. He's not going to learn his lesson on the first try.
About Mike. Yeah. They're not going to let him back in.
Oh.
They're going to have posters up of him.
That's part of everybody understands. They're like, yeah, we want Luka to be better too. So they're letting Mike tase him. In this scenario. Yeah, nobody's dying.
Do you think that do you think that they should make Luka like work on just getting up in the offseason? Like he gets up like the old lady who's fallen in the bathroom and says, I've fallen and I can't get up.
Do you think BlueChew.com would help him get up?
Yeah, you think his like ween is going to like push him off the ground because it's like
I don't know.
It'd be hilarious if it was like a pogo stick and every time he fell, he just bounced back up.
See, but wouldn't that be a great? I'm serious. Wouldn't that be a great commercial?
Yes.
You just show Luka sitting on the floor and you're like, hey Luka, need help getting up? Go to BlueChew.com. Like you could have something there.
I wouldn't want to post him up.
That's a foul, ref. He's poking me.
Hip contusion.
Yes.
Day-to-day.
There you go.
Digging his elbow into my back.
All right, I probably should listen to you before when you said next story.
Yes.
All right, let's go to the odds makers for the College World Series. Are they idiots? They have installed, look, I love Texas A&M. They have installed Texas A&M as the favorite to win the College World Series, despite the fact that they lost Braden Montgomery, probably their best player and a top 10 pick. Does that seem, they're very slight favorites ahead of Tennessee, and then there's a big drop off till you get to Kentucky, North Carolina, Virginia. Does that surprise you at all? I have to admit, I'm pretty surprised they're installed as a favorite.
It does, because Tennessee's in their own conference and outplayed them in conference. So I don't get it. And then you said Kentucky's the 2 seed, right?
Kentucky's 3rd.
But they're the 2 seed in this thing. So
but there's a pretty big gap.
How is, in your own conference, Tennessee and Kentucky did better. They were rated higher going into the tournament of 64. A&M loses their best player, and they're better than the 2 teams in their conference that outplayed them. I don't get it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Guess what? I don't know. I also thought the Mavs might win a game in this playoffs and maybe even win 4.
They won lots of games in the playoffs.
Sorry, in the finals.
Mike,
I was wrong. I should have picked Celtics in 4.
If you're looking for something more discreet, the Streetwise Pain Pen was only $23.95.
Are we back to taser talk?
So Streetwise Pain Pen is the discreet one that you can.
I think it's amazing that I'm 46 and a half and I can get up faster than Luka. And I can't tell you, I've had 2 back surgeries.
I think I know why.
God. It's just amazing how slow he gets up off the ground, and it's not because of injuries.
You probably won't be able to figure this out, but let's see. My buddy's an idiot because the Mavs went on a 20-2 run and decided to call a timeout and put Tim Hardaway Jr. in to close out the most important game of the season. All right, look. That is a good-ass point because Derek Lively gets the rebound, and the Mavericks, who, again, 20-2 run, decided to call a full timeout right there.
Yeah.
Finally.
That felt weird to me when everything is going your way.
I will say this. I understand and I can agree. I'm going to be 50-50 on this. They were running out of gas, and I think Jason Kidd saw it, and he was hoping that timeout. Now, unfortunately, it kind of gathered Boston together.
Yeah.
So it's always a tough decision. My guys are out of gas. A 20-2 run late in a game because you were down by 20 plus is really a lot of energy to come back.
For sure.
And so how much do you go, I'm going to ride with it even though I can see my guys are dead tired because I don't want Boston to gather their thoughts. And so I do think that's a tough decision on how much do I know my guys need 3 to 4 minutes right now to rest, but I also know this could get Boston into a huddle where they can assess what they're doing wrong to allow Dallas to get all of these buckets right now.
Mike, I know I'm going to get put in this category from the 972. Relax. We got 4 in a row coming, baby. Until they lose game 4 or whatever game, I'm still going to believe. I am still going to believe that they have a shot. So feel free to throw me in the idiot category.
Nah, man, I'm with you.
I don't want to do this. No, I'm not going to say it because I was going to bet $20 on the Celtics to win Game 4 against you.
Oh man!
But then I don't want to root for that.
Exactly.
Then if not, they'll win Game 5 by 150.
Hey, probably. We'll see. We'll see. From the 214, what are the current odds? I just thought about putting $100 down on the Mavs to come back and win as a joke. How much would I win? Let me get back to you.
$1 million.
It's probably not that much, but I will go look that up right now.
From the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks See-Me Lamb is a wide receiver 1 and should be paid similarly to Jefferson rather than Waddle and Smith. And I don't know what you're looking at statistics wise. CeeDee Lamb's numbers are almost exactly compared to Justin Jefferson.
I would say pay him more than Jefferson.
Well, okay, Mike, that's
But seriously, if you don't think CeeDee Lamb is the number 1 wide receiver, do you think there's 1 or 2 number 1s in the entire league?
Yeah, I don't. Here's what I've. Everybody thinks a number 1 wide receiver is a guy you line up on the outside and you just send him out deep, and like, oh, that's that guy. It's a guy that I'm throwing to the ball to all the time. That's my number 1. That's the guy that I trust the most to throw the ball to. That's why he's the number 1 receiver on my team. CeeDee Lamb is that. No matter where I line him up, I don't care. If you line him up in the slot and you get a good matchup, are you saying that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are worse because they're hunting Luka Doncic to go defeat him in this? No.
I just thought of this. And it was only 1 playoff game because that's all the Cowboys ever play if they're lucky enough to make it.
Hey, the year before they played 2.
I shouldn't have done that.
This is on you, Corey.
In the first quarter.
Oh, no.
Who threw a fit after a 3rd down situation because his quarterback sucks at playoff football?
CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson. Remember, he was like, throw the effing ball, Kirk.
He's kind of like Luka, where he's like, wait a second. It's only the first quarter. I know probably Dak's going to suck until the game's out of hand. But
oh, my God.
But, I don't think that you should be throwing a fit this early in the game because it's not going to help your quarterback who's crapping in his pants because he's in another playoff game.
Now, by the way, I'm going to throw
This is a good line, Kevin, from the 214. This feels like the Cowboys' playoff game stretched over 4 games.
Man. That clever son of a gun just hurt my feelings. That is a really good point that you made that I don't like. I think this is crazy to me. What do you think is the line? Like the actual series line for the Mavericks to win the series right now?
30-1?
It is 20.5-1. So to that person who would bet $100, you'd get $2,050. That feels, it's never happened in history. It feels like it needs to be at least 50, 100-1.
I will say this. It will happen at some point in our lifetime that somebody comes back from 3-0 in a playoff series in the NBA.
What better place than here?
It ain't
what
here.
better time than now?
Nope.
Okay.
That other team has to be shockingly down 3-0 because they're better. And you're like, how is this happening? And then all of a sudden, they play up to a standard that they're supposed to play at. At this point, Boston has showed us they're way better. Maybe the Mavs win a game, but they're way better. And congratulations. It's awesome for them. I'm going to go buy myself some Converse weapons to celebrate Larry Bird's team winning the championship, which he doesn't care about at all because he's a Pacer.
From the 214, my buddy's an idiot because he's trying to hire J.J. Redick as head coach for the Lakers.
I hope this happens.
They spelled it wrong.
Now, I would like Corey to give his reenactment of this story as well as he can.
What story?
Of what you thought about.
So I didn't realize that Redick was spelled with just one D, and
I didn't know that either.
It looks like, because it's spelled with one D, it looks like it's Redick.
So did you just think they were interviewing Hurley again?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's a jerk, you know? He's a jerk, so they're just interviewing him again. But I guess it's always because it was JJ. I just thought there were 2 Ds in there, so.
I'm not going to help out because I'm horrible with names. Because when I was working with Sandler in Miami, a guy came in to pitch for Miami, and his name was Declan. And I just said his last name because I was like, is it Declan or Declan?
It's Declan, right?
I don't know. Some people like just saying D hard on the start of their name. They put DE there, and they're like, it's Declan. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to AA-ron this thing, so I'm just like, I'll just say his last name.
My buddy's an idiot. His 40th birthday's today, and he thinks he can trick Corey into giving a Thursday shout-out by discussing it as my buddy's an idiot.
Oh.
You can't trick me.
That's not till tomorrow.
Oh, hold on. Today's
Thursday.
Today's Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you think it was?
Man, I don't even know at this point. The Mavs got me all messed up.
See, this one's tough. From the 214, I'm going to give you a couple of these. From the 214, my buddy's an idiot because he does a radio show in Dallas and doesn't think thinks the finals aren't over on Friday night. That would be me. And then another person, I'm going to change the station to somewhere that doesn't make me feel like my team is pathetic or I'm pathetic for being a fan. So one text thinks I'm an idiot for thinking the Mavericks are still in this and can win on game 4. And the next text says they can't listen anymore because we don't believe in the Mavericks. I don't, that's confusing.
Well, Kevin.
People are mad today, Kevin. I'm mad. I'm not happy that the Mavericks lost game 3. I thought they were going to win game 2, and they didn't. And after they didn't win game 2, I thought they were going to win game 3, and they didn't. It stinks. Our team had a great year. It was awesome. They went further than expected. Great job. They are getting their asses kicked in the NBA Finals, and that's not fun, and people are mad about it. So far. You're right. You know what,
Mike?
You know what? You're right.
Yes!
So far.
There we go.
I feel like, unfortunately, they have to play another game.
And I think they get to. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All positivity all the time. Coming up next, folks are dunking on Luka's NBA Finals defense. Why the massive downturn?
How do we do that positively?
Why the massive downturn?
There you go.
Next on The Fan.
Massive downturn.
If you're laughing,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Brown runs into Doncic, blocking foul, and that's it. He's fouled out. Luka Doncic has fouled out with 4:12 remaining.
KNC Masterpiece.
Downturn.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a tough balancing act today. I'm going to read you a couple of these from the 940. Thank you guys for taking some of the pain out of the Mavs suckfest of my morning. But then another person from the 817, my buddy's an idiot because he can't count his damn blessings and be thankful that the Mavs are in the finals. I think you can and still be frustrated at the way the finals have gone, right?
What a great season.
Yeah.
We're going to celebrate this season overall for unexpectedly making the NBA Finals.
Third time ever.
After it's over is when I'll do that.
Yeah.
You can't be honest and say this is fun, getting your butt handed to you three nights in a row. Or not 3 nights in a row, but three games in a row.
I will say it was an emotional roller coaster last night. Like last night's game was the most fun and the most depressed I've been about a Mavs game in a while, because you started off the way you did, but as you said, you're only up by 1 point.
Yeah.
And you looked good. Like you looked like you came to play last night. And then the wild roller coaster happened from the third quarter on that just kind of sent you into this wow. So it was fun at times. It became worse. It almost felt like an avalanche, Kevin, which we've never been involved in, as we discussed yesterday.
That is true.
But it almost felt like an avalanche where I was just like watching it all fall apart at the same time.
Now, I wanted to go through some of the positives just to show you like how big the decline was. Because I think if people are like, oh, Luka's never been good on defense, I think that is factually inaccurate. And you can point specifically to this year, all right? Since March to the end of the regular season, the Mavericks were second in defensive rating at a 107.3. Now, remember, defensive rating is a thing where you want to be lower. And Luka ranked first among players with a minimum of 750 possessions, so essentially people who play all the time, with a 102.5 defensive rating. So think about that. March, April, best individual defensive rating in the league. Now you can argue, I'm not saying that made him the best defender, but surely
he was part of that team. Like you can't say, well, he had nothing to do with it, or they would abuse him more. And if they try to abuse him against most teams, there's a crappy offensive player on the court that then we can help off of to help Luka.
And so surely you would see like the progress there. And then early on in the Clippers series, you look at some of the breakdowns. PG, Kawhi, and James Harden scored 8 points on 3 of 11 shooting against Luka. Now I realize sometimes some of those guys will just shoot, but I thought his defense had looked a lot better. I will strongly argue it looked above average. All right, not even average anymore, above average for those 2 months, and maybe in the first round of the playoffs. It's taken a hard turn in the NBA Finals. Like, I made a compilation of things. I was watching some videos and going back through Game 2 about when he gets blown by Drew Holiday, by Brown, by Holiday again, Tatum. But it feels unnecessary for me to document all of those things now because you saw the game last night. So my question for y'all is, why the downturn now? Because I know two logical excuses are injuries and just being tired. Because now you're getting to the point where you've played more than 100, or the team has played more than 100 games, and you could be wearing down. Is there anything specifically that y'all think has led to this downturn in the final?
I agree with the two things you said. I'll add to this. He's not having great efficient nights in the NBA Finals. We've seen if his shot isn't going in, he quits on defense. So his offense dictates his energy on defense. To be a great player, that can't happen anymore. So then I go to another one. He is only 25 years old. I get that he looks like he's 30 and his body's trending towards 40 at times, but he's a young player. So he is going to have to get destroyed in this moment, and he is. If you think we're rough, turn on Brian Windhorst after the game, or turn on
Can I go to that?
Because they are destroying him nationally, and he's going to have to wear this.
Let's go to cut number 11. This is the aforementioned Brian Windhorst giving a breakdown of Luka in Game 3.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, "You better bleeping challenge it," as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him, because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
He definitely went in there.
And he said anybody in his life.
Yeah. And
I agree.
And I don't think Mike's or Brian are wrong in that instance here. Can I have my moment here, Kevin?
Yes.
Not to rant like Brian Windhorst.
You want me to hum in the background?
No, I don't need that. But you're playing a better offensive team, and you can't just hide Luka somewhere and then him occasionally pop out to a matchup that's favorable to him. There were times where he got forced to guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he did pretty well. But this team, at this point, there isn't really any help, because the help has to defend on the wing. The help's everywhere else, because the Celtics are really good at three-point shooting, and they can spread it out that way. And so whenever somebody decides we have Luka, against Oklahoma City, you had Shai. Who else was going to drive like Shai? Against this team, you have at least 3 guys that can drive to the basket past Luka, and maybe even 4, like Mike's saying there. And then there's no help because they have to defend out. And so Luka might be frustrated that he doesn't have that, like he did in Oklahoma series, like he did in the Minnesota series. Even he had that help before, but he doesn't have it anymore, and he's just watching. He's literally, Mike, I keep saying over and over and over, I have a highlight film that I showed Kevin earlier in this series so far of multiple guys on the Celtics team driving, and all Luka does is move his feet and try to reach around behind him and try to pluck the ball out, and he's not getting it. So it's footwork, and I don't know how much of that is his injury. I have no clue. But it's footwork and commitment to being in front of the guys, and he's playing against multiple guys that can and are trying to find him, and they know they can beat him off the dribble.
I'm hoping what Brian Windhurst said. It doesn't matter what we say. We've been saying it for 5 years. Once again, we love Luka. He's arguably the best offensive player in the game right now. He's not the best player overall, but he is the best offensive player, I think. But this is going to put him on blast the rest of his life. Literally the rest of his life. He is going to go into this James Harden, Russell Westbrook category if he doesn't figure this out. And the criticism is just going to get louder and louder until he wins a championship. Ask Jason Tatum what it's been like the last 3 or 4 years. You know, Jason Tatum is now overcome. Now he goes into the category. He's different than Dirk. I think Dirk is a better player than Tatum, but now he goes into the category. You can't criticize him anymore for not leading a team to a championship. And I get that people will try to say, well, it was Jaylen Brown who won the MVP in the conference finals.
Tatum was a big part of this.
Tatum now has the championship, and that criticism goes away. Giannis has a championship, so when you get mad at Giannis for certain things, it goes away because he has one.
I told somebody that earlier when they texted in because they said LeBron, Jokic, Giannis, they can all whine. And I was like, that's exactly what it is. But they all have titles, and so you get cut some slack.
They do not whine this much.
I would be inclined to agree with you on that.
How much? And I think we could all agree because we don't know the extent of injury. That's the reason I can't say the downturn because
he's a faker. We don't know. That's the thing that's tough about Luka. He's a faker, and so when you fake injury all the time, we don't know how injured you are. He could be so injured that it's really affecting him. But when you fake injuries on a nightly basis, we don't know what to believe. So that's the tough thing, is we don't know what to believe. When you get up slowly, we don't know what to believe if you're really hurt getting up because you fake it, and it's part of his game. He loves this. He's European. He's a soccer guy. He loves the drama of faking things. And I'm not saying United States players don't either, but he takes it to an extreme. This is why I hate Paul Pierce. This is why I get tired of Dwayne Wade in multiple ways, is because they were such fakers and they would dramatize, and then you're like, you're not really hurt. And I don't know if Luka's really hurt or not. I get he's taking Toradol shots. I get that he's obviously hurt, but I don't know to what extreme because he's such a faker in it. And this is what's tough about when you fake things, is we don't know when you're faking and when you're really hurt.
And listen, and the bleeding knee, I don't think that's fake by any means. But you saw a difference in Oklahoma City series after he got called out and everybody was going at him about how miserable he looked in that game. And then he comes back and he looked amazing. And you're like, what changed?
Yeah.
And Mike, when you said Toradol, like that's it. In my mind, it's got to be, that's the thing that's getting him through it right now.
That one really worked.
Yeah. And maybe
some of them work better than others. The more you take it, the less your body
makes sense.
Is able to mask the pain.
Yeah, and maybe that's like the only thing that makes sense when it comes to his injuries. Kevin, I would say regarding massive downturn, whatever he's going through has something to do with it for sure. But he's on the court. He's on the court and he can't be hidden. He gets exposed whenever they attack him.
We've talked about this already multiple times today, but we got new listeners all of the time. When the 602, okay, would they even be in the finals without him? No. And literally,
right. And this is because they just got in the car for lunch or whatever.
Nobody is disputing that. Two things can be true. They don't sniff anywhere near the NBA Finals without Luka, but he was a big part of the reason, especially last night, but on the series as a whole, why they're down 0-3.
I'm not going to repeat myself, but we can't repeat our 10 a.m. segment, listener. I'd love to, but we can't. We've already discussed that Luka is great, but he has his flaws. We can't do it every second for you.
I do have questions about this, though. How often do you think he's right that he got fouled on the other end?
25% of the time.
You think so? I think it's higher. I think there is a lot of physical contact on him, and he's not getting calls.
Like that when he complains because he didn't get a call. I think 25% of the time he has a legitimate beef, and I'd like for him to only complain those 25%.
Okay. And here's the issue. You said something, I think it was in Crosstalk, Mike, that I thought was really spot on. If you're going to treat the officials like pieces of S, then you can't be surprised. And I realize the logical comeback, I get it, is you have to be a professional. Everybody has to be a professional.
Nobody likes being told how to do their job.
Including the refs. But it is just human nature. I agree with you. Is you should be like, God, that guy's an ass, but he was fouled. Like, you should be able to do that. But on the borderline calls, because I get it. He wasn't completely planted. I think you could have maybe flipped foul 6 the other way in a perfect world.
Or
but,
maybe even foul 5.
Yeah, he's not going to get that because 50-50 calls, you're always going to go, man, I really want to put that guy in his place. I'm not saying you should. I think that is wrong. I don't think officials should do that. But Corey just said, nobody likes to be told how to do their job. And if you get told time and time and time again how much you suck at your job, you're going to lean into it.
Yeah, and the tough thing is he has now such a reputation with the refs that they all hate him. And they deservedly should hate him. Is how long would it take for him to... I don't even think it would take a season, and I think it would kill him inside to play like the way Shaq used to play. And what I mean by that is Shaq never complained, and it was a freaking bloodbath trying to ref Shaq because of how hard they would hit him, and at times how hard he would hit the other player without even meaning to hit him that hard. Is just how strong and physical he was. But Shaq would just run up and down the court because his dad was a military guy and taught him, like, we're not going to complain about the referees. Luka, in a way, didn't have a dad teaching him close to that standard or a coach. We obviously now know he did not have a coach in Real Madrid teaching him how to treat referees at all. So he's grown up with the mama's boy mentality. And so I don't know if he can come out of this. I don't think he will. But even if he did, how long would it take the refs to be like, wow, this is a different person?
Yeah, and I'm not, I hear you. I don't know enough about his background to speak to any of the mentality growing up, but I am really interested in that other part because I know this is not going to happen. Feels like you invite them all to like a lunch or something, all the officials, and be like, look, I've been a giant D-wad, and I
do
need
what Michael Irvin did. Michael Irvin would go to the game and he would see cornerbacks talking about what Michael Irvin's doing wrong, and he'd say, hey, don't let him tell you how to do your job.
Well,
politic him, smooth talk him.
This would, I know we're out of time, but this would be something that
Money
would
deal.
be impossible to do, but I never thought of that. But that would be, if Luka could sit down at a luncheon with the 100 referees in the NBA and they could all say why they hate him and why they don't respect him.
Yeah.
I think it would be.
I agree.
But Luka then would possibly share, and that would be biased, but it would be such eye-opening to him to hear why they think he is a piece of trash, because he thinks they're all pieces of trash. Why do they think you're a piece of trash, Luka?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who will be the worst 5 teams in the NFL this season? I know what you want to say, but you know that's not true. So give me the worst 5. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Randy White with my team.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Young able to escape, throws on the run, it's deflected and picked off! Intercepted! Antonio Johnson runs it back all the way inside the Panthers 30.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I played that cut specifically for Mike Bassick as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
Stop.
He's never going to stop.
That's
Hold
our
on.
brand.
You're Luking the refs right there. He's the refs, and you're trying to tell him how to do his job.
Alec, you're very good at what you do, not only whenever you're behind the board, but whenever you're on the microphone as a regular host.
You know what I have to say to that?
That's our brand. It led us to 12-5 and the 2 seed. You can't do any better than that.
You can win after that.
You can get the 1 seed. There's only one spot better.
All right, let's talk about tampering because the NFL takes it very, very seriously, Corey. It is serious. The Falcons got hit with a devastating loss of their 5th-round pick and a just business-destroying fine of $250,000. Now, you might be sitting there thinking, that's a lot of damn money, Kevin. Fair. To the Falcons and their owner? No. $250,000 fine, and they'll have to forfeit their 5th-round draft pick because the NFL takes this very seriously. Also, the Eagles got punished with nothing.
What?
No, you shut up.
Hey, Kevin, nobody likes being told how to do their job.
Well, guess what? In this one specific instance, anytime you try to spell that out, I'm going to shut it down.
Next time Drew Holiday swipes the wrist and knocks the ball out of bounds and then they give it to Boston, that's why I called it that way, because you told me to shut up, Luca.
I don't think this defers anybody from doing this in the future.
Deters?
That's what I said.
Okay.
Yep.
I believe you.
I'll let you say the words now.
No. No, don't. So the Eagles get punished nothing.
I like this from the 817. Whole team straight to jail. I like that. That's
oh my
better.
gosh.
That's
what if you had nothing to do with this, which I'm guessing most of the Falcons
You win as a team and you lose as a team.
Yeah.
And you go to jail as a team?
Yeah, who makes you when somebody messes up in practice, Corey, at Bryan Adams, did you run or did
whole team
the
ran.
whole team run?
Whole team ran, man.
Or
the whole position group. Yeah,
luckily,
a lot of times
we're out of
position
space in prisons, I think, so they wouldn't do it.
Actually, I don't know, Kevin. Did you saw the replacements when they all landed in jail together? It galvanized them. So maybe we don't want whole team in jail.
That's why Jerry gets the bad guys.
Because of that or the remake of The Longest Yard, there's an odd amount of football movies that involve people going to jail. Like, think about it. Necessary Roughness. They played the jail team. In the remake of The Longest Yard, they were the jail team.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I can't say I've seen the original. And then in the replacements, they go to jail together. So
and it galvanized them. So yeah, maybe
they
no
won
jail.
the UFL title. I'm surprised you don't like the UFL more, given that that's essentially what the replacements is.
That being said, like I don't think it changes anything, and I think this happens more often than than the NFL wants to admit.
Agreed.
But they're acting like they're doing something here. A 5th-round draft pick.
Hey, $250,000 fine.
That just tells you that we're not that serious about punishing you.
What do you mean?
The police are on their way, mofos.
So dumb. By the way, Arthur Blank is worth approximately $8 billion, in case you were curious about that. All right, let's go from that to
how much?
$8 billion.
But how much is $250,000, Tim? Is that like $1?
Hold on.
Is that like $250,000 to an $8 billion heir?
Those numbers are too big. I can't do that in my head.
It feels like I did this with Steph Curry a few years ago because he got a fine, and we found out it was like a $5 fine to him.
If you had a net worth of $50,000, this fine to you would be $1.56.
Oh, so this is $2 cents to him. Wow. Okay.
I think it'd be $1.50.
$1.56. I feel like we just went over.
Yeah,
you said if you had
you can go to Costco right now and get a hot dog and a soda.
That's what they did. That's what they had to pay. They had to pay the Costco special as their fine.
It's a good hot dog,
We
too.
need more Costco specials around here.
We need more, yeah.
Mike agrees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Think about it, dude. Think about how many things that you could get.
A hot dog and Coke. You said what? I mean,
who will be? I know, I got
but
it.
you could get it every day
Oh, my
and
God.
have lots of money left over because you got it every day.
I wonder what your body would do if you ate a hot dog every day.
It would attack itself internally.
Guys, who do you think will be the worst 5 teams in the NFL this year?
I'm sorry, Kevin.
Carolina.
Before we go any further, did you see the Daily Show where they said SpaghettiOs, the Arby's of pasta?
Yes. That was maybe the number one thing I missed about the Jon Stewart Daily Show is how he would crap all over Arby's and Spirit Airlines before it became fashionable, man. He trashed that place before people knew.
The Giants.
Okay, yeah, re-ask the question because I wasn't.
Worst 5 teams in football this year. Mike is on a hot streak right now. The Giants, number 4 on the list. The Panthers, number 2 on the list.
What? Number 2? What you would do if you had those.
Because they are the
Costco
Arby's
special.
of football. Yeah. Carolina Panthers. We're the Arby's of football. All right.
Mike's really thinking about this.
Patriots.
Patriots are number 1 on the list, which
They're the
means
worst?
Mike has got you, will be the worst. Mike's got number 1, number 2, and number 4 correct.
I don't think anybody in the AFC West. Is there anybody in the NFC West that's really bad? I don't think Arizona's going to be one of the 5 worst. Well, he's saying maybe they're number 5.
I don't
Denver,
know.
you think Denver?
The Denver Broncos are number 3 on the list.
I've gotten 4 out of 5.
So the worst
on
5
your face
for 2024. The Patriots 1, the Panthers 2, the Broncos 3, the Giants 4, and
Cardinals?
Wrong conference.
Oh, is it Tennessee?
They seem to win 6 games somehow.
Los Angeles?
Oh, the Las Vegas
wow, I didn't think they'd be that bad.
Raiders are listed as the 5th.
They got the coach they wanted.
I thought the NFC West wasn't going to have. They have 2 of the 5.
AFC West.
AFC West. I'm sorry. 2 of the 5.
And they finished 8-9 last year. Both teams that finished better than the Chargers, they're expecting are going to be worse than the Chargers because of Harbaugh. Okay.
Probably.
Why do you think, serious question, if they're going to be worse, because I decided to put the Giants in there and it worked out. Why are those 2 teams worse than the Commanders?
Yeah. Which 2 teams?
The two
Raiders
AFC West teams, why are they considered worse than the Washingtons?
Because the Broncos seem to think Bo Nix is the dude. So
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I guess I'm not super keen on that to start off the season.
Drake May's having an amazing last practice.
Okay.
He's from Carolina.
His last practice
sucks.
Yeah, I go directly to that.
Okay.
In the short term,
I wonder how
think
close
it's really
Washington
gonna hurt
was to
them.
making that list.
That is a good question. And for the Raiders, you like Adams, you like Bowers, but it's going to be O'Connell and Minshew.
Okay.
That's what we're
I get
doing?
that. Their biggest problem last year, though, was their culture internally. And Antonio Pierce, I guess, changed that because he was hired. Max Crosby was like, trade me if you don't bring him back. And I do wonder how much that's going to matter versus their miserable quarterback play.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I felt like culture was the biggest problem there because Josh McDaniels is a moron. So
wow.
He's a flake moron. I've never liked that guy.
From the 214.
Yeah, thank you.
From the 214. This
love that
person
word.
is a Broncos fan, and they said they will be in the top 3 worst teams. Some people said the Commanders. Some people said the Cowboys. That's the problem, though, right? Is the Cowboys will be too good to be bad enough to make a drastic change, right? But they won't be good enough to get to where you want them to be.
I can see that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you want a little baseball?
Yeah, sure, we won.
Oh, no.
We did win. I saw it. We had a home run.
All right, I'm going to give this a shot at baseball.
I'm running out of energy.
Unless you want to go to basketball again.
Whatever.
The Rangers are I told you, Alec, the Rangers are getting healthier. But will they still be in the mix when these reinforcements arrive? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to switch our focus. Also, if you want to text things in to make Mike not sad anymore, or on the YouTube and the Twitch.
Is he sad or just tired?
I think it's both, yeah.
You are sad.
Well, I'm disappointed. Look, once again, I will repeat myself. Unbelievably great season. Thank you, Mavs. It's not fun losing every game.
Yes. Agreed. So we were going to talk about the Rangers here. We're going to push that until tomorrow. I do have a quick Rangers update for you. We talked about this was going to happen. They did activate Brock Burke from the 60-day injured list. And then Garrett Anderson was optioned to Round Rock, and Derek Hill, I guess, did clear waivers and was assigned to Round Rock as well. So there's a quick Rangers update for you as they defeat the Dodgers last night. We're bringing in Carter Freeman for, it almost feels like an emergency segment.
Man, the Twitch is going to be pissed at this.
Because, sorry,
Good
Twitch.
for them.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Oh, my gosh.
True. For a long time, I didn't. I had to prove Gavin Dawson wrong.
Holy crap. I don't think I've ever heard that drop before. Good Lord. All right. So Corey was really hot on this story. And then Carter was like, hey, I got something for you, Forgiveness Friday. And it was the exact same thing that Corey was talking about. And so the Big 12 is considering private equity investments of up to $1 billion for up to potentially 15 to 20% stake in the league. Now, Carter, I want to get right to the name and what will most likely annoy people the most about this potential business move.
Yeah, so this is from Brett McMurphy of the Action Network, who's a well-known college insider. He's saying that potential names for All-State and the Big 12 combining could be the Big All-State Conference or the All-State 12 Conference.
Stop it.
This is like the crap I took yesterday versus the crap I took today. This is all crap. This is so stupid. And my biggest thing is half the original Big 12 isn't even in the Big 12 anymore. I guess Colorado's coming back, so technically there's over half. But like the names that you associate with the Big 12, for the most part, are not there anymore. If you want to change the name of the conference, I think this is the time to do it. And then you add the sponsor, and preferably it would be whatever conference brought to you by Allstate or brought to you by whoever. The big Allstate conference just sounds like an Onion headline.
And the thing that's going to beat people down is you'll be like, I could still call it the Big 12. No problem. Like, I've never called it the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. This is the Fiesta Bowl. But
I don't know. I did like that sponsor for it.
But when they go to the graphics, it's going to be the Big All-State Conference Championship. Or when you look up the standings, it's going to say in the All-State Conference, and you're going to be like, the hell is that?
But you're going to ignore it and watch the football.
No, I will watch the football, but I wonder how many people are going to get tripped up while this is happening, and they're like, what?
At first, and then it'll just become the norm.
You think we'll fall in line?
Yes. I think everybody will go, okay, well, that's just what it is. One of the things, Carter, that I think is very interesting in this is, what's the company that they're CVC Capital Partners?
Do you know where that's from? Luxembourg.
Luxembourg based.
Because when I think college football, I think Luxembourg.
They, in exchange for 15 to 20% stake in the league. And the reason that the Big 12 wants to do this is so that they can have access to the clients that CVC Capital Partners has.
Oh.
So that they can have the All-State in their title, so that they can bring money into their conference. And I quite honestly, Carter, I don't think the names of the teams in the Big 12 conference right now are enough to bring the money that they need to survive.
They're not, and because you look at the SEC and the Big Ten and how much money their TV contracts are worth, it is exorbitantly more than what the ACC and the Big 12 are offering their teams. And that's why the Big 12 decided to poach the Pac-12, because that would bring them more value to have more teams. That's more to sell to their TV partners.
And it is interesting that with this potential, not done yet, but potential capital infusion, that would get them to about the Big Ten media rights that you were just talking about. And I just wonder, like, I know you're not going to change the name of the school or anything. Well, who knows down the road.
This opens the door to something like that.
Are you eventually going to be like, welcome? And this might sound like an old person thing to say, but like, it's the All-State Championship between the PlayStation Buffaloes and, whatever.
And I mean, you look in like Japan or in,
because they're Colorado
England.
now.
The Apple Huskies, in Washington or something like that.
Yeah, you look at other countries and like this is fairly standard. Like all the Japanese baseball teams where I first go to, like the Nippon Ham Fighters, like Nippon Ham is a sponsor and the Fighters are the team name.
What? I'm not gonna lie.
They're not the Ham Fighters. They're the Nippon Ham Fighters,
Corey,
which makes me sad.
This is new to me.
It was 12:08 p.m. on June the 13th where I learned that Nippon Ham was actually the sponsor of the club.
Is it actually ham?
I thought that was
Nippon
like maybe
Ham.
a city or
Do they get free ham as like part of their stuff, or?
I think we should ask you, Darvish, because he's the only reason I know that.
Do you think, guys, they'll be in good hands with this investment?
You need to stop that right now.
I absolutely do. That was a joke I made to Alec. I'm like, they are not in good hands.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That being said, the influx of money is beneficial to them. But you brought up that you don't like private equity firms because why?
Because it's a short-term answer to a long-term problem where, like we've talked about there, the widening gap in money between the top four conferences, the Power Four conferences, it just gets bigger and bigger. So the two smaller ones, the two less money-making ones, ACC, Big 12, they think they have to do whatever they can to keep up with it. But this is something to where private equity is all about the bottom line. So you sell, 20% stake in your conference. Well, you have to keep making this money.
Mm-hmm.
So my friend CJ made a joke. We're talking about this before I came on. Well, in the Big 12 title game, when the All-State Conference title
there
game,
you go.
Stupid
That's
name
ludicrous.
they're coming up with. Exactly. It's like that State Farm.
They're both red.
They're not going to sell enough hot dogs. They're going to have to kick Baylor out of the conference, right? Like they're going to find different ways to whittle what you already know down to make sure that they're making enough money to please the people behind this.
Now, Kevin, somebody said that's no different than adjusting from Cowboys Stadium to AT&T Stadium. I mean, the money goes into Jerry's pocket.
Right.
Like for that, the money goes. Globe Life pays to have their name there. The Rangers benefit from that. And I don't think that Globe Life has much say in what the Rangers do. They're like, hey, this is the agreement. You get to put your name on our stuff. I don't know how much the private equity firm is going to have control over that. But I also don't know what kind of safeguards. I don't know what kind of safeguards Big 12 would put into place so that doesn't happen.
I think that's different too because you're looking at an entire league being bought into as opposed to just like the naming rights for a stadium. Because like college stadiums, like some of them they have sponsors, and this season the NCAA recently allowed teams to put sponsors on the field for regular season games.
Yep.
So I think it's just that's a little different.
And by the way, we're talking about the Big 12 here. They're not the only conference or set of teams that is doing this. Like Florida State, they already have talked about, they are, I guess, working alongside a private equity firm to try to help them maximize their value if they can get outside of the ACC or to help them get out of the ACC. So even the Florida State coach is like, look, this is the future. If it doesn't start with us, because they're in the midst of it, it's going to start somewhere, maybe at the conference level, and then here you are. In the meantime, people are sending in alternate ideas. When the 903, the Dollar General Commanders, from the 817, the Costco Cougars.
So
I
you
will
can get
admit,
that sweet hot dog and Coke deal.
yes, I also just like the way it sounds. So that's will Dennis Haysbert be the spokesperson for the conference? I believe he's with Allstate. He was the president in 24. I don't think that is going to go into effect.
He was the president in 2024?
No, in 24, the TV show.
Kevin spoiled the election.
No.
I'd vote for him.
No, I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that right now.
I would like to suggest the 7-Eleven 12. If they're intent on keeping the 12 part of it, or like the Forever 21 12.
I'm a big fan of 7-Eleven
as you
12.
possibly can.
I do wonder this, and this goes back to the seeing it on TV kind of thing. What sponsor do the Celtics have on their jersey?
I'm sorry, Alec, I want you to say that on air because that was so clever.
I said the 5 below 12.
I like it. 5 below 12, yeah.
And then only have 7 teams in there.
Which they only have 7 of the original members, so it works out.
There's levels to this, Carter Freeman. There's levels to this.
I like this.
My apologies, Corey. I did not hear your question because I was enjoying
the Celtics sponsor.
Yeah,
I don't know.
on their jersey. You don't know, do you?
No.
Do you know?
Man, I felt like I looked at it a million times last night. I don't remember.
You absolutely did, and you can't remember. You don't know either, do you?
No, I know the Mavs.
And Petco Panthers.
Is it Chime still?
Mavs is Chime, yeah. They pay a lot of money for that.
And that being said, they pay a lot of money to have it on the Celtics jersey too. And I saw it the other night, and I thought it said West Point, and I can't remember what it is right now. But the point is, I don't even care. It doesn't. People were freaking out about you can't put advertising on jerseys.
And it doesn't bother me either.
And then here we are, and it's like it doesn't. It hasn't affected me, obviously, because I didn't notice. I don't remember what it is. There are certain ads that I hear that I hate, that I have no clue what they are about, okay? I have no clue what they're trying to sell me. But I hear that you're singing the song right now,
That
Kevin.
was not on air, thank you.
From 9 to 9.
But that's why I'm saying I think it's going to be something that passes through. It takes part of it, and they're going to continue trying to use that money to pay players. Yeah, like gas or Arby's. They're going to continue to try and pay players to get into their schools, and they need that. Some of these schools desperately need this type of access and this type of money.
I was just going to throw in real quick.
It is Vistaprint, by the way.
Because in WWE, they partnered with Prime Energy, and they're like, we're going to have a sponsorship on the mat. And a lot of people are like, oh, heavens no. How dare you sully the goodness and pureness of professional wrestling with that? After like 1-2 events, I don't even notice it anymore. To Corey's point, they showed lots of close-ups of, and I only know it's Chime for the Mavericks because like we cover them and we know that. I couldn't tell you anything about the placement on the jersey last night. For the Celtics, I saw it a million times, couldn't remember it. I don't think it will bother people either from that jersey perspective. I'm just wondering if, because there are still people to this day who won't say Commanders. They're like, they're not the Commanders. And
name one.
I know several, but will not. And so I'm curious if people are going to be the same way about this. And then Carter, real quick, what do you think about the From A to Z conference sponsored by Amazon and the Flex Seal Falcons? We got some really quality names already going here. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm curious how people react to it, but it seems like in all these situations, it's not quite as bad as people think it will be at first.
Ultimately, right now we're in June, and I, as a huge college football fan, I need college football in my life, and so we just kind of want to be mad about things right now. We want to talk about the sport.
Sure.
And so much of the off-the-field stuff recently has been negative, from the playoff drama last year to this going on now, and like some of the other things with the NCAA and the continued hemming and hawing about paying athletes.
All the
like
lawsuits, yeah.
Yes, and well, you're talking about Florida State.
Yeah.
They need the private equity to pay for all the
Probably.
lawyers that they need. But one final fun stat that I had was in 2018, the Pac-12 had an offer for $1 billion for 15% of the conference from private equity. So they valued each team at $555 million. The Big 12, if they take $800 million for 20%, that's each school's at $250 million. So those 4 new Pac-12 teams are just they're paying pennies on the dollar. This private equity would be for all of these teams in the conference.
Wow.
And the Pac-12, everyone roasted them at the time for even considering it, and look, they don't even exist anymore.
Do you think this gets done? Because we talked about they're talking about it. It may happen. Do you think this gets done?
Yes. Yeah, usually with college football, I found it doesn't get reported unless it's going to happen. So I do think something like this will follow through. If it's Allstate or whoever else, I saw like maybe a financial company would also be an option, but I do think this will happen.
And in addition to what he just said, it's money. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so that's why it gets done. That being said, Kevin, the Junk for Joy 12 would be an exceptional name for the conference.
I like the song. I know perhaps not it's not universally loved. It doesn't bother me at all. I kind of like it.
Well, maybe they can come up with a different one, you know.
The No D Conference.
That would work for Big 12. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to give you your opportunity to call the Luka line, where you can vent about 77 or any other Mavs issues. 877-881-1053 if you want to dial in. We'll take your calls next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We don't do it often, but right now we're opening up the phone lines. We want to take those phone calls. I want to remind you first, though, Sean and RJ's Firehouse Tour stops in Allen tomorrow. They're going to be at 310 Century Parkway, just south of McDermott in Allen from 5:30 to 10 a.m. Stop by, get an opportunity to pick up that Tolo sweat towel, sponsored by Palmer's Chicken, Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, Firehouse Heating and Air, and Chili Boys Boxers. Tomorrow, Sean and RJ in Allen. Now, are you ready?
This is not where I just hang up on everybody, right? Like, this is one where we're letting people let it fly.
No.
We do have to dump you and hang up on you if you say bad words, though.
That is true. Let's go to line 5. Let's go to Braden in Flower Mound. What is on your Mavs mind?
Hey, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. After last night's loss, I'm still a little bitter, hurting a lot. Luka, you really just got to keep the energy up 100% of the time. You can't just be complaining, man. Like, I love you so much, but we need 100% effort. I understand you're not getting the same foul calls that Celtics were getting last night. It is blasphemy. It's crazy. Also, Mike, by the way, a couple years ago, my dad was on the bus with you riding back from a game. He was giving you a hard time with the nickname, so I got to apologize for that. Love you guys.
Oh,
on the bus.
I just put on the
apology and information.
I just put on the Twitch. Yes, Mike is napping right now.
Oh, he said what?
It's
Oh,
okay,
no.
Mike. Like I said, just like Ben Franklin,
I gave what I got.
5-10 minute naps a day, and you're going to be okay.
If now I fell on the ground, I'm not getting up and running.
Let's go.
He's gassed, man.
Let's go to line 2. Andres in North Dallas. What's on your Mavs mind?
Hey, thank you for having me on this afternoon. I just wanted to say quick things. Last night's game, you could tell early on no fouls are being called by either team. So I wish Luka will take that into account. And over the series, one of our superstars has stood up each game, but our role players have disappeared. They've taken out our big main rotation. Hopefully this offseason, Nico Harrison and company can do something. Flip some contracts, get some perimeter shooters, better defenders, but that's all I have.
I appreciate that. And we were actually talking about that earlier, that I hear you on the role players, but you're still waiting for Kyrie and Luka to be in peak form in the same game, which is problematic as well. But I'm with you on the role player.
And I also wanted to point out too, he was right, man. There weren't a lot of fouls being called.
Yeah.
There was a lot of physical play, and they were letting them play. Was it 16 personal fouls and 62? Both teams had 16. It was even. And for the most part, they were letting the teams play physically, and Luka doesn't like that because in Europe it's called differently, you know. But it is here where they're like, all right, go prove it, go fight through it, get after it. And Luka didn't like that. And then I think, Kevin, because it was 4 fouls in 7 minutes, was that stretch where he got all those? Was it the third quarter, fourth quarter?
The end of the third, yeah.
Yeah, that was the stretch right there where it all fell apart. And I wonder how much Luka griping at the officials was like, you know what, fine, we'll show you. I don't know, but it was one of those games where he could have just gone, you know what, it's going to be like this tonight. We're just going to have to battle through it.
Let's go to line number 3, Javier in Dallas. What is on your Mavs mind today?
Yeah, what's going on, K-Dog,
Nice.
Mr. Michael? Yeah, I really kind of looking at the games, I feel like we're doing the best work when we're not switching and giving any kind of help defense, and I just kind of feel like we haven't really switched anything, and their role players are the only ones making the threes. Ours aren't. To me, like, our 2 best players are a wash between their 2. I don't know. I just feel like they could have switched it up defensively at this point. We have what we have, but I don't know. It's kind of tough watching our guys, you know, keep switching, and it just basically the ball goes around for open 3, and that's kind of demoralizing. That's kind of how I feel about the series so far.
I think that's a really savvy insight right there. That was one of the things, Mike, we talked a lot about going into it, is the defensive matchups and the ability, I guess the efficiency of the switches. And that has led to a lot of open shots for Boston. And it just feels like they're able to so effectively drag the possession out. If the defense is good in front of them, they're like, all right, turn and regroup, switch and regroup.
Did you hear I guess it was Jason Tatum mic'd up when he's like, step back threes are stupid against the Mavs.
Even though he was
doing it a lot, he's like, we can get to the lane anytime we want and then kick to wide open threes. And that's pretty much what they're doing. The Mavs have to help, and then they help, and then guys relocate either to the wing or to the corner, and they get a wide open shot.
I definitely thought in that moment, I was like, come on, bro. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, like
about step back threes?
You're the one person on your team that's consistently doing that.
Everybody else is driving.
Here's the thing. I'll give the Mavs credit. If we're going to give the Celtics credit, I will give the Mavs credit in this. They've made Tatum offensively not a great player. Like they've actually, if you want to say what's something that they are actually doing a pretty good job of, Jason Tatum has not been a good offensive player in this series. I'm not saying he's been bad, but you would be happy with what you've done against Jason Tatum. The issue is, like you said, the role players, for the most part, besides game 2, their role players are hitting their shots.
We're going to go to line number 1 for Ivan or Yvonne, if you're fancy. In Las Colinas, what is on your Mavs mind?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Well, first I'll start by saying Luka is a hell of a player, but just like you guys have been preaching, he does cry too much. But still, I think there's still a few years for them to figure it out. Jason Kidd is on and off. That's a good coach. But at the end of the day, we have the Dallas Cowboys, the all-in Dallas Cowboys to look forward to, I guess.
I like it. We've got the all-in Dallas Cowboys. One thing I want to add to that is, if you haven't been listening or haven't caught this, is Luka is a hell of a player. It can be multiple things.
He's one of the best players on the planet.
Absolutely.
He beat Shea.
Yes.
Absolutely. He beat Anthony Edwards.
Absolutely.
The Clippers obviously didn't have Kawhi Leonard. That's their best player. But you look at James Harden and Paul George, he was able to beat those guys too. So he got to a point that a lot of guys didn't get to this year. There's only him / Kyrie and Tatum and Brown that got to this point.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you watch him play, you see why he is considered that. And then you're like, but that's where as fans wanting more, you haven't gotten to that place where you're untouchable, and to that place where you are the crowned prince. I almost felt like
tough to make it there, right?
And you have to overcome this thing to be that one. Otherwise, you're that guy that didn't win one. Charles Barkley, as great as he was, still there's something that frustrates him. That's why he went to another team. He's one of the best players on the planet. You see it all the time. But to be in the conversation of the best player, you have to have some hardware that goes along with it, and that's that championship.
Let's go to line number 7. Reggie, driving to Oklahoma. What is on your Mavs mind, and are you going to the casino?
No, not headed to the casino. Just want to say, man, been a fan for a long time from the days of Donald Carter.
Yo.
How about that?
There we go.
Wow.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm an old guy. But anyway, man, this is a lack of maturity on Luka's part. He knows he's talented. It's obvious. But when you're not willing to put the team first, stop the whining and the crying, and play ball, I got a problem with that. Love you guys, man. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. And that, I will say, there are some people who differ in opinion because, that's obvious in today's society, but there do seem to be a lot of people who have focused in on, hey, I love Luka, but maturity.
I think here's something that I'm kind of curious about, because I'm still convinced, and Mike, I showed you the video that Kyrie was like, I don't like Grant Williams, get him out of here. And I think he has a big voice when it comes to talking to Nico and Jason Kidd on how this team should be built. And even hearing Kevin, we discussed this, when asked about coming back to the Mavericks, he said, look, as long as we keep putting this band together, I'm here. I want to be part of this thing. And I wonder how much of a voice he has and how frustrating it must be for him too, to say to Luka, to be working with him on all these things and helping him develop and grow, and still seeing that and going, can my voice even matter to him? Because as if you're hearing the Windhorse thing, teammates, coaches, all these have begged and pleaded for him to stop doing this, and he still hasn't learned yet. So I wonder how frustrating that's got to be for a guy like Kai, who's like, we're this close, and you still can't help yourself, man.
There's 0% LeBron comes here, but he might be a teammate who would be able to settle him down a little bit. And I get LeBron
because he's got that level of respect.
Yeah, because that's his idol.
Okay.
And maybe if LeBron said, calm down and play,
yeah,
that might be the only person that would be his teammate that could be able to do it for him.
Yeah.
But I will say this, man, to this team, they've made it this far. Nobody expected it. Nico knows that this isn't the perfect team yet. Think about how many guards that the Celtics had to go through, from Kyrie Irving to Marcus Smart to Malcolm Brogdon to, there's a dude on Charlotte, I'm forgetting his name right now, that they ran him in there. He got a $20-something million contract and left, and they're like, he's not the right guy either. Grant Williams wasn't the right guy when they thought he was the right guy as a wing player in Boston. Like, they've had to go through player after player around Tatum and Brown to finally figure out it looks like the perfect type of group around their two guys. And Nico's trying very hard. He's going to get rid of probably 2 to 4 of the guys on this team in the offseason.
Yeah, maybe players that fans love.
Yeah, to try to help out the bench. He knows that his bench is trash right now. There's depth there, but they're not the right fit probably. And so he's going to try to get this team a little bit better around Luka, but Luka has to improve, and really just has to improve the mental part more than the physical part. I get he might be a little bit overweight as the seasons progress. He's the one body that can get fatter in the NBA than thinner as the season goes. But I think it's more of, at this point for Luka, the mental part of the game than the physical part.
Let's go to line number 6. Jimmy in Arlington on a hopefully cathartic day. What is on your Mavs mind?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing today?
Oh, you know.
I know. I couldn't even sleep last night, but I woke up, so I won't complain. But this what I got.
That's a good point.
This what I got. Help me understand something. The way that Boston coach Joe attacked our players, why don't Kidd use Gafford to attack the tall guy, not Brown, Tatum, and get him in foul trouble? Have you noticed in one of the games, when Gafford was in the game, he was attacking Taylor down low, but what Kidd do? He take him out.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, wow. Let him get it.
Yeah.
Let him get it.
Man, I like it. That's my kind of
You
call.
love the horn.
That's my kind of call right there. I think Joe Mazzulla's done a really good job.
He has. He's I don't want to say out-coached. That would be taking a shot at Kidd, and he doesn't deserve a shot in this series. What is he supposed to do? He tried Tim Hardaway Jr. I mean, it was a major mistake.
Yeah.
But he's trying everybody because everybody's failing him as role players, and he's trying different people.
You can only play the dominoes.
I text you guys. I texted Maxey sucks. Get him out of the game. And guess who responded? Jason Kidd saw it too, and he's like, I can't play him anymore. Yeah. He tried him again in the late third quarter or mid third quarter, and he sucked again. And he's like, I got to take him out of the game. He sucks. And he's trying different players in different roles or similar roles. I would say with the Gafford thing, he only has so much energy and he only has so many moves. He did use him, but if you go to Gafford on a consistent basis, you're going to be disappointed. It's like, I can only use him in spurts. And then I want my guys to have energy. I want Gafford and Lively to play with a lot of energy. And if I try to play those guys for 7 or 8 straight minutes, they're going to lose energy throughout that time. So I kind of appreciate the way Kidd plays kind of 4 minutes to then 6 minutes to then 4 minutes to, he tries to keep those two guys at a very high energy level, and they are limited offensively.
Let's go to line number 8, John in McKinney. What's on your Mavs mind today, and will you honk at anybody during this phone call?
I got a honk for you. There you go.
Oh, I love it.
This is a new favorite thing.
Honk if you're on with KNC. Like, I don't know. That probably won't catch on. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm going to say is this right here. Look, man, there was no way possible that the Mavericks were going to beat the Celtics. They're learning how to win. I was talking to my son before the series started. I told him the Celtics were going to win the series because the Celtics, they've been there. They were there. They were there 2 years ago against the Golden State Warriors. You know what I'm saying? The Celtics have found a way. They learned how to win. Luka and the Mavericks, they're learning how to win. They got out the Western Conference. They were there 2 years ago.
Yep.
So now they made it to the finals. You know what I'm saying? They guys, they're babies. You know what I'm saying? They're babies. They're learning how to walk. They're going to be okay. They're going to take this L. They're going to take this lump, and hopefully maybe 2 years they'll be back. Even possibly next year they'll be back. But now they got that hunger. Now they got that taste, and we'll see what happens.
I like it. That was a great call.
Yeah, that was a great call. And look, there's plenty of teams in the history of the NBA that have seen that exact path. I mean, you're on the brink of losing to a team, as he said, that is on that exact path.
Or they never make it back again.
I can't rule that out because I can
what are you doing right now?
Look,
being honest.
No.
For every Bulls, Pistons, now Celtics team I can find you that has gone down this path. Yeah. I can find you. I can also find you a ton that were like, we thought we broke through, but we didn't.
So what you're saying is you want to be more like the Rangers. When you get there, you win it, and don't just assume because the next year could be kind of tough. That could be a tough year.
Like, look, Clyde Drexler, I'm not putting him in Luka's category. Luka's better than Clyde, but Clyde was great, and he had a great team around him. But they ran into the Pistons, and then it took them a few more years. They made it back and then lost to the Bulls, and that was it. That was their run, and that might be the Mavs. I hope it's not.
I do too.
I hope it's very different, but there's a lot of teams in the history of the NBA that were able to make it to the finals, but it was just too hard, too difficult to make it over the top.
I'm going to bounce over to line 4 real quick. This is Robert in Dallas. Thanks for waiting with us. And what is on your Mavs mind today?
First thing, Luka needs to mature. Second thing, I don't understand how Jason gets passes. You know, this lineup he helped create. You have when you're rotating players to see who's a right fit in the NBA Finals, you've done a bad job constructing number 3 through the rest of the roster. And the reason I say that is because all these players, the role players, have been showing you what they are. Maxey, a.k.a. Scooby-Doo, because he always walks around scared. You got Jaden Hardy that can't dribble, never has all season. He loses more dribble than any small guard I've ever seen. I've been watching the NBA for 40 years. You have Exum, which is after about half the season, he showed you why he wasn't in the NBA. There isn't one role player that you could say, wow, that was really shocked. Hardaway, if anybody watches the season, anybody knows Hardaway will hit for 28 and then shoot for 4. He'll go 12 for 12 and then go 0 for 12.
Yeah.
That's what you took to the NBA Finals. It's not like these guys are playing out of character. This is the character that they've had all year. So now you're trying to play them. And it's laughable to me that people complain about Luka's defense, even though it's horrendous. When he has to play offense, understanding that the only one that can score without getting the ball 6 inches from the basket is Kyrie and Washington. Everybody else, if they don't get it 2 feet from the basket, 6 inches from the basket, they're not going to score. So you're going to do that, and then you got to run back and play defense. That's laughable. Jason Kidd is a horrible coach. Don't care what anybody said. He didn't win with Giannis. And he gets to the finals with Kyrie and Luka, 2 of the best players that are going to go down in history as 2 of the best players. And you tell me one time you watch the Mavericks and go, you know what? Jason Kidd outcoached the other coach, and I'm talking about a good coach. He hasn't done it. He won't do it because he showed it that he couldn't win in Milwaukee. He's not going to win here, and I didn't want them to make it to the finals because I knew they weren't going to beat Boston, but he was going to keep his job. I was actually hoping that they lose to the Clippers. But anyways, I'll be happy again to see Maxi Kleber with 0 points, 1 rebound, come in for somebody else. So thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, no problem. There's plenty of things that I don't necessarily agree with in that, but Mike, I'm going to.
We don't all agree on anything, right? That's a big factor.
We do this too if you listen to us long enough, and hopefully you do, but he contradicted himself a lot there.
Oh?
So.
Thank you for listening, though.
So Jason Kidd is supposed to play who? If Jaden Hardy can't dribble, Tim Hardaway Jr. can't shoot, Maxi Kleber's too scared. Right, let's keep
Who's
going.
he supposed to play?
Exum's not an NBA basketball player.
Yeah, I got
So
you.
we start going through this, and you're like, it's Jason Kidd's fault. Well, you are saying all of the flaws that the players have, so there's not a player for him to play. And I'm kind of with you, but then I can't blame Jason Kidd. And I do think that this is a good team and a great team to build around. You have 2 very good centers that are young, one super young, one that has just hit his prime in Gafford that you have control of. PJ Washington is a very nice wing role player. Derrick Jones Jr. probably is going to be on another team next year. But you have Luka and you have Kyrie. I think Jason Kidd is limited in what he can do, and I'm not blaming Nico. Nico made 2 major trades to help this team out. He made a major move in looking at Derek Lively and getting him. Maybe Omax Prosper was a bad pick, but if you look at the NBA, there's only going to be like 10 picks in the first 30 picks that are actually going to work. And then in the next 30 picks in the stupid NBA draft where they're going to have one day only of the second round of nobody.
By the way, did you see that's going to start at like 3 p.m. on a Thursday or something?
I think it's going to be more of like a free agency special with picks sprinkled around it.
Yeah.
Is like there's only going to be like 3 guys in the second round who can play in the NBA. So I think the Mavericks have done a great job. I think Jason Kidd has done a great job of coaching in the NBA playoffs. I do think he's very limited. So then I agree with some of your assessments on these players, but Jason Kidd is trying and hoping that one of them clicks because none of them are clicking.
And the other thing I'll just throw out there is now that they've cycled through a few coaches, Giannis has a title, and then nobody else has been able to win with him either. It's really tough to win a title in the NBA. Yeah. I'm not going to automatically disqualify somebody because they couldn't win with Giannis, just because you've seen plenty of other coaches that I actually think are perfectly competent that haven't been able to win with him either.
And the other thing too that I will say for Jason Kidd, how calm he is, and at times you're like, are you even coaching? Do you want him to be emotional with the most emotional superstar in the history of basketball?
Yeah.
Like, if you go get an emotional coach with the most emotional player in the history of basketball who's a superstar, because there's been people that have been like Luka, but they've never been as good as Luka, that would be so combustible that you have to have super calm coach to deal with overly emotional Luka.
I want to add this too, and this, Kevin, this is part of the postseason autopsy, which I hope is 4 games from now.
That's right.
I still I'm holding out hope, Mike.
That's right.
But this is part of that. This is Nico's done a fine job of adding to something that we thought was unsalvageable this year, and I have faith after what he did. After Kai, the Jaden Hardy pick, which I still get that time to grow and develop still, and then the trades. I have faith that he can do something with not much. He tried it. He tried it last year too, and the player just didn't work out. He had nothing really invested in it. I have faith that he can do it, and he will this offseason add to it, looking back at, hey, we are this team now, but we're not done building this team. We're not done putting this thing together, and it's a work in progress still.
I know it's not as simple as this, but I'm starting to look more and more and taking a step back and being like, the Celtics screwed around some on their way to the finals, but they still worked everyone. And maybe at just one point, they're like, this team is not a challenge.
Yeah.
And like, they made it anyway. And you can just see they were always this good. They were just like, you'll see it when you need to see it.
And I do think yesterday Sean Heath made a good point because they got to play 3 chumps.
Yeah.
They did not have to put in max effort to get here.
Agreed.
So they have more left in the tank because of how bad the Eastern Conference was this year. It's not an excuse for the Mavs. Look, the Boston Celtics are way better. They've proven they're way better. But
so far,
the Mavericks
in these first 3 games,
the Mavericks to beat who they had to beat to get where they had to get to this point, it took a lot more energy to get to this point. And so the Boston Celtics had more energy, and then they have more motivation to win this championship than the Mavericks do.
Oh, yeah.
You want to do a little Mike Likes It? I know we're taking calls. They're having fun. Let's do a little Mike Likes It.
Mike, real quick, what you just said, that motivation part, I do want Gafford and PJ and Luka and all those guys to have this taste and not like it.
Yeah.
And be like, I'm not going to let that happen. I do want that for them because you can see it with Boston right now. They're not letting it go.
And guess what? Next year, Boston will be in Denver's situation. How much do you really want to win another one after winning it? Like, they're not going to have as much motivation. As much as it sounds like, hey, we're going to go back to back, this and that, they don't have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
They just don't. And I know it's a different sport, but they're probably going to falter next year because they climbed the mountaintop that they never, I won't say never, that they were like, God, we finally did it.
I like it.
And then they're probably not going to have as much motivation, where the Mavericks, I hope, have a lot of motivation. All right, so somebody brought up while we were just taking calls about sleeping. Do you think Luka slept? Like, I'm going to now go on positive Luka side a little bit. Hey, it hurt as a fan. Luka didn't sleep last night.
He was furious.
I'm sure. Yeah, I agree with you.
And I guarantee you he was regretting. It doesn't mean he's going to change, but I guarantee you he was regretting a lot of decisions he made in the game last night.
Yeah. Probably so. Yeah.
Now, same with the Mavs. The Mavs probably didn't sleep last night. They know they just lost the NBA Finals. They know that they had an opportunity early in that game to get a big lead. Jaylen Brown to start the game off. Derrick Jones Jr. gets a strip, and the ball's a 50-50 ball. And Jaylen Brown's like, I don't care. And at that moment, I thought, oh, the Celtics are going to give us one. We're going to take it, and they're going to give it. And that's going to be the perfect formula for a big victory here to get us back into the series. But the Mavericks didn't really, where you wanted to suffocate them and kill them early in the game, the Mavericks didn't have that killer instinct that you needed, because I think that Jaylen Brown moment told me that they might not really want to fight in this game, but the Mavericks let them back into the fight.
Yeah, no, I see that too.
So I just want to say sleeping. I think the Mavericks, this is why I don't know if they're going to win game 4 at all, because I think that.
You see Charles Barkley guaranteed they would not.
Yeah, and maybe, look, Minnesota figured out a way to win Game 4 and then get destroyed in Game 5, even though it was at Minnesota in Game 5. I don't know if the Mavs want to get on a plane to fly to Boston to get their butts handed to them.
Interesting.
So I think that the Mavs might lack motivation to want to travel one more flight.
Can I ask you about that? Like, history says you're 1,000,000% right. Do you not think that the athletes, like, that was before? It's going to happen at some point. Why not right now? Like, let's get on that plane. Let's see what we can do.
Yes, but we're the lesser team. So I think that's really tough. They know they're the lesser team in this. That team won 64 games. That team has cruised. Right. They've only lost 2 games in the playoffs, and they were like 2 games to lesser teams where they were like, all right, like, we D'd around. Let's actually play. And then they beat them the next 3 games. I think what's tough is,
what would Bochy do?
They know that they're better.
Yeah.
You know, and I do think this, like, if the Rangers would have had to play the Atlanta Braves, a totally healthy, made it to the World Series Atlanta Braves, we might have got after 2 or 3 games against the Braves and go, we know they're this has been an unbelievable run. I can't believe we did what we did. Maybe. But the Braves are just better. But luckily, the Braves got knocked off. Nobody knocked off the Celtics for us. And maybe Denver's better than the Mavs. But luckily, Minnesota knocked off Denver for us. All right. And then my last thing is, why do wives hide things from us? I've talked about this before. Why? You know, my hat is on a counter table. Do you know why it's on a counter table? Because I'm planning on wearing it the next day or 2. Why do you destroy my life and then just hide things?
Oh, no.
Wives, can you just, for one time, just let us men leave things out on a table and just let us have it there for just a little bit in our lives? I just don't get it. Oh, it's a stinky hat. Well, it's my stinky hat, and you know I'm going to put on that stinky hat, so please stop ruining my life.
Okay, all right.
Feels like
Mike,
it's from a direct conversation.
I know these things are 2 different things, though. That might be ruining your life. But doesn't she do so many things, so many other things that make your life better?
She does.
Okay, all right.
Women.
Am I right?
If we leave hats out, let us put them up. Please. For the love of God.
The 817. I don't know if this is from a man or a woman. No. Pick your S up.
And from the 817 also. Oh, that's the same number. They said no twice, Kevin.
They needed to add the emphasis to the last part.
Some very good emphasis.
I'm sorry that's ruining your life, Mike.
You know what? Here's what I would say.
I looked for like 10 minutes for the hat. I've looked everywhere because I know I'm not supposed to ask her where she put things. I'm just supposed to play the hide and seek game.
Because that makes her angry?
Yeah, that makes all women angry.
Oh, yeah, it does. Adrian gets really mad. I'm like, where is this? And she's like, what? I'm like, because I don't know where. I don't see it right now.
I know that I left it in the kitchen. You have decided that is the worst place for that. Okay, fine. Where did you put it?
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Oh, I just wanted to make a suggestion, Kevin. For the players that didn't sleep, and for Mike, Trusted Lab. There are good ways to get your rest in.
I see what you're saying. Nice.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Mike supports it. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
A quick thing on Caitlin Clark. And aliens are living among us, thanks to Harvard. Next on The Fan.
The Rangers and Dodgers play the rubber game.
Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate that, Mike. Glad you're here, buddy. And Alec,
thanks.
You have been crushing it all day. Thank you, sir, for your efforts. Carter is also...
He did a segment with us.
Part of the show.
Oh my gosh.
That's all he's ever wanted. That's what he told me. He's like, I just want to be part of y'all's show one day.
Nice.
And look at him now.
Here you go.
Look at that, showing me the Taylor Swift heart and everything. All right, guys.
Did you invent that?
We'll get into aliens in just a minute. But before we do, what are you doing right now?
Did you invent that?
The first time I ever saw that heart, it was one of the long distance runners, Mo
Hager.
No, Alec knows who I'm talking about. He's a long distance runner.
Vaughn.
No, it wasn't Mo Vaughn. Mo Vaughn probably couldn't run to first base.
Mo Ager.
I already said that
it's
one.
Not Mo Ager.
That's what I was just thinking. Michigan State, after we lost the NBA Finals, he was supposed to be our defensive stopper of Dwayne Wade, and the only thing he could stop was he couldn't even stop G League players. He was so pathetic.
And that's what it was. Mo Farah was the one he would put his hands like this, and that was the heart. It was awesome. Anyway, different story.
I think that's the M in YMCA.
Thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate that.
YMCA. Sorry, Corey. This is your time.
You have to do an O.
The Adam Silver hopped on last night on the pregame show. And Mike, I don't know if you got a chance to hear it because I know you were very busy.
Was this about the All-Star game and stuff?
No, this was about Caitlin Clark. And
it was part of the whole interview.
Yeah, I thought this was a very interesting question from Malika Andrews. And do we have the question with this? Okay, she basically asks Adam Silver how you balance the power of a singular star versus the health and growth of an entire league, and understanding what the WNBA is trying to accomplish right now. And here was Adam Silver's answer.
Well, obviously, talking about Caitlin Clark, I think it's fantastic to see. I even took my daughters to go see her when they played the Liberty in New York, and it was amazing to see the full stadium and the stars courtside. But I think Caitlin knows she's ultimately got to prove it on the floor, and you can't anoint stars in this league. And there's other names that weren't on your list that were going to be the next fill in the blank, and they turned out not to be just because of their performance. And so I believe she's going to deliver. She seems to have the character and the drive and the will and the talent. But let her evolve as a player. I want to take pressure off her, not put more pressure on her.
And I'm not trying to make this a WNBA topic or segment at all. I was trying to apply it a little bit to Luka also, and players that he said it right there. You can't anoint them just by saying they're going to be this. We saw it with Anthony Edwards. Everybody was ready to make Anthony Edwards the guy, but you let the league play out, and the stars will come out. They'll be created in their moments. The Kobe Bryants, the Shaqs, the Michael Jordans. Those things happen because of the adversity they go through to get to where they are. And that's part of that story of getting to where they are going to be ultimately. And then if they succeed at it, if Dirk had never won his championship, what's the legacy of Dirk Nowitzki even in Dallas? And he was a great player that came through here is his legacy. But it's never, man, he was the best player on the planet for one run, and we did it. And all the other stuff that he did before matters even more, too.
All right. I watched WNBA basketball last night because we have all those TVs.
You have a lot of TVs in there.
It was Chi versus Con, so I'm assuming Connecticut versus Chicago. I'm assuming those were the teams.
Is that the Fire and the Sun?
I believe so.
I think the Chicago Sky.
Horrible basketball. Horrible. So you watch NBA basketball, and I get it. It's NBA Finals. And then you see that product on the court.
What makes you say it was horrible?
It's slow. It's turnovers. It's just the ball movement is so slow. The movement of they are the best women in the world. I'm not trying to take anything away from them. But man, do you have to lower your expectations to watch women's basketball versus watching men play basketball. It's the best in the world. I'm not trying to take a shot at them in this way. They are the best women in the world. But I get what the ESPN's trying to do. I don't know. It seems like they've hired a dozen WNBA basketball players to break down NBA basketball. So they're pushing that product because the women there at ESPN are like, please push our product. We actually play this product, or we actually did play this product. It's not a good product.
I think Kevin and I have been kind of having an off-air discussion that's even deeper there. Again, that wasn't my intent.
No, I know, but I was just watching WNBA, and I'm like, I think
there's financial money behind it more than it is the girls the women on ESPN saying what they're saying. It's like, hey, let's cover it this way. I think there's other monies behind it, trying to push it to be covered because they want payoff on their investments. But that's a different topic for a different time. But that whole mindset, this is where I was talking about Luka too. That mindset of you still have to earn it. You're not the crowned prince yet. And you do have to earn that respect. And yelling at the referees in that manner, I think, is one of those things that you're like, hey, go prove it first.
You brought up Dirk. Dirk loses the NBA Finals, but the only reason the Mavs were there was because of him. Yes, the role players did their job, but he was the superstar. He got them there. Then he lost a 2-0 series lead up late in the fourth quarter, and he was a piece of trash in the NBA at that point. And remember how tough it was for him? They come back, he wins MVP.
Yep.
And then they lose in the first round, and he's like out of sight. I do not want to be seen by a human. I'm embarrassed by this. I'm embarrassed that we lost the NBA Finals. And now Luka's about to have to go through that because now he's going to take the heat. He cannot lead a team to a championship. All of these horrible things are going to be said about him. Are they true? Not necessarily, because he did beat all of these teams to get there. And Dirk beat Steve Nash the series before. He beat the Spurs. He did those things. But now, to your point, you can't win with Dirk as your best player. We're about to have to go through this. We're going to actually have to defend Luka here in Dallas.
You're right.
Because nationally, Stephen A. Smith and Skip and all of those people and Kendrick Perkins and all those people are going to say Luka's actually a piece of trash basketball player. And we're like, that's way too extreme. He's great. He needs to grow just a little bit more to win it all. But Luka's about to have to go through everybody thinking nationally he's a trashy basketball player.
You're dead on. You're absolutely right about that. Unless
he wins 4 in a row.
He goes on a 4 in a row stretch, Kevin.
I agree.
And wins an NBA championship to prove that he belongs. Again, we are all, as fans, we're all hoping to see the next great one. We're all hoping for the next Michael Jordan.
So then we can tear them down.
Yeah, you're right about that too. LeBron James ran through here and was like, "Hey guys, I'd like to try and be that guy." And we're like, "All right, cool, good luck." And we were all excited about it. And then as it went along, we were like, "Hate this decision you made. Hate this decision you made. Hate this about you. Don't like this. Your hairline sucks." And then all of a sudden, we're trying to tear that guy down, and he hasn't quite lived up to it. But we're all looking for the next Michael Jordan. We want it to happen. And that's why we quickly try to anoint the next one before it even happens. Rookie cards are a big deal. We're looking for rookie cards, so our investment will be worth something down the road. Lucas,
because they're going to say that Anthony Edwards is better than him again. They're going to say that Shea is better than him again, and it's really tough because you're like, wait a second, didn't he just play those teams in a 7-game series? So if Jaylen Brown is better or Tatum is better, it's tough for us to argue that because you just beat him in the playoffs.
Yep.
But then they're going to make an argument. And nobody's going to back them down on a national spotlight that Anthony Edwards is better than him, Shea is better than him, Giannis is better than him, Jokic is better than him. Now, Giannis and Jokic, you could say, well, ultimately they have an MVP, they have an NBA Finals MVP, but then you would go, wait a second, he made it further in 2024 than those two guys did in the playoffs. They're going to go, well, look at the history. But when we go look at the history of Luka versus Anthony Edwards or Luka versus Shea, you're like, no, we don't care. And you're saying, all right, whatever.
Fantastic work, Mike. Thank you very much. I don't know how much more Mike has to give right now, but that was fantastic. Kevin, now I take you to Harvard.
Great.
Which is what they call the Harvard of wherever Harvard's located.
They call it the Vanderbilt of the North.
That's yeah, that's it.
There's no way.
Some people might say it's Libbyville, USA, but I don't know about that.
Aliens might be living among us, according to a study by Harvard academics.
Before you go on, I want to be ahead of this and say, agreed.
Okay, all right. A new paper suggests extraterrestrials could also be living underground or in a base inside the moon. The study by Harvard University's
Hold on, double stop. All right. Last year, help me out with the name of this movie. 877-881-1053. Last year, when we are on our way to Oxnard, I watched a movie. It's Moon something. Halle Berry was in it. And so the moon was coming out of its orbit because you found out like all of these like alien ships or something like that were in there, or robotic ships or something. And so they left the moon, and so the moon's weight changed, and so that threw it off of the orbit. And so Moonfall, there you go. And yeah, it was coming, that makes sense. It was coming close to Earth. I watched this whole movie. Now it's true we were
She's
trapped
like
on a
tanning
plane.
her boobs or something.
No, that was a swordfish. And so the moon's falling because of that exact thing that you just said, Corey.
Oh man, Kevin, don't look at the fan text, please.
Okay.
Because somebody may have just given something away that I don't want you to see.
Oh.
A new paper suggests,
I already knew that.
The study by Harvard University's Human Flourishing Program further puts forward the idea that UFOs or unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, may be spaceships visiting their Earth-based alien friends. 4 theories on aliens living near humans are investigated here. The first, human crypto-terrestrials.
What?
A technologically advanced ancient human civilization that was largely destroyed long ago, but continued to exist in remnant form.
Okay.
And I could totally see the planet was, hit by a flood or whatever.
Sure.
And then all those people evacuated, and they were really good with technology, and we don't have any of that stuff. And now the planet is like here, and then we pop back up as cavemen or whatever.
But we don't know that they exist, or else you would have advertised those with crypto. Like if you would have sold me on crypto, not it's individualized on the blockchain. If they're like, you're buying part of an ancient alien from the civilization, purchase. So I think they dropped the ball on that, I believe.
All right. Theory number 2. The second are hominid or theropod crypto-terrestrials, a technologically advanced non-human civilization consisting of some terrestrial animal which evolved to live in stealth, e.g. underground. The third, crypto-terrestrials are former extraterrestrials or extraterrestrial crypto-terrestrials. I don't have a clue what that means. These would have arrived on Earth from somewhere else in the cosmos or from the human future, respectively, and concealed themselves in stealth, such as in the moon.
Can we pause real quick?
I do have one more theory here.
But I need to make sure I understand the viable options thus far.
Ancient human civilization that was largely destroyed.
Mole people.
Advanced non-human civilization.
They live underground. They're mole people. Or people from the future who have come back in time, or
and said we're going to stick around.
This is the Buckies of the universe, where they're like, hey, let's stop here.
Yeah,
we'll get some stuff, some water, replenish.
Great bathrooms.
Oh, yeah, great bathrooms.
And then fourthly, dubbed the CTH4, are magical crypto-terrestrials, entities which are less like homegrown aliens and more like earthbound angels. The paper says these relate to the world inhabited by humans in ways that are less technological than magical, giving the examples of fairies, elves, and nymphs.
Okay, look, this has been my criticism
they like to have sex.
Of Earth for years. We don't have any homegrown aliens,
okay?
Right? We're farming them in from heaven, from ancient folklore, but did we grow any of our own?
No. And so, Kevin, I know you said you agree. Do any of those 4, I think the first one sounds the most logical.
I could see that.
That a long time ago, we were very technologically savvy. I mean, look at the pyramids. How did that happen? And then, I mean, there's lots of history on that. But then we had to leave and come back for a little, and some of them come back.
I kind of buy into the third theory too, because whether it's Time Cop or any other future movie you've ever seen, they really tell you not to interfere in what's happening in the past. I would like to think that the future people check it. I'm part of your family. You need to invest in this right now, or give us a heads up about how to get rid of famine or something like that.
What's the show on Netflix that I watch where it's like Swiss Family Robinson? That's on Apple. It's like Swiss Family Robinson, but the family they're all They went and traveled off planet, and then they were going somewhere else. They had a robot and everything.
Lost in space.
Lost in space.
The Jetsons.
Just imagine.
They're still on Earth.
Jetsons dope. I like that too, Betty. But just think about, they left, right?
Yeah.
To save the planet.
Yeah.
But what if Earth saved itself and they never came back? And then one day they were like, you know what? Let's turn around going back to Earth. And then they found out Earth survived and Earth is thriving. That could
It's like
be
a bitter
man.
X kind of situation.
Yeah.
You're like, man, they're doing great.
They're doing great right now. Maybe I do want to be back with them. So, Kevin,
I'm intrigued by this research.
We will continue to look for the alien life forms, but currently Harvard, which I think we all trust.
Liberal bias.
I don't understand. I've never heard that before, so this is my first.
Haven't?
I never know.
Oh,
I just thought it was
man.
like a really smart college.
No, it definitely is.
Okay, I've
heard
never knew
breakdowns
that.
of some people think like liberals go to Harvard, conservatives go to Yale, and I'm like,
I never knew that.
I don't know that.
Yeah,
I never knew that.
There are
before.
some people out there who
And
believe
yeah, from the 214, what stoner wrote this article? A stoner in college, even if it's Harvard.
They like to smoke weed and they like to hump. I mean, probably. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go back to the Mavs. Will you still watch tomorrow night? And do you still have hope? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece.
for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-point game with plenty of time remaining. Without their star. Drew Holiday on the drive, kicks it back out. White puts up a three. Bang!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you still believe? Will you still watch the Mavs tomorrow night? By the way, another thing you can do tomorrow, the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour stops in Allen tomorrow. They're going to be at 310 Century Parkway, just south of McDermott in Allen from 5:30 to 10 a.m. You got a chance to pick up one of those Tolo sweat towels while supplies last. Palmer's Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, Firehouse Heating and Air, and Chill Boys Boxers helping make this happen.
They're going to catch your house on fire? You said Firehouse Tour. So
Firehouse.
Come to your house and catch it on fire.
They don't have that much time.
Rolando McClain style.
No, with hot takes. With hot takes.
I really feel like I should not have laughed at that. Not funny, Mike.
Hey, the Mavericks used to make shirts for one of their playoff runs that said "We are one," but all you had to do is put a D right before the one, and it said "We are done." And those are the shirts that they should hand out tomorrow.
You're not in on this tomorrow, then, is what you're saying.
Not so fast, my friends.
How many teams
you
have ever come back from 3-0?
In NBA,
Kevin.
They're 0-154, 55, 56. However,
57.
It's just 56. However, the Red Sox did come back in the 2004 American League Championship Series.
We don't have Pedro.
It has happened not one, not two, not three, but 4 times in the NHL. Sure, it's never happened in the NBA, but it could happen. And here is the scenario I'm going to lay out for you.
How many times it happened in the Super Bowl?
4.
Tom Brady. 28-3.
That's 1.
They had Tom Brady.
I'll get you the rest later.
Tom Brady bitches as much as Luka. So
he does.
That works.
But yes, look, if Luka goes off and wins 3 legitimate titles, 7 titles overall, then he can bitch about whatever he wants. And everyone is like, that's why he's the GOAT. That's the difference. People keep saying, what's the difference?
Yes.
The difference is, did you already win titles? If so, you can be the biggest baby in the world and throw your teammates under the bus, advise fake medical cures, and smash things on the ground. And everybody will be like, that's why he's the best. All right. I'm going to take you back to 2008. The Dallas Stars were in the Western Conference Finals. Here's what I think is going to happen. They're down 0-3 against the Detroit Red Wings. And in games 1 and 3, they got crushed. But then game 4, looks like all is lost at the American Airlines Center. The Dallas Stars, they win down to 3-1. Everyone's like, hey, that's great. You're never going to win on the road. But then the Dallas Stars go and win on the road. It's now 3-2. Don't worry what happens from there. My point is, if you get it to 3-2 and it's game 6.
Hold on. I need to know what happened there.
It did not go well, and they lost in game 6. But my point is, they made it to game 6. Can you tell me right here and right now, if they make it, if the Mavs make it to game 6, aren't you going to be like, let's freaking do this?
No,
what? You are a liar. Mike. They make it to game 6 and we're still out with.
How many games is that to win?
2.
2 games.
They're not making it to game 6.
Oh no, but that wasn't my question. My question was
they made it
if they made it to game 6
and they lose in 6,
would you believe?
Would you
think they got a shot?
Hold on. When would you believe? If they made it to game 7, would you be like, okay, now we have a shot?
Yeah.
Wow. They have to win 3 games for him to believe.
Okay.
That's it. 877-881-1053. Can the Mavericks ever win 3 games again?
I don't think Luka has the heart to win game 4.
Oh, no.
I think his heart is broken. I think he has a broken heart right now.
Let me ask you this.
Is it because all the fans are upset with him today?
I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot that goes into. I don't think Luka has it in him to win game 4.
If for some reason he went off for 42 points and said in the postgame, I know what's happening, we're not going to lose again. He looks right at you in the camera, Mike.
Yeah, that's fine. He can say whatever he wants. People say whatever they want all the time.
So I'm still Didn't get them to believe. From the 808. So your point is they still lost? Yes.
Well,
but they made it to game 6. And
They're just better. Boston's just better.
That's what people thought about the Red Wings, and they were right. But not until game 6. So that is the next part of my question. Is like, this has been stopped down for the entire Metroplex, like for most of the Stars run and now throughout the Mavericks run. Is that going to be the case tomorrow night? Or do you think people are going to be like, it's over? Like, it might not be over, but it's over.
You said ooh, and I thought you meant...
I'm going to Ticketmaster to see how cheap the tickets have become to watch them lose Game 4.
I'm going to go to Game Time. I'm going to go to my Game Time app right now.
Question.
And check that out, Kevin, because I have the Game Time app on my phone.
All right, well, Alec, I'm going to go to you while we're in the midst of a, app measuring contest.
$3.93 is the cheapest seat available at the moment.
So last night I looked after the game was over. People hadn't dropped their prices yet. So before taxes and fees, they were still in the $700 range for the upper deck. Now they are in the high $400 range, and they will drop more as nobody wants to go to the game 4 where they lose.
That VIP,
people want to go, I'm guessing.
That VIP section,
it probably won't even be a sellout
with the table right on the court. You know, the behind the table kind of area. $20,000 is what one of the tickets is listed as.
You got that?
Huh?
You got that?
No. No, I don't. I do not.
Just to watch Boston win a title, huh?
Maybe they're a huge Celtics.
I know, that's the thing. If you're a Celtics fan and you're a multimillionaire, I'm sure Marky Mark and his funky bunch will be there tomorrow night.
And Dana White. Yeah. From the 817, it sounds like Mike has a broken heart right now, along with Luka. Are you brokenhearted, Mike?
Disappointed. I thought that the Mavericks would make this a series. Yesterday, I thought they'd make it a series. I thought the Porzingis news was good for the Mavs.
Same.
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
They're just better. They even won without what we thought was a key piece to them winning 1 and 2, and now we found out it didn't even matter. That yes, he was a key piece to them winning games 1 and 2, but ultimately it didn't matter. They're still better than you with Porzingis out. And hey, it just shows that Nico, Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, Jason Kidd, they still have more room to go. They are not to where the Boston Celtics are at.
Did you think in 2004 the Yankees were way better? Because in the first 3 games, they outscored the Red Sox 32-16. And then
I did.
Okay.
But the thing that's different about baseball, which usually still you lose, is the pitcher.
Yeah.
So when you look at it and you look at, they had Schilling and they had Martinez,
who lost 1 and 2. That is correct.
That it was like last year, I still think, thank God, the Rangers won Game 5. I think if they would have lost Game 5, I think there's a good chance Arizona was going to win Game 6 and Game 7 because of the pitching matchups. So I will say that the pitching matchup, which is a little bit different from basketball, where everybody's going to be the same for the most part, especially the stars. The stars of baseball in the playoffs can be the starting pitcher.
And didn't Adolis get hurt too?
Adolis was done. He was not going to play the rest of the playoffs.
We needed to win right then. We had to.
This is another tough combination for right here from the 817. Kevin, we don't want to hear this optimism BS. Next text. If you don't believe you shouldn't be here, get off the air. Wow, that is harsh.
And then this one from the 469 is Mike sad because the Mavs lost or because he cannot find his hat?
I'm taking his advice.
No. Wait, are you sad?
Are you sad about the hat or are you sad about the loss?
I'm just tired.
Okay.
My wife told me to take a nap after work, but I'm like, I'm going to go watch my kid play baseball. You do all the work.
That's what we dads do, Kevin. We show up.
That's nice.
Look, you guys believe.
I do believe.
You know how you spell believe? With 2 E's.
3. It's 3.
Dang it.
There's 3 E's in believe.
Also, what was the relevance of that?
Well, you guys are 2 people, and then I was like, you guys are 2 E's.
Okay.
Belief has 2 E's in it. Believe has 3.
That's true.
We're tripod here.
That's factually right.
So the Mavericks are 1.5-point favorites, but what I'm learning, at least partially in this room,
some of us know how to spell,
is that some people are in tomorrow and some people are like, it's done. It's over. Bikes and it's over. So you find out the Mavericks are ahead in the third quarter by 25 points. You won't be like, let's go see what's going on.
I'll be like, so what?
Okay.
I'm going to watch.
You know what?
I'll watch most of the game, but I don't. If they're up by 10 after one, or if they're up by 20 at halftime, I don't. That just means Boston is letting us win. We can't beat them. They're just if you win a game in this series, it's just because Boston wants to go home and destroy you in Game 5.
This is interesting because that is his approach to the Cowboys, right? Prove it to me. Like, if you really want me back, you got to show me something.
And I'm excited about the future of the Mavs. I want to make that clear. I think that the Mavs have done a tremendous job, and they have now a core of like 5-6 guys. And I would say the core is Luka, Kyrie, your two centers, and PJ Washington. You have an awesome core to build around to try to get this better to win a championship. And obviously, Luka has to be better. Kyrie is kind of a little bit let off the hook because of how horrible he was in games 1 and 2 and how solid Luka actually was in games 1 and 2. It doesn't matter because game 3, they reversed roles.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to
when you're role-playing, Kevin, sometimes reversing roles.
Wanted to give you guys
conflict.
A couple of other quick
And we have taken it for these last 3 games.
Stats and notes from last night's game. Derek Lively.
We've seen a lot of butt because they go right by us and we're looking right at their ass when they hammer it home on us.
Derek Lively.
Talk about basketball, Kevin.
Last night had 11 points and 13 rebounds. He's the youngest player in NBA history with a 10-plus rebound game in the finals. And then Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are the first Celtics duo to each record a 35-5 game in the finals. So both very impressive.
Jaylen Brown did it. He won the MVP. Like, there's no way Tatum can win the MVP of this final.
I don't know, dude. I think that.
Oh, you think Drew's going to win it?
Tatum still has a slight edge, but
really,
I do.
You would vote for Tatum right now?
No, I wouldn't. I'm voting for Jaylen Brown. He's the one that I was scared of the most. I don't know. You remember we had the conversation where I was like, "Why are y'all saying that Tatum is the better player than Brown?" Y'all gave really good, well thought out.
Yeah,
he's the more polished offensive player. But right now, Jaylen Brown is just the better all-around player on the court. Drew Holiday's fantastic.
Tatum's not having a great offensive series, and then Jaylen Brown's the one who's mostly guarding Luka. Not every possession, but he's the one who's like, I got him to start the game. I want him to end the game, even though, let's just face it, in the most part, these games haven't been that close in the end.
Sure. And I think you're probably right about Brown. I'm just curious if Drew Holiday gets any love, because I feel like he has been humongous.
It could be an interesting vote after tomorrow night when they have to vote for MVP of the NBA.
God, Mike! We're the KNC Masterpiece right
What's
here.
What's Luka's odds to win now? It probably went from plus 650 to plus 6 million.
It's not that bad. It's not great, though. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 The Fan.
Coming up Friday.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And for the first time since 1959, the Boston Celtics have a 3-0 lead in the NBA Finals. Dominant on the road, survived the early storm before holding on to secure a win that puts them to within one win of Banner 18. The final score in Game 3, Boston 106, Dallas 99.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Got more news from Ross Dellinger. Conference USA is also exploring a multi-million-dollar naming rights sponsorship. One of the companies under consideration is Globe Life, which means the conference could change to Globe Life Conference USA or Globe Life Conference. This on the heels of earlier today, we talked about how the Big 12 might be on the verge of switching to the Big All-State Conference or the All-State Big 12 Conference, and I'm not making that up.
Man, that's going to take a while. I'm still saying San Diego Chargers from time to time.
Fair.
I know a guy that has something to do with running a football team that keeps saying the Redskins, so that keeps happening. Yeah.
Whoa, dump that. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our already started and already controversial chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, outside of what Corey just said, how is you today?
Outstanding, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing terrible, Dawson.
Oh.
We're down 0-3.
Yeah.
I can't be doing great.
Not only did we go down 0-3 last night, but I realized I'll never do a food delivery service again. I punched up an order that involved an 8-count nugget, a 3-count tender, 2 spicy chicken sandos, and a milkshake. And it was going to be $100.
What?
To send that to the house. So I got in the truck and I drove up there myself after the game.
How much did that end up being? Like, how much money did
$38.
you save yourself $62?
I was like, we're doing double now? Wow. There was a delivery fee and then a separate fee plus tax.
Convenience. Yes.
Yeah,
they are very much taking on the Ticketmaster.
We are done. They got greedy. And they'll sneak in a little, like the actual, even just the items that you're ordering are marked up. Yes. An extra buck.
Yes, I don't know how many people know that.
Yeah, and it's just very inconsistent. Have you ever done the thing with your buddies and you're trying to figure out who's going to have the cheapest situation? Like, because everybody's app is a little bit different.
Yeah.
So we'll all pull it up. We'll all get the same order. Like, whose is going to be cheaper if we get a big group delivery right now? And it'll be like, his was $5 more than mine. Mine was $60. His was $54. It's like, what is going on here? There's no consistency.
And the thing I hate that the companies do, I think I eventually just accepted it with pizza delivery, is they're like, it's a $5 charge. But hey, none of that goes to the person delivering. And you're just kind of like, screw you, man. Then why don't you give him that $5? And instead they're like, you still need to tip really nice, even though we're also charging you for that. You should still tip nice. It's not the delivery people's fault that the company is greedy as hell.
You go pick up pizzas, right? Isn't that your thing, or is it Mike?
One
of the two of y'all guys.
Sometimes it's shifted with the baby.
Oh,
it's like,
because he can't drive.
Yeah, that is exactly true. He can't drive or read.
Wow.
Yeah, it's taking time for this one.
I meant to tell you,
more and more worried about this kid.
I have a series of pictures that illustrates why he can't read. Because like he's holding the book at one point upside down, and then he's holding it like on his head. I was like, this is why.
Yeah,
this is why
read that way.
He needs to focus.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
All right. Last night for the game, you go from 91-70 to 93. Eventually 92. I know they went on a 20-2 run before Luka fouled out and then scored the next 2 points. Did you love that level of excitement, or knowing the way it turned out, were you like, I wish you hadn't wasted my time?
I actually appreciated it. I'm looking to be entertained here, man.
Me too.
I'm looking to be entertained. I had a little bit of hope there. You kept me in my seat thinking maybe, just maybe. And so I'm bummed at the way it's all turned out, but I'm glad they were showing some level of fight here. I don't want to just get run out of the gym. When you're sitting there down 91-70 or whatever it was, you're going, oh my gosh, this might just be an absolute embarrassment. So I appreciate the effort they gave. outside of Luka, of course, in the final 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm all about the experience of, going on that ride, and the comeback is one of the most exciting things. It was just unbelievable how everything opened up perfectly there for you for that amazing run. I was hoping they would, get the job done last night, obviously, but because now it's like game 4, game 5. I really can't get fired up for those. If we were going to lose one of these games, I needed the win last night to get to game 4, because now game 4 is like, okay, I guess I'll watch. I'm kind of with Bassick, where you're going to have to win 4 and 5 now to get me back in that mode that I was in last night when that comeback was happening. And I don't know the next time I'll get that level of finals excitement, so I was trying to soak it all in.
Yeah, the fans did their part last night. I mean, the building to start that game was incredible. And just to watch, and then the way the Mavs responded, and you were thinking, man, they're going to make the Celtics quit. And then all of a sudden, things started happening where the Celtics figured out, okay, we can make some shots, we can get to the basket, we can do some things. Unfortunately for the Mavs, as great as that comeback was, man, there was a stretch where the Celtics didn't make a shot at the end, and neither did you. You could have taken the lead or closed it even more. Yeah. You could have found a way to, like, okay, now we're going to put our foot on the Celtics' throat here, and we're going to finish. The Mavs are one of the best, clutch teams in the league this season. I mean, their record, them and the Celtics, were two of the best. But you had a chance right there if you could have just found a way to make a couple of baskets and get some separation. That might have put some more pressure on Boston right there, and you just couldn't do it. And then they're the ones that then started making baskets and put the pressure on you, and it was too late.
I want to spotlight that specific time that you're talking about. It gets down to 93-90, and what happens next?
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown turns the ball over.
Yes.
And then P.J. Washington misses a 3. What happens on the other end? Drew Holiday misses a 3. Then Luka misses a 3. And then Al Horford misses a 3. And then Kyrie misses a shot. And so, we're talking about a minute and a half of just nothing that, you're rolling. That could have been your shot. That could have been your chance to take the lead.
Yeah, they did a great job of rallying back into the game. And I tip my hat to the fans who were in attendance. They were wanting to cheer. They were wanting to pull that thing through. The energy in that building was great. And it just, at the end, they were trying, and you just documented what happened. Missed shots and their ability to withstand that, and then they started making them, and you didn't. And your best player was now sitting on the bench with 4 minutes left in the game.
And I definitely get how that's a huge talking point. When he was still in the game, during that 22 Mavs run, he was 1 for 5.
Yeah.
In that. So he was not offensively greatly contributing. And then he also got 3 fouls.
2 back-to-back,
yes,
really
within
quick.
26 seconds. And if you go back, I said this before, look at foul number 4. That was a pouting foul against Pritchard. Yeah. And at that point, I was like, what the hell are you doing? But I didn't think he was going to foul out. And yet, here we are.
No, I didn't either.
Twice
I was surprised that he did. I didn't realize that he had already racked up as many as he did. So when it was up for review, I'm like, okay. And then, oh my gosh, he's actually fouling out now. I didn't even know he had the 5th one right there because it happened so fast. But I also don't understand. Have we figured out why Jason Kidd called that timeout?
Nope.
With 5.5 minutes to go, you're on a 20-2 run. You're now down by 3. And then Luka
exhaustion, but I don't know.
Luka was visibly upset when it happened, and then the ensuing 2 back-to-back fouls happened just shortly after that.
Yeah, he can only be in a good mood with the refs if everything's going his way and he's making more than half of his shots. Then everything is fine. He can overcome injury. Nothing's bothering him. I mean, his team can be in the course of the greatest finals comeback that we've seen. Because this would have been better than the comebacks against the Heat and the Thunder in 2011, and he's still in a weird, toxic mood, and I think that part of the criticism is real.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. We'll ask PJ Carlissimo, a man that knows his way around a volcanic player or two. Volcanic? PJ Carlissimo, 4 o'clock. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Nice. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, take a nap, Mike.
I hope he does.
I'm a
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And welcome into the show. Hope you're making the most of it. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo in attendance. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. 105fan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's time to open up the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. What do you think about the Mavs? Their chances of making a series out of this still, but what do you think of how Wendy ripped Luka there on the post-game sports center with SVP? I was watching and getting the report, and then all of a sudden, like, he broke out the blowtorch, and he's not great at it. He's obviously not a hot taker. He's a reporter. He got a little bit of shake voice, I felt like, but he brought it. I think it's notable that he is Tim McMahon's podcast partner at times, and that's probably who he was watching the game with. Tim McMahon covers the Mavs. You can't go on a rant like that and set foot back in that locker room next year. But somebody who's been talking to you certainly can, because as Brian Windhorst admitted himself, as these playoffs have started, he's only been to a Mavs game like 4 times in the last 5 years.
Yeah. Probably why they were all, we just played Tim Hardaway Jr., right? Shaq, Wilbon, Screaming A. Smith, Wendy.
Brian Broadus.
Brian.
210 says,
I had a little insight on that one. That's why I went strong.
Love that bagel in 16 minutes from THJ. Good stuff.
That was not good stuff.
Yeah.
And that first shot that rattled out, I could feel the weight of every one of you in this room stare at me going,
what about the next one?
You ever want to F
one?
up our show again by bringing that crap? Just stay home. Go get jury duty.
It's worth a shot.
Hey, it's fun sometimes, man.
I got all the details on the THJ stuff. We will do the THJ autopsy. Right on.
What autopsy?
As he may have,
that was
the autopsy of the killing of the team that he did when he was on the floor. It's okay. Maxi Kleba was awful as well.
That was tough.
I love Luka and his defense. THJ's never played defense either.
Hey, did the Mavs? Did I hear this right? The Mavs walk when they went open media, Dawson?
Yeah, they did. They're
protesting. They don't want to talk to Doris Burke and anybody right now. They walked that thing.
I don't know. I don't know if they're protesting the media or they're.
I bet you they're protesting.
They're frustrated
ESPN.
by the losing. Protesting ESPN. I don't know if you could do that though, because there's so many other media outlets showing up.
Yeah,
if you want to make a statement like that, you get in the huddle and then don't answer questions from them.
Yeah, they did their media availability. It was just the open portion for media to watch practice. They said, no thanks. We're heading back to the locker room.
Oh, okay. So
they got the media part of it done now. Now, okay, this is in a way, this is actually kind of brilliant if you think about it, because what you do is now you've got everybody in the media mad at probably ESPN. Now they're starting. They're eating each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's make
anybody that's an ESPN person is like.
You can look at it that way. I will tell you this. My take is that you are further enabling Luka by doing this as a team.
Oh, by having his back.
Oh, they were mad at our guy Luka. Let's walk out of this media availability.
But see, you have to show
how
that.
How dare you keep Luka accountable?
You have to show that solidarity. You have to show, man. If you're
somebody on that team needs to go punch Luka in the face. Is what needs to happen.
Now, wait a minute. Now I
vote Markieff Morris.
We've had better Luka defense. We've had better. He's still. He's like an alcoholic. He falls back into like problems. He gets treatment. He's like,
and
I swear to God, I'm not going to yell at the officials anymore. I swear I'm not going to do this. I swear. And then he falls back.
Yeah, and we're not going to reward him.
He's
for
not going to change. We're all sitting here acting like he's going to change. He's not.
He better.
He's never going to change. Who else said that today? Bassick, I think. Just deciding he's never going to change.
Okay, so
he's going to be the one
Micah
person in
Parsons
human
is
history
never going to change. Why did we talk about that last week?
I don't think Micah Parsons is going to change either, folk.
Well, I thought the Windhorst thing was pretty pointed and pretty.
Did you like it?
I liked it.
Yeah.
Who didn't like it? It was great because he didn't, like you said, he got a little
now
shake voice maybe.
Talk
but like,
to us.
He was very calm, very just like he's got that soft
Our
tone.
seats are almost out of the arena to begin with, so if you just want to pile on, I'll be standing at the train station. By the way, great get on your part.
Wendy's heart was racing though because he knew he came out of himself to have that take. He was like, Timmy, I got your back. Watch SportsCenter.
Gosh.
I'm gonna share on television what you've been in my ear about for all 3 of these games, Timmy. Watch this.
I like what Wendy's doing here because this morning he was also
What's he trying to do?
One day, Luka's going to be standing there with the Larry O'Brien and the MVP trophy, and he's going to look back to 2024 in the NBA Finals and what a learning moment.
And
this
a guy
was.
with an ill-fitting
and
suit.
Brian Windhorst just called me out in front of the entire basketball world. And I realized I needed to mature. I needed to check my damn self. And now we're here at the top of the mountain as NBA champions.
Most all the greats do. LeBron talked about how the Mavs were the last one to teach him that lesson. I can't check out. I can't depend on my teammates. I can't get unfocused. I have a job to do here, and as the so-called best player in the world, I can't let anything get in my way. Luka's like, oh, the shots aren't going my way. I'm going to have a big fit here in Finals Game 3.
I think it was the fouls. I think it was the fouls more so than the shots. And I think we were all watching that game thinking, like, if you want to let them play. But then in the fourth quarter, they got very whistle happy.
But literally, Wolchuk, like, he is trying to bait fouls on threes and falling down and making his teammates play 5-on-4 on the other end on at least 2 possessions.
Sam Hauser, bang, because it's 5-on-4. And
Doris
Luka's
called them out on
screaming
that.
and
And I
rolling
agree.
around, throwing a tantrum
and when
like
you're
a child.
playing a team like Boston, the first 3 teams weren't making you pay for that. Boston, everybody will. There's not a weak link defensively or really offensively. You've got to get up and you got to run back. And I'm totally for that criticism. It's annoying watching him bitch and whine and complain. It is. But I don't know that he's never going to do that. And when he also is leading your
you
team,
can bitch and whine as much as you want if you're playing defense.
Yeah,
you know, I don't care about bitching and whining because almost all the great players do that. But they're also playing great defense. I was trying to find, like, in my memory, who are the great players that just took a pass on defense that won championships? And they were it's only Magic and Bird who were absolutely surrounded by elite players, you know? And
Steph?
You can't build a team like that anymore. Maybe Steph Curry. Again,
I mean, his size limits how well he can play defense.
absolutely.
I think,
Wins
I think
4
the
titles, won Finals MVP once.
Yeah, I think the effort's
and he had
there.
great defensive players around him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the thing. Nico and the Mavs, they've done an excellent job doing what they can to try and make this roster work right now. But it's much like what Boston's been doing, trial by error. They've made it to the finals 2 years ago. They've been a really good team. They've been trying to find what's the right recipe here for us to get over the top. They've done it now. Drew Holiday was a great piece to put you over the top.
Yeah, they convinced Milwaukee to give up on Drew Holiday.
Sure. So Nico's going to need to fleece some other guys to fill some more pieces around this roster. And yes, Luka is a championship player, in my opinion. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I don't want Luka on my team. I want to trade him. There might be some Mav fans out there that do. You're not here without Luka.
Yeah,
He's leading your team in rebounds, assists, steals, points, and I don't know how much effort. I said it yesterday. When he's the only player consistently night in, night out that gives you offense, and Kyrie was brilliant last night, but he wasn't in the first 2 games, how much energy then dealing with these injuries, which if you want to roll your eyes and say, that's an excuse, fair, do it, but it's fact. Does he have that on defense? I don't think he's got much. And you could tell it. There's times he's not even jumping to try and contest. It annoys me too. But I don't know how much he's got in the gas tank when it comes to doing defense right now when he's trying to carry the team on his back offensively.
You know, I could maybe meet you halfway there, but I just can't go for not keeping him accountable for not getting back. You know, for getting so distracted in it.
And that annoys me too.
Yeah. I'll agree with you on the point of I don't like him always bitching at the officials. You know, but I think there's limitations he has defensively because
100% he does.
Just a healthy guy. To me, his body type, there's no quick twitch to him. There's no. I mean, you see NBA players of size that have that quick twitch and that ability to move and shuffle and get in front and be able to like lock somebody down that way. He's not that type of guy.
No, but you can play a lot better team defense. You can hold your position. You can have awareness. He obviously has great awareness on offense.
Yes. Yeah, no, he has the ability to kind of get himself small and get into gaps and make, draw fouls and stuff. But when you ask him to play backwards, it's hard for him. He plays better going forward than he does playing backwards.
I think that's a
I've
great
seen
point.
NFL players that are like when this guy's going attacking the line of scrimmage, this guy's rare. You ask him to like pass drop, pass set, trying to lateral quickness and all that. Man, no. I mean, it's like, how does this guy play going forward so well and he can't go backwards?
But to your point, Gavin, the help
His
defense,
body type, I think, is with this guy.
He did that against Minnesota. So, like, ESPN wants to put out these blow-by percentages, which I'd never heard about until 2 days ago, right? Where now Luka's like the worst player ever.
Blake and them talked about that on the radio the other day. Blake broke down that game. He was talking about the blow-by stuff.
Reggie's done an excellent job with that as well.
Yeah.
But Thunder, Clippers, Celtics series. Minnesota ain't on there, right? Because he actually did have good help defense. So that's what's frustrating. It's like, Luka can be an okay defender to where he's not a weak link out there. He's never going to be an all-NBA defender. That's not his game, but that's okay. He doesn't have to be. But to your point, you can't be sacrificing and letting your team play a man down. You've got to at least get back there and support.
Well, you said the other day, and you brought it up, and I, you know what, it's worth mentioning, like you're thinking about, okay, can you afford, and you've asked some of our guests this, can you afford to have two liabilities playing defense?
Yeah.
Can you have one liability with Luka, but can Kyrie be the other liability too? So that's what you have to think about if you're the Mavs.
It's a tough model.
It's a tough model to win with. You can hide one guy, but can you hide two guys? That's that. The Mavericks probably have to do a lot of scheming to figure out, okay, wait, we can't do this because we got Kyrie on the floor. And, oh, by the way, we've got Luke on the floor at the same time. There's a lot of things that they have to go through to try and be able to scheme and play at least some defense.
Yeah, I think so. But I just want the effort, and one of the stories coming out of last night was the team has consistently been asking him for this. So if you're on the text saying, "Hey, he just can't defend, leave my guy alone," the team knows what he's capable of.
You're not wrong.
And they're saying,
no, you're not wrong.
Not good enough.
We've seen him do it. We've seen him play good team defense. He is capable of doing that. And yes, the effort that he put out there last night was disgusting, and him fouling out, that was a foul. When they reviewed it, that was a foul. He was not set.
It shouldn't have been a review.
He put himself in a terrible position he should never have put himself in.
Yeah.
I think that he deserves plenty of criticism for the way that he played. Part of the reason why you're frustrated is because you have seen glimpses of him play well, so it's in him there. But he was losing focus. There were times where his guy, he's staring at the ball, and his guy's just cutting back door, easy money bucket.
Yeah,
he's not paying attention. So it's fair to be upset at him. I think his one excuse is how banged up he is, I guess, and that limits him physically. Yeah. But part of him physically, though, is how much goes into him taking care of his body at the highest level. How much are you actually doing that?
Yeah.
Are you going to be LeBron, or are you going to be Carmelo Anthony? There's two different options here. Because you can be still really, really good, but do you want to be a champion, or do you want to be known as just a great scorer? There's a different level of dedication here if you actually want to be that guy. And I do think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to say he's just not going to be something. He's 25 years old.
Yeah.
To say he's not going to get some things figured out and some maturation, we're seeing it with Kyrie right now. How can you look at anybody and say that they're not going to be different?
He's a big, slow running back in the NFL. He's Curtis Enos to me. First round draft pick.
No, I'm not.
The bigger you get, the slower you get. The bigger, the older you get, slower you get. If he's taking shots to play basketball, which we've talked about as well, that he could take these, shots like, medical shots. Yeah. If he's taking shots to play, isn't that a level of, shouldn't he get a little respect for that?
I tried to say that
I'm asking Eric.
Injury. Okay,
I'm asking Eric.
Well, am I coming across like I'm not giving him respect for it?
I'm just asking about I'm asking about the defensive aspect of things. I
just said he's banged up. I just said you can give him the excuse that he is banged up right now. It's pretty obvious he's taking Toradol shots before the game.
Yeah,
so there are some limitations there.
He's trying to play,
but he's not always trying.
There's physical limitations with him because of his size. We've talked about this. He cannot go backwards. That's what he can't do.
No, but can you not flop and get off the ground instead of running down the court, just bitching at the referee instead of getting back on defense? Thank God Al Horford's going to turn the ball over here because it's going to be 4-on-5. We're going to let Sam Hauser just cash money while you're just in the ref's ear for a foul that you're alleging, and it's not a foul. No one in the history of basketball would tell you that was a foul here, Luka, and you're just going to cry about it.
Seen it all year.
No, you haven't seen it all year because that wasn't the entire playoff run. That wasn't the entire playoff run.
Come on, Eric. You've seen him bitch at the officials all year. It's something we talk about. It's the damn technical fouls. He's got like 20 of them. He's almost getting suspended for games for technical fouls.
He was there. He was getting back on defense throughout the postseason, unlike he was last night.
Well,
last night was embarrassing.
Dawson hit it just right, though. If things aren't going right, my man doesn't play the game like it needs to be played.
So you don't want to criticize him for that? I guess you just want to just blame it on him being chubby and slow.
His body type doesn't allow him to play good defense. That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, his body type does allow for him to not get in the ref's ear and still get back on defense and not let Sam Hauser just have a wide open shot on 5-on-4 in the NBA Finals.
We've talked about this all year.
So what do you do about it? I think is one of the questions. And some folks on the text are saying, I don't want to trade him. I don't think anybody wants to trade him.
Heck no.
Like if somebody's saying you got to trade this guy, he is at a point in his career where you try to coach him into being the best version of himself more consistently.
Amen.
But this was a step in the right direction.
But we do get that type of overreaction when you're down 0-3 in the finals, which you wouldn't be if it weren't for Luka Doncic. And you do have fans that say, I don't want him on my team. You can never win with him. I remember those fans saying the same thing about Dirk. He's Euro, he's soft, he can't play any defense. Then he wins a championship, and now they all kiss his ass. They're going to do the same thing with Luka when he wins a championship, because he will, because he's that damn good.
Strong take from Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Dirk Nowitzki that year happened to be a member of the best defensive five by the analytics in the entire league because of the way he positioned himself to use his body, rebounded, challenged shots, and participated, play in and play out.
Because he figured it out.
Yeah.
There's another guy that doesn't move particularly well.
Oh, yeah, and that's what we want Luka to do. Figure out how to be in position better, pay more attention throughout the season so you're not running around like a chicken with your head cut off while the ball's getting whipped around you. Some of these lowlights are pathetic for him. Stay focused, get back on defense. Somebody's got to teach him a lesson. If nobody on the coaching staff or the front office wants to, I'm looking at the roster. Teach him a lesson. Punch him in the face today. That's what Luka needs, because that is what actually would change your energy. Right now, he's like a big baby. I mean, the way that he barked at the coaching staff, you better effing challenge this.
Yeah.
I would have said, dude, no player of mine's going to tell me what I need to do.
All the time.
We talked about this a lot, though. I mean, how do you go about challenging star players? How does Mike Zimmer challenge
That's why you need
Micah
a player.
Parsons?
That's why you need somebody on the team to say, dude, this ain't it.
See, that's okay.
Coach knows you can get him fired. I don't care if you fire me. I'm making veteran minimum, but I'll be damned if I watch you act like a baby here in my one chance to get a ring.
My man has complained to the officials all year.
Yeah, and nobody's held him accountable.
Now it's on the biggest stage.
We got to go to the G Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. When we return, we got a little Chuck wagon for you. We'll Chuck, what's in store?
Yeah, we've got how indeed does Joe Mazzulla prepare these seas for adversity and air traffic control, trolling the Panthers. That's next.
Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here for a Chuck Wagon with Woolchuck. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault. Call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today. Cars for Kids. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much. We do have the Stanley Cup Final, which I haven't watched a single second of. The Panthers have a commanding 2-0 lead. They've been kicking the Oilers' ass. Now you've got Florida heading to Edmonton for the series to shift to Canada. And we had a funny back and forth with the air traffic control there in Canada. And here's a little bit of that conversation between the pilots.
I've got about a 2-hour hold for you, or whatever it would take for you to be low enough on fuel that you'll have to divert from Edmonton. And mention it to your passengers. Maybe they'll figure it out. Delta 8948, against my better judgment, when ready, descend level 290.
Have you got a score on the hockey game?
Game's tomorrow.
I thought it was tonight. I guess you don't. Okay.
Yeah, actually, the Panthers are just headed into Edmonton right now.
Okay, maybe you can divert them. Good.
I threatened them with a hold until they would have to divert, because I didn't see them interested.
Good one. The last call you guys need is Gary Bettman calling the ACC.
That's true.
I do like air traffic control just doing bits here. Like, can we just divert the Panthers planes so they don't make it for this game? It did appear that the pilot didn't understand the joke in the beginning when he was told to consult with the passengers on the flight, giving them clearance to land. He was like, well, that's against my better judgment. He wasn't having fun with it. But I did think this was pretty good and funny for Canada's air traffic control here. Doing bits.
I do like that.
All right, Joe Mazzulla, he's actually had a hell of a series. Got to give credit where credit's due. He's done a fantastic job. I think one thing, and Jason Kidd's been great this postseason, calling that timeout, I think with about 5.5 to go, when it was 93-90. Mavs run like a 20-2 run. It seemed like everything kind of unraveled from that point on. All the momentum's on your side. You're playing hot. I think that's something we can talk about later on in the show, was that one that Jason Kidd regrets. But Joe Mazzulla was asked about some of the ways, he gets the team ready to go to prepare for adversity. Here's what Jason Tatum described Coach does.
Before the game, your coach said to us, if you've been in a fight with someone and you think you're about to beat them, you usually get sucker punched. The closer you are to beating them, the closer you are to losing. Does he say that to you players on a regular basis, and how demonstrably does he say it? And what are you expecting from him the next couple of days going into Game 4?
Yeah, Joe does a great job of showing us clips and things from different sports, right? He's a big UFC fan, and showing us fights of people that I don't know like the terminology in UFC, but put them in a chokehold and like they're about to tap out, and you just see the guy or the woman who's winning relaxing because they feel like they're about to win, and then you give the other person life. Just trying to translate that to the game of basketball, that the closer you are to winning, the closer that they are to surviving, and basically just trying to remind us in the group that we still got a long way to go. We still have to play the right way. We still got to win. That they're not going to quit. That we should expect the best from them from here on out.
Look, the Mavs have gone on some runs. I mean, game one was a huge one that I thought of after hearing this. Like, okay, and then the Celtics just didn't flinch. They came right back. Were able to extend the lead. So it's the town, it's MMA clips, a lot of various ways that Joe Mazzulla is trying to help motivate his Celtics team here.
Well, maybe Jason Kidd's trying to take a page out of his book, because apparently I saw there was no practice today. It was just a bunch of film work for the Mavericks.
Okay,
so maybe it's like, hey, we're gonna watch the town. We're gonna see what this is about. We're gonna watch a couple of UFC chokeout fight night style.
Let's check this out.
They've had some great coaches there in Boston, from Stevens to Ime and now Mazzulla. I can't think of 3 in a row. And each time they've sort of held the standard. I think you got to look at the two players. They're both so cerebral and like level-headed.
Yeah.
They seem like the perfect stars to want to coach. If I was an NBA coach right now, being like, wow, these would be the guys that would, make it real easy to implement whatever you need to.
Going to slide this in so we don't fight with Brian about it, but our buddy Mayor Eric Adams, he's Team Joey Chestnut, said stop being such weenies. It would be impossible to have this year's Nathan's Famous International Hot Dog Eating Contest without Joey Chestnut. Let's find a way to squash this beef and bring back the champ for another 4th of July at Coney Island. I love what Eric Adams is doing here.
Yeah, he's trying to get money for his city.
And damn right, because nobody's showing up if Joey Jaws isn't participating.
There'll be people there.
Nobody wants to see close mediocrity, Brian.
The dude with the straw hat is going to whip the crowd up into a frenzy. We're all going to be excited.
The same guy who wanted to watch THJ play basketball in a championship setting doesn't want to watch the greatest.
I was trying to give you a little insight. My
he
insight.
Wants to watch the G League version of the hot dog eating contest.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander as your G-Bag today.
Yes. Are those pilots trained to talk like that?
I don't know.
Put the
ground control. Whiskey Tango Bravo.
It's always those
You have to think about it. You have to look down at the instruments.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, you got to look at the instruments.
We're at 45,000 feet and you just what it is. They don't talk like that, every last one of them. Okay, Broadus, you're giving me some perspective on that, though. They're looking down at the instruments.
They're looking down, making sure they got the right headings.
Okay,
and stuff.
I feel you.
They're just always in a state of confusion.
Well, they're probably flying autopilot, so they got to make sure they're going the right way.
Okay. If you look over to your left, you'll see the Grand Canyon and
I do not like the chatty pilot, though. I do not like the chatty
No, me either, bro.
No.
Because I have my headphones on and I know you're talking. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm in the middle of this right here.
Yeah.
I do love when they say, though, it's gonna be a quicker flight than we anticipated.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can tell when they're running behind.
Yes.
Yeah. You can tell they're going to put the coal to the fire, and because those engines stay like revved up all the way across El Paso.
You can feel it.
It's like they're in a rocket.
You look over to whoever's sitting next to you, like, man, we are grooving, aren't we?
Yeah. We got a tailwind.
Shoot. All right. Hey, Dawson, is there a soccer tournament in town? By chance, have you heard about this? I've seen a whole lot of soccer kiddies running around.
There might be.
Okay.
We're planning a soccer tournament.
There's a whole lot of them.
A lot of soccer. There's a lot of leagues.
Yeah, okay.
If you said the soccer moms, Lucius, I'd have been a little bit,
I know you would have. All right, let's see. Our winner right here. Let's go to Sunday on the Fan with Red Medford, where fan phenom Blake. He's the winner of Fan Phenom. By the way, he won.
He won.
Not an IQ test, that competition.
Can't believe he won.
Poor baby.
Yeah. Oh, my son.
How close is Denver and Colorado?
What?
Huh?
What?
What did you just say?
That's marked. That's going to get
Yep,
marked.
thanks for that.
Well, they're saying the Denver Nuggets, and Denver is the state, Colorado's the city. And it's the other way around. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I know it's one of the two. You're not going to get me.
You're not going to get me.
Not yet.
G-Bag of the day will be tomorrow at 2:30. right here on the fan. Just wanted
Sending
you to
that
know.
one in now.
I just wanted to make sure we appropriated the Denver
You
Nuggets.
just said
that word.
Denver is a state.
So it's Colorado's the state. I caught it then. Colorado's the state. Denver's
You
the
did
city.
not catch it. What do
I
you mean?
caught it. What do you mean?
What do you mean? You mean?
Oh
Good
my
attempt.
Lord!
Don't even have to check the instant replay on that one.
No.
You didn't catch it, sir.
No. What they say? Bless his heart.
Bless his
Such a
heart.
great kid.
His
He's
heart.
a sweet boy.
Yeah, he's a sweet boy. Bless his heart. He's a sweet guy, you know.
He's trying.
All right. Brian Windhorst, post game. Who's that? Scott Van Pelt's show?
Yeah.
Yeah. He fried Luka up.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, "You better bleeping challenge it," as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he's going to have to use this, what's happened in this finals, as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him, because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
He said no one in your life has.
Yeah.
Hey, man, stand and deliver even if your voice shakes. Even if your voice shakes.
I'm going to go throw up now and have a cigarette.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. And after Brian had to go, well, thanks, Brian, for that. And he just fell on the ground himself.
What did I just do? Scott was stunned. He was like, okay, I think I'm going to just leave it at that. Throws it to break and comes back. He's still talking about how Wendy just cooked Luka. I'm sitting here like, make it stop. I wanted to change the channel, but I couldn't.
Wendy's on one knee.
Just well executed. It was pointed. That was awesome.
Always knew he was a Mavs
Did you
fan
feel
at
like
heart.
he was his life was just going before his eyes as he was doing that?
Yeah, he was definitely.
He closed his eyes. His eyes were closed the whole time.
Sweat's dropping off the brow.
Like he's trying to get that contract extension.
Hey, Will Chuck, how should we be thinking about Luka's defense at this point, though? Like, you're saying it's the injuries and he's tired for carrying this team, these bums, is what you said?
Yeah, on the offensive side, he's the only player consistently that's shown up this finals. Yes, he has. And last night, finally, Kyrie, he did his part.
Get him, Wendy.
But otherwise, the first two games, it's Luka. I know Luka's giving me offense. I don't know who else is.
Oh, man, you're on a roll. Keep going.
Boy.
Keep going.
Put that cape on.
He doesn't give him the ball until there's 5 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, because nobody else will score, Gavin.
Hold on, let me get back to it.
My Lord. Turn the music back on. These overblown damn narratives. How about this for a statistic, Dawson?
Okay.
Mavericks have a 107 defensive rating with Luka Doncic on the court in the NBA Finals. Number
amazing.
1, that would rank in the regular season. Number 3 in the playoffs. This defensive narrative, we've seen it his entire career. It's overblown. If anybody else wanted to step up and make a damn basket, maybe you'd have won a game last night.
So you're telling me they went out and got the 4 best defensive players they could find to put him with Luka, and that makes him pretty good.
You dunked that, boy.
Man,
So let's go ahead
You dunked that.
and this offseason,
dunked that.
keep doing what Boston did. Keep trying to find the next best defender.
dunked that.
They
Good
did
for
it with
you.
Drew
Stop
Holiday.
it,
They're going to
Lucius.
win a championship.
Get
him, Will
dunking
Chuck.
like
Go.
Jaylen Brown was last night.
Oh,
Yes.
wait,
Hold on.
what are you chiming in
Hold on,
for?
let me put him back on a leash. Let me put it back on a leash. Let me get focused.
I'm done.
I got one more thing to do. Let me get focused.
I'm tapping out.
Nah, I like that, though. I had to let you off the leash for a second, bro.
I love you, Kyrie.
Yeah, I bet you do. All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastors, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. He's for my mind. And Reverend Ike, he's no longer with us, but he's for my money. Yes, he is. Yeah. Let's go to this church right here. Woolchuck, are you familiar with a shofar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. We blow it at the end of Rosh Hashanah. Blow the shofar.
Everybody blows it, or just one special
One
individual
specific
gets that?
guy who is gifted and talented.
Yes.
So you never done this?
I'm so glad you said that. Yes. One person that can actually do it.
Yeah,
not everybody can do it.
No.
You can't be any geek off the street. Bro.
Got to be handy with a shafar.
If you know what I mean.
Damn right.
Earn your keep.
Whoa.
Yep.
There's some foolishness going on in this church. Listen to this mess.
It's going to blow the sound of the shofar as our bishop makes his way to the top. C-sharp chord over there, please.
Sharp.
After I blow the shofar, I need you to give God another shofar with the sound of your anatomical voice, saith the Lord.
Is he blowing it?
That's a voice.
That's not it. Especially not no bip, 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 bip. It makes a.
So you wouldn't grade that blow as a good one?
No, I wouldn't say that was the best of the shofar blowing that we've seen.
It's a bad blow.
Or heard.
Who's ever had one of those?
My first experience.
you guys can come on to the synagogue for Rosh Hashanah and hear it yourself.
Yeah.
Actually, they can stream it now. I'll send you the link.
Okay, I look forward to that.
That's it for me, folks.
There it is. A champ and two challengers. Is it Blake on Denver, Colorado? There's a good shofar.
There we go. That guy's got some good lungs.
Is it Wendy on Ralph Meltdown?
It's the key.
It's Pride Month, too. You're right, bro.
Is it shofar blowing as Bishop makes his way to the top? I'll go with Wendy, Chief. How about you?
Whoa, I knew you were going there.
I'm going with the fan
Somebody's
phenom
gotta
Blake
say it.
Elliott.
Okay, Blake Elliott tied at 1.
Yeah, me too.
2-1, Wolchuk.
I love a good shofar blowing.
Is that your vote?
Absolutely.
Helmet
Brian?
wash.
I'll go with Blake.
By a score of 3-1, and your new, or still your G Bag of the Day champion. It's Blake. Tune in tonight, Crosstalk 650. We'll ask him if he's got it sorted. We'll ask him other states and cities inside of them. Like, how close is Los Angeles and California? See how he handles that.
Where's Columbus, Ohio? Well,
Is Columbus the state?
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner coming up next, brought to you by Reliant. Where are we taking that, Brian?
Yeah, is this guy a bounce back player in our eyes? We'll do that next.
I know who is a bounce.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And give you some goodies while they last in Allen tomorrow morning. We'll see you there with the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you. Thank you very much there,
Thank
Dawson.
you, sir.
And thank you to the folks at Reliant for being involved. Hey, Dawson, you follow this guy named Alex Stein? You know, I mean, you follow a lot of guys. He's a Blaze TV guy.
I don't think
The troll. I'm a pimp on a blimp.
Okay, do you know who I'm talking about,
Yeah,
Lucius?
he's a troll dude, comedian. He goes.
Dawson, I
in-
just checked. You do follow this guy. I
Okay.
guess you follow a lot of people.
I do.
He's got like Des Bryant. I'm just looking at guys like Des Bryant is involved with him. Chris Arnold. It says you and some others are involved.
Cool.
Here. But Lucius, you know this guy?
Yeah, I'm aware of his work.
Okay, he got me last night when I walked into the stadium.
On many sides.
How so?
Okay, he was doing a bit with Kyrie's poster of the Earth's flat thing, the statement he made about that.
Oh, we bring up old stuff.
And so
come on,
he's
we've
like,
moved on.
I didn't know this guy knew who I was.
Oh, really?
I walked in. Now, maybe, I don't know if
he's from DFW.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. I'm like, how does this guy know me?
Probably
I thought he was doing a national bit kind of a thing. He's like, Broadus, hey. And I was walking into he was getting everybody in the media, I think is what, but he's like, hey, Broadus, how about this? Kyrie says the Earth's flat. And I'm like, no, it's not flat. You know, I just was going along and I was having fun with him. But this guy,
But the camera's out when he was asking you that?
Yes.
So you're going to end up on the...
Evidently, I went viral for this.
Let's go.
Oh, there you go.
And I didn't, yeah.
Let's go, B.
Wait, where's the video then, dude? We need to see this.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying, though. But I just looked it up because a guy reached out to me on Twitter and says, your video went viral of you with Alex Stein. So if I was just kind of having fun. No, I've flown over. I've seen the curvature. I know it's not,
You've seen that curvature.
I've seen the curvature.
With your own eyes.
With my own eyes, yeah. So anyway, but yeah, I was
You might be able to blow a shofar.
But I don't, like I say,
That was a shafar.
I don't know what his bid is though. But it was funny. He was dressed up, and he had that poster, and he was kind of just like, "Come on, Broadus, the Earth's flat. Kyrie says it's flat. Are you against Kyrie?" I'm like, "No, I'm not against Kyrie." And I was just kind of having fun with the guy, but.
Wow, dude, you're an internet sensation right now. We got to find this video. We need to play the sound.
Somebody needs to find it, but I was literally walking in, like the lady was scanning my credential, and I turned around and I'm just like, she's like my credential's like almost choking me because she's got one of those things.
Oh,
so the thing is that I didn't know who the guy was, so I was just having fun with him. But then I look and see everybody kind of knows who this guy is. Lucius knows this guy is. So
a lot of followers. 610,000.
Wow.
Appears to be a bit of an election truther.
So he could be this could be damaging to me doing this.
I think he's a polarizing guy, but I don't think it's damaging.
He was having fun with me.
Yeah.
He kept going, "Hey, come on, Broadus, come on, the Earth's flat." I'm like, "No, I don't believe it is." He goes, "But Kyrie says it's flat." I'm like, "Well, no, I don't think it's flat." Just got it's just
wow, man. He just ran up on you like that.
But he was literally right outside the media entrance to this thing.
He knew where to be.
And so, man, I'm
looking for the big shooters.
I might have to avoid him tomorrow then, right?
I don't Maybe he has a follow-up question for you. Maybe you should ask him, didn't Kyrie say that 8 years ago?
Oh, so
maybe you should go get an updated thought from him.
Yeah.
And then he'll say, much like when you peed your pants in the third grade. People don't forget.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just didn't know. I didn't know his bit, but he does real stuff, huh?
Oh yeah, media personality, it appears, with 610,000 followers.
This is good for biz. You should actually seek him out next time. Huh. You should actually pull your phone out and start asking him questions.
This just shows you how I don't know what's going on a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is one of many things.
One of many things. You're right. You're right about that. You're right. Also, like I said, I want to thank you for the train thing. By the way,
my pleasure.
Hey, this is nothing against guys and gals that do Lyft or Uber or anything like that. We're not against you. But this train thing
we're not against rap. Yeah. We're not against rappers.
Yeah.
But we are against those thugs.
But the trains, it's easy, man.
Man, I was a little scared there, Lucius, what you were doing there.
Oh yeah. Well, you said you're not against but it triggered me.
No, I'm not. But yeah, I'm not against those folks because I don't have Uber myself. I mean, I'm not that guy. But anyway, the train, I highly recommend that you
and Luca both hitting a dart right before the game.
Yeah,
and
fantastic.
Yeah, it's a hell of a way to go.
It is, dude. Seriously. It is convenient as heck.
I hope I'm not messing myself up. Now it's going to be crowded as all get out tomorrow.
No, I mean
it's not going to be. It's already a known more crowded than Game 4 was. The ticket prices have already dropped by a significant margin.
Awesome. Yeah, we're down to low 400s last time I looked on SeatGeek, I think.
You got a couple you want to sell, Dawson. Can we do that? Are we allowed to do that?
They're like $400 each right now. I would do 2 for $400.
That's what I'm saying. Are we allowed to do that? I didn't want to get in trouble by trying
We just did.
Oh, okay.
I don't give a bleep.
Okay.
You know?
You got a couple tickets you want to sell to Dawson. He'd like to buy them from me.
Nobody's holding
I want to take Abby tomorrow.
Text in if you will. I might give her my pass. Let her talk to the guy.
Where'd your pass go? Did you forget your pass?
Let her talk to the guy in Blaze TV.
Mr. Broadus, enjoy the game, sir.
All right, here we go. Pro Football Focus kind of my June reading, what I'm doing. They have a list of players that they're talking about on by position, believe it or not. 2024 all breakout team.
Ooh.
Will Levis, Chase Brown, and they've got a Dallas Cowboy as one of the breakout players at a position. So they're going through all the positions. Like, for example, tight ends have like Luke Musgrave from the Packers.
Okay.
He's involved. Matthew Bergeron, who was with he was
That
with
was the Mozzie Smith.
the Mozzie
debate.
Smith. Yeah,
I love that guy to Syracuse.
Yeah. Matthew Bergeron's plays at Atlanta. They have him as the breakout left guard.
I can see that
for the Atlanta Falcons. And matter of fact, when you think about Mozzie, but Bergeron had 4 games last season where he didn't allow any pressures in pass protection. They might have been right about that guy. All right, but anybody like to take a guess of who now? There's a Dallas Cowboy on this list, and it's done by position. Would you like to take a guess who the player is? Would you guys just like to venture a guess?
Is it a guy that really has already broken out?
Not yet.
To us, he really hasn't.
No, he's but we believe he's a good player. We believe we have indications that this
Oso.
Oso is a good name. How about you?
Overshown.
Overshown's another good name.
Sam Williams.
Sam Williams, another good name. Lucius, you want to venture a guess?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going through this
Yeah, I know you
Alan
are.
Stein video right here, trying to find out where
All right,
you're
I
at.
appreciate you doing
About
that.
an hour's worth of
You're
content
honest.
here.
You're honest about it.
I'm
I appreciate
scrolling.
it. You got you. Okay. Overshown's the name.
Okay.
Overshown's the guy at linebacker. They said if Trenton Simpson's spot on the team is involved a lot of projection, Overshown requires even more. He played just 46 preseason snaps his rookie season before tearing his ACL ended his year. He was expected to compete for the starting snaps in 2023, though. He earned a 74.7 PFF grade in the preseason before the injury. So he is the only player that Pro Football Focus, when they start to talk about breakout players, the Marvin Overshown is your guy.
Man, I would love that. Hopefully, he breaks right into a Pro Bowl. I brought us at 4609 here, Lucius. 4609 outside going in
for you.
Okay.
Alex Stein sitting there with him.
Okay. Do I look pretty goofy and like ridiculous and all that?
Fresh off the dart.
Well, no more than usual.
Okay, I got the bow tie. He probably thought I was like Fox News or something like that.
Yeah, that's good. That's some good exposure for you right there. I'm sure.
Well, thank you.
Look at you. Look like you sell popcorn.
You know what? I don't think I said
Dynasty
anything.
of popcorn selling family.
I don't think I said anything controversial though.
Orville Redenbacher.
Yeah. That is good, Lucius.
Yeah, maybe some Bartles and James there. Sorry. We got to run.
Orville Redenbacher was good.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Some NFL news of the day is coming up. Well, Chuck, what do you have in store for us?
Oh, man, Brady's Patriots Hall of Fame speech, Burrow talking mindset, and the release date for this new wide receiver show. That's next.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Get your Mavs thoughts together coming up at 3:20. What would you like to see Luka change? Right now, we'll get the very latest from the world of football. Here's Zach Wolchuk in your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the Celtics were playing in the NBA Finals, and Tom Brady said, I don't give a damn. We're having our Patriots Hall of Fame induction tonight. So Tom Brady gets inducted into the Patriots Hall of Fame yesterday. I guess even Barstool's Dave Portnoy said, I'm going to skip out on the Celtics in the finals, and I'm going to go watch Tom Brady do his Hall of Fame speech. It was rather motivational, though. Tom is really channeling his motivational speaking, as well as trying to prep for his first year of NFL broadcasting. His first regular season game will be the Cowboys and the Browns on Fox. But here was Brady talking during his speech. And, well, hey, if you need some motivation today, Brady's got you.
Urge everyone to play football for the simple reason that it is hard. It's hard when you're young to wake up in the offseason at 6 a.m. to go train and work out, knowing that all your friends are sleeping in and eating pancakes. It's hard when you're on your way to practice, weighed down with all your gear, and it's 90 degrees out and all the other kids are at the pool or at the beach, and your body is already completely exhausted from workouts in 2-a-days. It's hard to throw, catch, block, and tackle, and hit kids when they're way bigger and way more developed than you, only to go home that night bruised and battered and strained, but knowing you have to show up again the next day for just the chance to try again. But understand this, life is hard. No matter who you are, there are bumps and hits and bruises along the way. And my advice is to prepare yourself, because football lessons teach us that success and achievement come from overcoming adversity, and that team accomplishment far exceeds anyone's individual goals. To be successful at anything, the truth is you don't have to be special. You just have to be what most people aren't. Consistent, determined, and willing to work for it. No shortcuts. If you look at all my teammates here tonight, it would be impossible to find better examples of men who embody that work ethic, integrity, purpose, determination, and discipline that it takes to be a champion in life.
Hell yeah, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Let's go.
Feel pretty small.
You don't have to be special. You just got to be bleeping consistent, damn it, and realize that life is hard.
Yeah.
And just because your friends are sleeping and eating pancakes, and I don't know if all of them are. Some of them might be eating waffles, French toast,
bagels.
Eggo waffles, I will say, if you're doing like frozen comparisons between like the Eggo waffle or whatever it is the pancake is, the frozen pancake, 10 out of 10 the waffle just smokes it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's guaranteed.
The only thing the Eggo won't dominate 10 out of 10 is a perfectly
Taste.
piece made of French toast.
Dude, the French toast to me is the one as well.
Wait, do they do frozen French toast?
They do.
Like
They do mini French toast.
they
They
do.
cinnamon French toast.
They do.
Okay.
Oh, but you mean
French
frozen
toast
stuff?
I'm just talking about frozen. If you're just going frozen, like
They do.
frozen
See,
Eggo waffle compared to the frozen pancakes.
I was even giving Eggo the nod over like a freshly made pancake. That's how highly I think of it.
Wow.
Eggos
Okay,
are
that's high
damn good.
praise.
Eggos are damn good. I didn't know if that got anybody fired up. We got one text that said 903 F Brady and F Boston in general. I mean, I did love this.
It did sound kind of generic.
You think he was like practicing
Like
that?
I don't think he's been practicing the writing part of it. You know,
That might have been like a Chat GPT thing.
I think maybe
AI
might have helped him out a little bit.
He's a robot anyway.
Just you type in like
He does seem
football pump up
robotic.
speech.
Yeah, about being consistent.
Yeah, like number
Bingo.
12 retirement speech. Oh, this must be for Tom Brady. Here you go. Blah 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 blah. Boom.
Yeah, and
That's Chat GPT.
nothing I can nitpick about the message in general. Just kind of like football corny, if you ask me. Wolchuk.
Yeah, I think there was some Patriot fans were fired up. They're like, "Gosh, I love this," but I think other people agreed, like, "Oh, that might have been a little bit corny." Now, Charles Robinson, our buddy from Yahoo Sports, interviewed Tom. Tom said, "Quote: I think the quarterbacking's gone backwards a little bit in the NFL. I don't think it's improved. I don't think the teaching's improved. I think maybe the physical fundamentals might be a little bit improved because there's better information out there for quarterbacks to study on mechanics, but I don't think quarterbacks really are field generals right now like they used to be." It's a broad statement, but I had total control. I had all the tools I needed. I was coached that way. I was developed to have the tools that I needed to go on the field so that whenever something came up, I had the right play, the right formation, the right audible, the right check at the line to ultimately take control of the 11 guys on offense and get us into a good, positive play. You seeing that? You seeing the regression among quarterbacks in the NFL today?
When his Hall of Fame coach decides to put the special teams coach as the offensive coordinator, I can understand that. Or wait, hey, let's take a defensive coach and make him the quarterback coach. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, is that when Bill did the Fat Patricia Joe Judge co-offensive coordinator special?
Tom probably paying a lot of attention to what's going on in New England. Yeah, quarterbacks got set back because of your coach doing idiot things. Yeah, that's you know what? To me, I'll tell you what. If he thinks these coaches, these offensive coaches nowadays aren't any good, they're not coaching it up.
Just say that.
Yeah, but man, we talked about offenses we love. So, what's going on with the Lions, the Rams, we've always talked about that, the 49ers. Hell, there's some things the Cowboys do damn good. I think coaching in the NFL, offensive football, has gotten better.
Would you say
ask me?
It's hard?
I think
it's hard to coach in the NFL.
Tom Brady came into this league with not a lot of ability. Maybe he came in with a lot of desire and wanting to be this guy.
Consistent.
But to say that their guys aren't getting coached, I totally disagree with him on that, because I think there's some really, really good offensive minds in this league.
This is going to be fun. Hearing what Brady has to say, maybe pulling those
I'm interested
clips
to
the
see.
Monday after.
Yeah, I'm interested
on his game days
to see what happens to Tom Brady when he does those production meetings with coaches.
Ooh,
and they're going like, you really don't think we're very good on offense anymore?
He's sitting
or
there
you don't
with
think we
Nathaniel
coach these
Hackett.
guys up anymore? Or Tom will say this, man, I love what you guys are doing with J.J. McCarthy. And that coach in Minnesota is going to go, what? You wait, I heard your Hall of Fame speech.
I thought it was regressing.
Yeah, you said we were regressing and not, Tom's he's going to find himself in some of those meetings going, man, I love what you're doing with that guy. I love what you're doing, And they're going to look at him like, they're going to wait a minute. I listened to you ran on for about 3 minutes about how poorly we're coaching these guys. Got to be careful.
There is one guy that it would be relevant if he sat in with Nathaniel Hackett, because even the Jets went ahead and benched Nathaniel Hackett during the 2-minute drill because of his decisions with play calling. He was replaced as play caller for part of minicamp with Aaron Rodgers absent, because Aaron Rodgers is the only one there in New York who really wants Nathaniel Hackett around, or maybe in the entire NFL for that matter. But because Aaron is God knows where, and it's more important than football, Hackett's still there, and they said, all right, we're going to go ahead and sit you down here, Nathaniel. Let's have somebody else call the 2-minute drill that we might actually want to hire when Rodgers goes away.
Yeah, that makes sense, because they're like, Hackett, assuming Rodgers is healthy, which is not a safe assumption at all, but he is going to be the one calling the shots in every high leverage situation. So there's no point in you getting practice reps at this. We'll let somebody else. We'll let the up-and-comer.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is, whoever's calling the plays for the Jets, it's Aaron Rodgers.
Exactly.
Yeah, every play going in has changed. I've had these discussions with Sean Payton when he was dealing with Drew Brees. He's like, you can call plays for these guys. They're not going to be run. They're just not.
Yeah.
Not going to be run.
They really aren't. So
it's a good idea, Coach.
Yeah, but, you could have me be the offensive coordinator for the Jets, and I could send in a play. It's not going to be run. He's going to check to whatever he wants to do, or he's going to look at the sidelines. How many times did he do that when he was in Green Bay? Look at the sidelines and mouth like, no effing way. No. You could see, and they're like, whoa, what's going on here? What's he doing? Well,
he's got McCarthy just breathing in his ear.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Brady was saying. These guys aren't me, so obviously quarterback's regressing. I'm not in the league anymore. I'm not here to go ahead and be the best. Everyone else stinks compared to me. Now, the Falcons, they're forfeiting draft picks. They've also got fined for tampering.
Man, the Eagles got scot-free on that.
They did. The NFL concluded that the Eagles did not tamper with Saquon Barkley. The league said after a thorough review of the Eagles' signing of Barkley, there was not a finding of tampering that violated the league's anti-tampering policy. So they weren't in violation of anything, but the Falcons were. when it came to Kirk Cousins. They are being fined $250,000. They've also got to forfeit a 5th-round pick. Pro Football Talk said a high-level executive with another team said in reference to the Falcons, if I can land the top quarterback in free agency for a 5th-rounder and pay $250K, I'll sign up for that any day.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know if the NFL is really, punishing.
I think
enough.
the NFL also gave the Eagles a break because they overpaid Saquon Barkley. So they're saying the joke's on them anyway.
Yeah, probably. Right? They sure did. They're flaunting him out, though, thinking he's like the best thing ever. He's now just taking his team pics with his jersey on and everything that Micah showed up for and then left afterwards. But, hey, they're pumping out Barkley. He's their new guy. They're trying to get the jersey sales sold. Netflix receiver that's going to debut July 10th. Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams. We've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, George Kittle. They're all going to be part of this. New trailer came out. Yeah, it looks really good. New trailer came out today. If you watch the quarterback show, which I thought was very good, I just forwarded the Marcus Mariota parts. There's going to be 8 episodes. They'll be about 45 minutes each, but July 10th, you'll be able to binge watch that on Netflix. Now, Joe
outspoken
Burrow.
Dudes. That'll be fun.
All of them. All good personalities.
Following their off season?
The in-season.
Following last year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good deal.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, everything Netflix has pumped out here, similar to Drive to Survive, they've all been really entertaining, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Now, Joe Burrow, supposedly healthy right now. We got to hope that he's healthy. If he is, maybe he's got a chance to go ahead and lead the Bengals past Patrick Mahomes. Maybe he's the one that can stop the three-peat in the AFC. But he was talking about some of the challenges that he's gone through, the mental stuff. Obviously now he's got the injury-prone label. Joe, I mean, has this stuff been difficult for you to handle?
It's definitely something I've thought about, yeah. Whenever the injuries start to stack up, it's your football mortality kind of comes into the back of your mind. So that's definitely something that I've thought about and something that I've had to fight through. That's every injury that happens. They stack, and you continue to think about how you can get better from those and how you can come back an improved player when maybe you're not getting the reps that you had because of your injury. So it's always a challenge. It always is. But I'm built for it. Our team is built for it, and the people that I have surrounded myself with have been through it with me as well. So I'm excited about the season. I'm excited about what we're going to do. And I'm excited about all the guys we have in the locker room.
I'm excited too. He's built for it, baby.
Man, he just needs to stay healthy for 1 year.
I know, and if he does, sky's the limit.
He probably won't.
You don't think so?
It's tough.
It is tough.
It's
hard.
He has injuries that calf injury thing. That's a pop up. You never know. You're outside the pocket. You're running. You're trying to get out of bounds, and all of a sudden the thing cinches up on you. I mean, those are tough ones to deal with.
And
those
the Achilles wasn't that the one before that?
With the thumb. He's dealt with a lot of things he's had to deal with.
I'm hopeful he stays healthy, though. It's good for the sport. See Joe Burrow out there.
I love me some Joe Burrow.
You guys know what Caleb Williams has to do to become the all-time rookie passing touchdowns leader for the Bears?
Just specific, like for franchise history?
Just for the Bears. Yeah, just for the Bears. How many touchdowns does he have to throw?
12.
For a rookie. Just
for a rookie.
So I'm assuming
to set the Bears rookie touchdown passing
wait a
record.
minute, man.
Does Jay Cutler have this?
Jay Cutler, I think, yeah.
Jay Cutler was not a rookie.
He was at Denver. He was a Denver rookie.
Yeah.
Who would
he
be
might
the
have the
rookie?
single season.
He
record.
probably Who would be the rookie?
Probably be Mitch Trubisky would be the one you'd have to think
that's a
about.
good call. Yeah, Mitch.
Could be Mitch.
Maybe Mitch. I think it's probably something hilarious, dude. I bet it's probably.
It's not Bobby Douglas or Wade, like Billy Wade. Somebody like
I'm
that.
hoping
Jack Kincannon.
I just need the number.
I'm hoping it's a single digit.
13.
I'm hoping it's like 8.
13.
8? You want to go with 8?
I'm going to go with 8. I'm going to go with 9.
9. Boys, you guys are right around there. If Caleb Williams throws 10 touchdowns this season, he's going to set the Bears rookie record.
Wow.
10 touchdowns.
So the current record is 9. Held by who? Do you know who holds that record?
Probably, like I said, Billy Wade, Jack Kincannon. Who else could we?
Rex Grossman.
It might be Sexy Rexy, actually.
Yeah, it might be Rex Grossman.
It's Charlie O'Rourke.
Oh.
You know when he
Never
set
heard
that?
of this guy. Is that Mickey's brother?
Mickey.
1958.
Yeah.
42.
Yeah.
Wow. 1942?
Yeah.
Followed up Red Grange there.
So if Caleb
You
gets
handed the ball to Galloping
Caleb
Ghost.
just needs to hit double digits. He's got that thing, man, and I think he will. I mean, in today's NFL, if
He might do
doesn't,
that in the
then
first game,
You know
man.
what? We've had a massive bust on our hands with the Bears and all the glitter that we've got going on.
Dang.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Bad, right?
No, I'm just watching golf balls go into the gunch.
Yeah, Rory missed. Looks like he could hit it out of there if that's not OB, though. You do have McElroy 2 back of the leader through 10, who's Patrick Cantlay, who's in with a 65, 5 under. Your guy Auberg is
he won
one
me-
off the pace.
He won me money.
He
You pick
did.
him to win?
No, I did not.
Bryson DeChambeau making the turn at 2 under par. Jordan Spieth even through 8. Tiger Woods 4 over today. He started 1 under through 6. Things were looking good for El Tigre, and then they got away from him a little bit.
Oh, here we go. You got a scorecard right there, General.
Okay, yeah.
A lot of squares.
Whew. Yeah, he started on 10, took a birdie there, nothing but pars, and then bang, bogey, bogey, bogey. Only one other birdie on the day, so Tiger Woods plus 474. It's humbling to watch, and it's just so unfortunate that a car accident happened. I mean, he won after the spinal fusion, and things had come back together with his legs, and he was on the road to, maybe having a wonderful twilight to his career. But at this point, I think the shattered leg has pretty much just done it.
Well, it looks like he drove the ball pretty well. He hit 12 of 14 fairways today. The putting wasn't very good. I mean, the greens he hit, I think he was 50% on that. So, yeah, he was probably happy with the way. Usually when Tiger's bad, he can't drive the ball worth a damn.
Yeah.
But he looks like he might have dialed that in today. Hopefully he can find a way to make this cut tomorrow.
Maybe time will heal him, and in his 50s, because he's the GOAT, he can still be competitive. Jack won at age 47. I think Tiger's got to be 48 right now.
Yeah.
But from what I've read, he's just not that passionate about putting in the work on his short game.
No.
Like his putting and his chipping, which should be pretty immune to the hands of time and that injury.
Yeah.
Just it's one of the weakest points in his game. So, but it's good to know he hit 12 of 14 fairways.
Yeah, I haven't ever seen anybody wear his gear, by the way. He's got this new line of clothing.
He does,
Have
yeah.
you seen anybody wear that
Probably
shirt?
not paying anybody to wear it.
I mean,
I don't have the time to be on golf courses. I imagine some.
I mean, I figure like I'd see people probably wearing it around town, like you wear
not
polo
the
shirt.
actual PGA
Yeah,
golfers.
just nobody like. Where do you buy his gear? Like, is this just for him?
TigerWoodsGear.com.
Maybe PGA Tour. I mean,
Okay, do you agree with Wendy, or do you agree with the 214 who says, I don't want Luka to change anything? How about the role players step up at 877-881-1053?
Thanks, Luka.
The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is
somebody
open.
with some damn sense around here.
What do you want to see Luka change going forward? We have your thoughts on that, some more NBA Finals discussion when we return. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing, though, before we do that, because if you want or need a new vehicle, it's time to call D&M.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If your system is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade. Get DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Firehouse Tour rolls on tomorrow in Allen. Brought to you by Chill Boys and Palmer's Chicken. Go see Sean and RJ and the morning crew tomorrow up there in Allen at the Firehouse. They'll be having themselves a time, Brian. I know you always love those shows. Your mic's off.
Oh, wow. I wish we could have just seen how long it would have taken him on that one. That would have been pretty
Dawson's
incredible.
always trying to, he's a good teammate, unlike some others.
It would have been like awkward silence.
Just like dead air.
No, but see, one of my earpiece things was I was trying to deal with my volume. Whatever. Chill Boys.
Krusty.
Chill Boys. Great underwear, by the way.
Yeah,
great underwear.
Great underwear.
You look fantastic in yours. You need to stop showing
I
everybody. You
actually
need to
have
stop
on right
flaunting
now.
them. I know
Yeah.
you're so proud. Every room you go in, you're like, check these out, and you just go pants to ankles. It's like, what are we doing here, bro?
Yeah, you're right about that.
But they look great on you, man.
Appreciate that. Appreciate a lot of colors. So Chill Boys, check them out, man.
If you go
Sponsors of Love of the Star. That's why.
There's a lot of colors at Palmer's Chicken as well. And
Maroon is a bad one.
yes. Okay. So
It's a hot one.
Mild is medium. Medium is scorching hot.
Yeah. Palmer's Chicken is excellent, by the way.
It's
And
delicious.
the wraps-
And the shrimp.
Yeah,
and the catfish.
If you're into the hot, get the maroon colored one.
Yeah,
That's
Palmer,
hot.
he's not shying away from the heat.
He is not shying away from the heat, but the wraps and stuff because we're so hungry sometimes we'll bring it up here and it'll be that maroon color and you're like, it's going to kill you.
Yeah.
And it's just eat it and you're like, okay, here we go.
Hang on tight.
Hang on tight.
Speaking of here we go.
Yeah.
Let's discuss this Luka conversation.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
We did get an update as he has spoken to the media. Luka has spoken.
Oh.
And Chuck drew my attention to this. We'll have the audio for you later on in the show. But he admits he let the team down, told his teammates, my bad. And he can't do that, especially in the finals. I talked about having another pain injection here before, Game 4. I hope that's possible.
Yeah.
if there's any way. I mean, even watching him walk up to the arena yesterday, you could tell he's not all that comfortable until he gets that shot. So, we'll see about that. But Marcus Thompson in The Athletic has a great article. There's this, thought out there that, hey, Luka's role players, and that's what we've seen, on the text. It's back and forth. I think it's a polarizing topic. And you can definitely say that, like, hey, the Mavs role players aren't as good as the Celtics role players. Definitely fair. But Marcus, takes the article from this perspective, saying it's Luka who has to be better, not just because his 27 points came on 27 shots in a loss, not even because he fouled out, but because winning Wednesday and getting his Mavericks back in these finals required something different. For him to compete defensively, to play smarter, to lock in, avoid lulls, for him to implore more from his teammates. Somehow it required him to find a way even while he was off. And he did. But Marcus writes, he's learning this hard lesson on the summit of the NBA mountain. Rings from the best league in the world cost everything. The heart of Doncic can't be questioned, certainly not his ability. What's been challenged by Boston and by the gauntlet of greatness is his willingness to do whatever it takes. And I'm just asking that we keep him accountable for that. Mm-hmm. We can talk about all the other reasons that they lost, but I don't think you can have that kind of focus level from your best player, and expect to get through this. And I think it is stunning the stage that it happened on, while you had made this incredible comeback, trying to bait fouls and like embarrassingly falling down is something that even the biggest flopping soccer fan would have been embarrassed to see.
Yeah, and then not even getting up quickly and getting back. I'm going to stay down here and I'm going to start yelling at somebody while Sam Hauser's cashing out another 3 on my defense, who's 5-on-4.
Yeah. It's tough to watch in a number of reasons. Obviously, best offensive player in the game is a label that he's been given over the last couple of weeks. But this is something that, as we were listening or watching post-game coverage last night, a lot of insiders were saying the Mavs coaches have begged Luka to stop complaining and treating referees poorly. I don't even care about the complaining and treating referees poorly. I'll do that myself. If I feel like the guy's not doing a good enough job or he's out to lunch or he's unqualified or whatever, I might let him know that. But you can't let that get in the way of you doing your primary job, which is, competing at the highest level. Brian, I don't know if there's a comparison to this in the world of football. Mm-hmm. But I think Mike McCarthy has done some of this, making excuses for his team's failure instead of like maximizing accountability. I just don't think it's a good sign if that's what your team does.
Yeah, there's certain coaches out there. How about Rick Carlisle at times? Remember Rick Carlisle would, like, when they'd have a bad loss, Rick would immediately come out and say, "That's on me. Mm-hmm. It's not on the guys. It's on." Sometimes you just have to know your room. You have to know your players. And if you're a coach that's always coming out and saying, "No, put this one on me. This is a bad loss because of me," then, you probably need to look at your team, and you probably need to look at the way you assemble your team. If you're always having to cover for some of the shortcomings of your team because you're worried about them mentally, how fragile they might be, well, then that's probably not a great way to go here. So I've heard Jason Kidd talk about this, though, in a way of like, and this year in the season, like, hey, we've got to do a better job of that. We can't allow the officials to mess with us during these games. We have to be, because the technicals were becoming at an alarming rate. And Jason had to address it. And like, yeah, we're talking to him about this. Mm-hmm. We're talking to him about, the complaining and stuff like that, and how it's hurting the team. Like I say, they probably are saying stuff to him in a way of, Luka, man, come on. You got to put this behind you. You got to, and he's probably just nodding, I'm sure. Yeah, sure.
I mean, we got that look of Michael Finley just yanking that beer from him. Yeah. I don't think the organization is, terrified to ask him to change his routine. And I don't think he's got a horrible reaction to it based on just that short piece of video. Okay, It's all mental at this point. He's got to be stronger mentally, says the 817. 9-for-0, Luka would have 20-plus assists a game if his teammates could make baskets. I think that's, an interesting idea. Like, you could definitely improve the roster, and maybe the Mavs are going to continue doing that this summer. I'm just asking him to control what he can control. better. Handle your own part. Your teammates are significantly better. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst supporting cast that ever won the championship if you would take them and go beat the Celtics. So I think that's kind of what makes me cringe is when we don't want to take the opportunity to keep him accountable for what he did. But, this sports culture that we live in is dying to keep people accountable and criticize them and ask for better. And here you guys, a big portion of this fan base, and I hope not in the organization, is just refusing to believe, that Luka is a major reason why they have failed on this stage. His defense, I mean, it's one thing to be a bad defender. So if I know I'm a bad defender and I can't stay in front of anybody, I got to be 100% locked in on my position, on my effort, all the things, again, that I can control. Yeah. Because my athleticism is a liability to play defense at a championship level.
That's the bigger thing. To me, I just physically, I think it's hard for him to play really good defense. I think, to me, he's such a dynamic offensive player, and has that ability to, as I said, make himself small, get through cracks, stop, go.
Yeah, but he plays like he's waiting for his teammates to get him the ball back. That's how he plays on defense. I mean, some of these cut-ups are embarrassing with him.
I think the Celtics are really – the Celtics – have we seen anybody really attack him like the Celtics have?
No.
See, that's
the Celtics are unique. They deserve plenty of credit for this.
Dawson, I don't think you're wrong. I just think that there's sometimes when you sit there and game plan for somebody, you're like, this corner can't cover. And shame on you if you don't throw the ball at that corner every single time. We've seen that enough. We're breaking down games. They're like, man, they can't cover. They can't cover us. And
this corner is still yelling at the ref for not calling OPI on the previous snap.
That is an issue. That to me, if you want to punish Luka for something, he gets distracted easily.
100%. He can't be complaining to the officials and not getting back and playing defense. He can't be flopping trying to get a 3-point foul and then not get up and hustle back and play defense. He can't do that. But what is one thing we said after game one? What was the Celtics strategy? Luka, go get yours. Everybody else step up and perform. The rest of the roster, Kyrie did last night. PJ Washington did to an extent in game two. But otherwise, you had, 4 Mavericks in double figures last night, and PJ Washington didn't do anything offensively until the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
So Luka's not the reason you're down 0-3. Is there room for improvement, like Andy Elliott would say? Well, 100%.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he's the superstar.
They didn't need him fouling out with 4 minutes to go in the game, with the game in the balance.
For sure.
That's for sure.
The team is not going to him and saying, listen, hey, we know you're heavy, or we know you're not quick. They're saying, dude, that's not an excuse for playing zero defense.
They know his.
You don't have to be fast to do the things we're asking you to do.
I think pay
attention.
I think the things that bother them the most are the conversations that he has on the floor with the officials. I think they realize physically he can't do a lot of things they need him to do defensively. I think they accept that. But like you said, though, Dawson, and I give you credit for this, you have 2 defensive liabilities on the field, on the court, with Luka and with Kyrie. You can mask one guy not being any good. You can't mask 2.
I do think you would be able to mask this because despite you have 2 guys that can't play defense, you got 3 guys and at times 4 in the series guys that can't play offense.
Yeah.
That's your problem.
I think
that's your biggest problem.
I think
despite everything Luka did last night, which he deserves plenty of criticism for, the biggest problem is, okay, you're playing with 2 defenders that don't know how to play defense.
Yeah.
You've been playing with 3 or 4 guys that can't play offense.
Still can't get to 100.
And the only guy that's been consistent offensively is who?
No question, it's Luka. And unfortunately, last night was his least efficient night of the series.
Right. If to me, you could get away with this if Lively was 3 years older. If Lively wasn't 20 years old out there, rookie trying to play. You get Lively, say, at 23 years old, and he understands this game, and he puts some weight on himself, as far as some physical size, you could get away with this. But the fact that you're playing with a kid that's so young and every experience that he has, but Lively could be a dominant defensive player, and it could help Luka and Kyrie. The problem is he's 20 years old. Every time he goes out there, he's playing against teams it's like he's got to be so wide-eyed about what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
but I think if Lively was, say, 3 to 4 years older, we probably wouldn't be talking about all this stuff with Luka.
Well, I think there's a
defensively.
lot when it comes to the experience level. I mean, certainly that's something that Boston's had and the Mavericks haven't. This is the first finals for everybody except for Kyrie, right? And Luka's performed offensively, but for PJ Washington, for Daniel Gafford, for Derek Lively, to your point, for all of even Derek Jones Jr., they have not played up to the level that they did the first 3 series. Lively definitely had his best game, and he's gotten better every game. His best game was last night. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
Lively's going to be that guy.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
have no doubt about that.
If this was Lively 3 years from now, I don't think we'd be talking about. I think they would be able to okay, Luka Lively's making up for all the things that Luka's the blow-bys and stuff like that. He understands positioning, where to be, body type, all that stuff. I just think
it would also help if your bench wasn't just your points for bench is just bagel, 3 points, 2 points.
That's a big. And you look at the Boston bench, and you mentioned the guy that got knocked down the 3 last night. Hadn't played
Tillman.
Tillman,
what the heck?
My goodness, that run Boston went on, and then another bank 3.
Yeah.
Oh my! You got to be kidding
Was that
me.
Derek White with the bank 3?
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
unbelievable.
He had a couple of threes that were just
8 made shots in a row.
I do think so much of this has to be credit to just how good they are.
I agree with you.
And,
Sure.
and like Jalen Brown
Picked him at
really
6.
rising to the occasion, being
Well, it might be 4,
for
but
sure.
they've exposed your weaknesses 100%.
Boston is a well-coached team. They've got outstanding players.
I get all that. I just want 25% less giving Luka the benefit of the doubt on today.
I think
this is not the day for that.
The problem is, I think they with Luka, I think they tell him stuff, and I think it's in one ear and out the other.
Yeah,
I think Luka is really. I think Luka he's always going to apologize to his teammates, but he needs to apologize to the coaches and the front office and everybody else, because sometimes his lack of on the court of just focusing on what he needs to focus on. We've talked about this all the time. When Luka starts knocking down shots early and his teammates are playing well, that's the best version of Luka you get. But when the wheels start falling off a little bit, then all of a sudden now Luka turns into, he's on the ground, he's complaining at the officials, he's not getting back on defense. There's a lot of things that happen to him there, and it affects everybody else.
Chief, what do we got next?
We got ourselves a rim sesh. WTF Kid. WTF THJ in the worst sports segment in TV history, next in the nation.
I'll tell you what, Window Nation has something great for you right now. Their semi-annual sale. How about 50% off all?
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Presented by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shoot ya. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Rangers baseball coming up pregame at 8:30. They're going to try to win a series against the Dodgers. It's exciting after last night's finale. Pretty fired up. Taking some Rangers baseball tonight.
I tried to get CY to sweep them, right?
Yeah, you did.
I felt bad, but then they got smashed.
Hey, series wins all we need.
Win last night. Shout out to Corey Seager, baby.
Yeah.
First game back, 3-run homer.
Here's the Chief with some more basketball. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that finals round.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when ESPN makes history with the worst segment in halftime show history.
How long was it?
Welcome back to the Kia Halftime.
Let's check out our Kia halftime highlights here, Paul George. Kyrie Irving had his 5th career 20-point half in the finals. What'd you see from him? What'd you see from Kyrie?
I just see Kyrie just being aggressive.
They're going to need a little bit more of that in the second half.
Yeah, they
This
only give
halftime
them
report is
like 15 seconds. I think it was when you had LASIK last week. 45 seconds was all the content they had on the halftime show. The rest was commercials.
Dude, and I mean, think about not only how quick that was. That was welcome back to the halftime show. It was a 25-second halftime show segment. But listen to Malika trying to like, hey, Paul George, I know this is your first time, but you're kind of eyes wide open here in the NBA Finals. This is a poor reflection on how you handle championship moments. Listen to Paul George laboring his way through this, and Malika's like, we're getting back to break here because this is the shortest segment in halftime show history. So sorry, Paul, you're not going to be able to your way through this analysis of the Kyrie Irving highlight. I just teed you up for about 7 seconds of analysis here, and Paul George, you're lost. Sorry, Paul, we got to go to break once again. Let's hear this, just how poor of an execution this was.
Welcome back to the Kia Halftime.
Let's check out our Kia halftime highlights here, called George. Kyrie Irving had his 5th career 20-point half in the finals. What did you see from him? What did you see from Kyrie?
I just see Kyrie just being aggressive.
They're going to need a little bit more of that in the second half.
Let me finish your take for you, Paul.
What'd you see? What'd you see?
Paul, what'd you see? What'd you see from Kyrie, Paul? Yeah, we're talking to you there, Paul. I just think he's being aggressive. And that'll be it. Third quarter's coming up next. I mean, just truly awful. Almost as bad as what the THJ minutes were for the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavs won the 29 non-THJ minutes by 9 points. And they lost the 19 minutes he played by 16 points. He was as bad as you imagined he would be and could be. And I don't really understand what. I mean, I know you were just looking for offense anywhere you could. I just couldn't believe we were seeing him on the floor. If you're going to play the THJ card, you're giving him 1, maybe 2 shots. And then, okay, you're missing tonight, no problem. We're not going to give you 19 minutes worth of missed shot opportunities and let you go 0 of 5 from the field and embarrass yourself. But that's also, what do you Jason Kidd, what's the deal? Jason Kidd, what are you doing? Calling a timeout to stop your team's on a 20-2 run in the fourth quarter. You've now cut it to 3. Luka's got the ball and he's getting ready to cross half court, and now you're going to go ahead and call the timeout. Luka's throwing a fit because he just doesn't understand why we're calling a timeout here. The momentum is finally swung. Let's push this pace and let's go. We keep talking about pace. You're on a 20-2 run. The crowd's hyped up. You got a little momentum, and then you call the timeout. You let Boston regroup, and then right thereafter, it's Luka picking up 2 fouls, and then they're frustration pouty fouls, maybe partially because of the poorly timed timeout there from J. Kidd, but Luka picks up the 2 fouls within like 60 seconds, fouls out of the game. Here comes Hardaway back in to botch it again. Boston goes 13-9 on the run there, and it's game over. I'm not sure what that was.
That's the most bizarre timeout I think I've ever seen. That's what you would expect the opposition to have done 2 minutes before that.
If Joe Mazzulla takes it, then okay.
Especially Jason Kidd, who's the guy who perpetually we're wondering, like, are you ever going to call timeouts? Like, there's been times throughout his tenure here where you're
watching.
you're like, dude, Jay, you should probably go ahead and regroup the guys here. But not when you're on the 20-2 run and you got the momentum and the basketball. It made no sense.
At least Maxey only got 8 minutes.
Yeah, I do need to, hey, for as wrong as Broadus was about THJ, I was as well about Maxey. Maxey was useless.
I was really wrong
out
about
there.
Hardaway. Yeah,
Maxey and that's the thing. Like the role players, man, and Luka deserves plenty of criticism for that yesterday. But by and large, these role players and oftentimes Kyrie in this series too, not getting it done offensively. And PJ Washington. I mean, he was 31% from 3 in the regular season, 31% in the first round. In the second round, he was 47% from 3. And then in the conference finals, 25%. And then now in the finals, 12% from 3.
Ouchie.
So, I mean, that's just one example. But the role players not being able to do anything offensively is really, really tough. I did want to mention, though, for as much as we want to crush Luka today, I did think it was just flat out wrong what ESPN did, throwing up after the game when Luka was at the microphone for the presser. The graphic they threw up, Luka Doncic, more career finals foul outs than wins.
Oh,
wow. I thought that was a Boston Sports Network. That was ESPN. Well, I thought it was like NBC Boston.
Okay, I just see the ABC. It looks like it's the ESPN one, but maybe it wasn't ESPN. I just see the screenshot of Luka
and it's more career finals foul outs than wins. That's the graphic underneath him.
That's worse than the AAC video guy re-showing Jaylen Brown tumping him over, making him a little ankle breaker situation.
Yeah, not good.
Somebody said on X, though, that was the worst timeout since Chris Webber.
That's pretty good.
That is good.
Maybe the worst timeout in Mavs history since Josh Howard. Brutal. One of J Kidd's guys.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
There it is, a proper rim session. Most afternoons, especially during the NBA Finals. Coach PJ Carlissimo joins us to talk about how the Mavs can get back into this series or maybe take the next step in the offseason. We'll talk with Coach coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, talking about the Mavs dropping Game 3. Expectations were high for us going into the series, absolutely going into last night's game where we thought the desperate team would figure out a way to win. Then they got blown out, but came back and had to figure out a way to lose in the end. Coach PJ Carlissimo covering the finals, and he joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Excellent, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing good. You know, all things considered. How would you approach Luka and the narrative that he's unfocused or not playing good enough defensively as a coach?
Well, you know, it's you can't just watch. It's a question of what's been going on. You know, all during the year, over the years, early in the playoffs. I actually thought for a good chunk of the playoffs, he's done a really good job not getting distracted by the officials and you know, playing and I think playing better defensively. I think, you know, it's hard when. First of all, when you're being asked to do a lot, and he's obviously being asked to do a lot, particularly the first 2 games because he didn't have as much help as he'd had through most of the other series in the playoffs, and he's not 100%. There's no question about that in terms of physical or fatigue, whatever you want to call it. I think there's definitely some injuries there, but there's also some fatigue for playing big minutes and being involved literally in every play, and that's the heart of what Boston's trying to do. I mean, they try and target him every chance they get, and when it's not him, they'll try. If he's not on the floor, they'll try and target Kyrie for the same reasons, just to try and fatigue those guys as much as they can. So they'll put them in pick and rolls, they'll post them up, they'll do whatever they can to focus that. And you know, it's not unusual. It's what happens pretty much you know, every night in the NBA from place to place. Most of or a lot of the elite players in the league don't work as hard on the defensive end as they do on the offensive end. The ones that are special and that are really elite, you get that. But even the guys with reputations over the years, some of the really, really good players in the league, they pick and choose when they really turn up the defense. You know, in the fourth quarter or on a certain night against a particular matchup. So. I feel bad. The narrative, I'm actually a little surprised it went as far as it did because they wouldn't be where they are now without Luka. I think there's a lot of truth to what people are saying, but there's the other side of the situation. You can't, you got to dance with who brung you, and there's no question they're where they are. 1, because of Luka, 2, because of Kyrie, and 3, because of the other guys on the team. But when you get to a situation now in the finals when the spotlight is on every single possession, every single play, and you got a whole bunch of talking heads like you 4 and me and the whole rest of the basketball world here analyzing every possession, saying what's going on, how's this happening. A big part of why it's happening is it's the Boston Celtics, and they're the best team in the league. They've been the best team in the league the entire year, and they have a whole lot of weapons. They can, run at you, and it doesn't matter. Normally you can switch and, do something to get out of it. You can't with them because they have too many weapons. They got 4 guys on the floor always who can put the ball on the floor and beat you off the dribble, and you have usually 4 guys on the floor who shoot the 3 very, very well. So there's nowhere to hide anybody. And so everybody gets exposed, and that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, Coach, I mean, to your point, and 100% Boston deserves a lot of credit. One of the stats that's really blown up to support the Luka defensive narrative is the highest blow-by percentage allowed on drives in the series, and he's got almost 68% against Boston. Is that something that you've noticed? I mean, and what does that stat mean to you? Because it's one that really I didn't know about until the series started.
Well, what it means is that they try and get him on, primarily on JT or JB to start with, and if not, pick your poison. Derek White and Drew Holiday is no bargain. That's really the issue with these guys. Like, a lot of games you say, well, let's put him on so-and-so. and we won't switch. We'll play we'll play the pick and roll a certain way. If they post up, we'll get them help. We'll do whatever. There's nowhere to hide against these guys. You've got 4 way above average people putting the ball on the floor. And I'm talking to starters. I mean, Peyton Pritchard comes in and he can beat you off the dribble too. Sam Hauser, not as much, but he's obviously a very good shooter. So, I mean, it doesn't matter, even in transition, like coaches always say, well, I want the matchup to be this way. When you're playing a team that likes to get it up and down the floor, as both of these teams do, you really can't control the matchup most of the possessions. It's like you're trying to get back on defense, and guys are grabbing, first guy open or first guy back, so you end up with bigs covering smalls and, things of that nature. Yeah, after a free throw, after a dead ball situation, they're running an out-of-bounds play or something like that. If they chose to walk the ball up the court for whatever reason, you can get guys on who you want to. But then a team like Boston, all they're going to do is just, run a pick and roll or run a pin down or something to get the switch, to get the matchup they want. The blow-bys are happening because they're guarding the best guys in the league. And they're, we got nothing else to do but to chart that. That's something as coaches you chart all the time. And the guys that are on the floor with a player, they know. They know what to expect. They know there's a higher chance of getting caught in a help situation because somebody doesn't do a good job keeping their man in front of them. They did a really good job at times. The defense the Mavs played from whatever the hell that timeout was when they were down 21 till about the 5 or 4 minute mark was as good defense as they played the entire time. But if you think of the possessions, you had Boston kind of pounding the ball, looking like they weren't getting anywhere, the ball going around the perimeter, and, a couple turnovers mixed in. They had 5 turnovers in the fourth quarter because the defense was really good. And it's been like that at times. But over the course of 48 minutes against a guy that is fatigued to begin with because he's trying to do so much. And if you look at Luka's fourth quarters in the series, it's not that he's not a clutch player. You know better than I know that he is a clutch player, but he's exhausted. I mean, it's just they're putting him in all these defensive situations. J-Kid has to play him a ton of minutes, especially in the first 2 games. But last night, I think, again, through that stretch, offense was really good in the first quarter. The offense was first quarter was an offensive quarter. Neither team could stop the other. Sure. The Mavs got off to a good start. Essentially, both teams were getting whatever they wanted to get, and it was, it was in the 30s or, low 30s at the end of the quarter. The fourth quarter was about defense for a good chunk of it when late third, when Boston opened it up, it was because they were defending really well, and obviously they're making their threes, which, they pretty much make every night. But then in the fourth, Dallas just shut them down. And they got back at him and said, well, it was a 22 run. Yeah, well, because PJ made some threes, because Josh made a 3. Yeah, but at that same time, I think Boston went 1 for 10 with like 3 turnovers mixed in because the defense was really good and because they were trying to walk that line, which is really hard when you got, it's almost like the prevent defense in football. You got a big lead and you want to bleed some time off the clock and you lose a little bit of your offensive aggression. But, that was over with when they ran the first 12-0 run on him, and Jaylen Brown finally made a bucket. And by then, Boston was refocused and said, hey, we got to start executing offense. They couldn't do it because the Dallas defense was really good. And then, obviously, when Luka goes out of the game, and there was just a couple of huge shots that really could have changed things. PJ makes a 3 from the right corner and gets a really good look from the left corner. The play where he pumped Drew Holiday by him and the shot didn't go. Kyrie, was really good, made some enormous shots, and that one runner he made coming down the left side. But when you dig that big a hole, a 20-point hole, you got to almost play perfect. You got to shut them out, which they did for a big chunk, and you got to score almost every possession. And even with that, when the look that Tim got, Derek White was trying to foul him intentionally. The refs didn't recognize it, didn't make the call. It's still a one-possession game if Tim makes that shot, same as, remember the breakaway layup in game. I've lost my mind trying to keep track of the games. I think it was game 2 where they have the breakaway layup and they get that rundown block from behind by Derek White and Jalen, and they probably missed a little push off with the left hand right there. That makes it a one possession game. So again, it's 3-0, and you're saying, well, it hasn't been competitive. It has been competitive, but last night it wasn't for lack of other guys stepping up. I thought Luka and Kyrie did have it going, and other guys did step up. D. Lively was really good. He was very, very good defensively. He rebounded well, and he finished inside. PJ made some threes, which was, really important. And, they played well. They put themselves in great position in the first quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, when it just looked like, well, this is over. I thought when they were down 15 after 3, we're running all those numbers where Kesty goes, Boston is 12-0 when they lead after 3. And they're 4-0 in the road when they lead. Well, like they come out of the in-between periods, they make 2 threes. It's 21. He said, well, wrap this up. It's over. And like 4 minutes later, it's a 1-point game. So, I feel badly for them. Yes, they'd be a lot better off if everybody was defending better in that situation. But I got news for you. Tomorrow night, it's going to be the exact same thing. If it's a close game in the fourth quarter, they're going to be going at Luka. There's no question about it. If he weren't on the floor, they'll go at Kyrie just because they're the big guns and they're the guys you have to try and fatigue in these situations. So they can't do the things that they're capable of on the offensive end.
Coach, I was going to ask you this: when you're down 3-0 and these and both teams have really kind of fired shots at each other, with schemes and are trying to do things, different things. If you're Dallas, if you're in their locker room and you're talking to them, how do you approach game 4? Do you say, listen, guys, we've tried this, let's just go play basketball tonight? Or what approach do you take with your team going in to a game that you just need to find a way to win one to keep this thing going?
Well, a lot of it is psychological. And the interesting thing is the Celtics are the ones, if you read their quotes, they know. Like people are saying to them, you're up 3-0, and they're going, wait a minute. We were down 3-0 last year. We got it to a game 7 in our own building. Yeah. JT's quote yesterday was, hey, we don't think it's over. We trailed 3-0 last year, got it back to a game 7, and remember, he had a sprained ankle. He said if my ankle was right, he said we'd have beaten Miami in game 7. So, you don't have to convince Boston. What Dallas has to do, it's all the coach's cliches, but when you get down 2-0 in the playoffs, you never think we got to win 4 of the next 5. If you think of that, you just go home and say we're dead. Yeah. You just somehow think of nothing but the next game. And the little mind game now is this is a home game. You say, hey, if we get this one, we got to win one more road game. I've lost track of days. What is it, Monday night in Boston? Mm-hmm. Then we come home again. We got to win one road game to force a game 7. We got to win 2 games in our own building, and we got to win one road game, and then we're going to have a game 7. And that's pot luck when you get to game 7. Anything can happen. Somebody rolls an ankle, somebody gets in foul trouble, you get some bad calls go against you. So somehow, some way, you don't think 3-0. You don't think we got to win 4 games in a row now. We got to win one game to get on a plane, and then our mindset is totally different in Boston. That we just say we almost beat these guys the last time we were here. We got to get one to get it back, and it's not a con job because they were there. They've been there late in these games. They know they've played well enough at times. But you look around the locker room, and it can't be Luka and Kyrie. It's got to be 5, 6, 7 guys. Even guys coming in off the bench, got to give them a little bit of a lift. Like Tillman didn't do a lot of things last night, but he made an enormous 3 late in the game. So it's one of those. This is what we got to do to get to the next game because the pressure starts to go the other way. I know it sounds stupid, but if it's 3-1 and we're there Monday night and all the people are going crazy in Boston and looking at the banners and saying we're going to hang one. The last thing in the world they want to do is, oh no, we let this one slip away. Now we got to go back to Dallas for a game 6. And that's what happened to Miami last year with Boston. And it's not as far-fetched. I did not know what to expect last night when Dallas came out as aggressive as they did early, I said this is going to be it's going to be a great game. Boston did a good thing because they weathered that first punch, and you know they were there. They could have been trailing by a good number at the end of the first quarter, but they got back in it by starting to make some threes. They started out ice cold again from three. So I've been wrong on this series. I thought it was going to be a classic, a 6 or a 7 game series, and it still may be, but it hasn't gone the way I thought it was going to go so far.
Well, we'd love to see 3 or 4 more games, PJ. That'd be a dream come true at this point. Enjoy the rest of this thing, no matter how long it goes, and thanks so much for joining us. It's been an honor.
No, I appreciate it. I'm hoping we get another trip back to Dallas, to be honest with you. So I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. PJ Carlissimo on the call for ESPN Radio, former coach, Seton Hall Final Four, of course, the Trailblazers, the Warriors, the Nets, I believe, longtime NBA coach, Kings.
Yeah.
And he's doing a heck of a job in the call there with Kesty.
I bet you had to pack a lunch for them coaches meetings. Let me clear a schedule, bro. Damn.
VO2 maxes.
Bring a recliner. Change your clothes.
I was trying not to interrupt him. I really was. I was like, and I just kept wanting to dive in on and I want to get my question in. I'm like, man, I might not have. It might not happen.
I think that was legendary. That might have been the longest answer we've ever gotten on the fan.
Yes.
Yeah, the stamina on that guy is just ridiculous.
That'd been funny if you'd asked the Stephen Jones question and then he would have replied with that answer.
Gosh, that would be great. We could do that. We could pull them.
But they avoid, like, when he walks up to you and says, "Hey, man, I got to talk to you." But you're like, "Oh, God
damn it."
Hold on. Sorry, PJ.
Hey, Coach, I just got a phone call, Coach. Hold on. I'll catch back up.
Hold on my phone calls.
Hey, Coach,
clear my
how you
schedule.
doing?
But it was great stuff.
Top 10 420s
Good guy,
coming
man.
up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking it?
Well, we found out CMC is going to be on the latest cover of Madden. Who are the top 10 most dominant video game athletes of all time? That's next on the fan.
I'll tell you, Diamonds Direct is the
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something
Accidents
else?
happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for your free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And here's Wolchuk, the Wooly Bully, your top 10.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, we got the Firehouse Tour that's continuing tomorrow in Allen. You can go party with the morning show, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We've also got Palmer's Hot Chicken that's going to be out there. Chill Boys sponsoring that event. And those Chill Boys, Brian, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I know you love those.
Big time.
Big time. All right, let's get to the top 10. Shout out to Chris McCaffrey. He's going to be on the cover of Madden. He's not worried about that jinx. Who knows? Maybe he should be. But I've got the top 10 most dominant video game athletes of all time. And I'm glad that this made an honorable mention, Gavin, because when I started playing FIFA with the boys, FIFA shots back in 2010, Didier Drogba was an unstoppable freaking force, bro.
Him and Samuel Eto'o?
Yes.
My goodness, they were hard to handle.
It was like, if I'm playing against Chelsea, chalk it up, it's an L. Drogba's going to have 3 goals, and I'm going to be drunk by the end of the game. It's ridiculous.
So you guys would have to take shots every time you got scored on?
You got to take shots, yes. Every time you get scored on, if you hit a post, you take a shot. If you get a red card, you take a shot.
Ooh.
And then also, anytime somebody scores 3 goals, everybody drinks. So let's say it's like 3-0, and you're the team that has not been scored on. You score 3 goals, it's like a reward. Now you're also boozing with everybody else. Or else, there's a chance that you're so damn good, you're just never drinking. But it's a great way to play the game and also just have some fun. Barry Sanders, one of the honorable mentions from Madden 1998 as well. Marshall Falk, an honorable mention. Greatest show on
Madden?
On Madden.
Yeah, he was impossible.
Yep. I mean, Brian, were you a sports video game guy at all?
Not at all.
Not much.
Was who was on there? The Peyton. Was it Hillis?
Peyton Hillis.
Peyton Hillis
was on the cover.
Made a cover one time.
He did not make this list as one of the most dominant video game athletes of all time. No.
That was fan voting.
Oh, Tiger Woods.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yep.
His own game. Yeah, Tiger's going to be in the top 10, 100%. Lucius, you got something you want to throw out?
Mitch Richmond on NBA Live 95. He was unstoppable. He could shoot from anywhere.
Dude, I miss NBA Live.
Yep.
NBA Live with, who was Steve Francis of the Houston Rockets was on the cover once?
Mm-hmm.
That was my first one I ever played.
Christian Okoye, Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah.
He was a beast.
There was some running backs in Tecmo Bowl that were unstoppable. I liked Bo Jackson a lot.
Yeah, Bo knows.
Of course, Tecmo Bowl, that was unstoppable. Joe Montana was unbelievable in that game. I don't know, though.
King Griffey Jr. in his baseball game. He was a problem.
Yes, he was. Michael Vick, I think, might be like the once you got to advance, the most unstoppable single player.
Michael Vick.
You weren't allowed to play with him in the Navy. Like when you play, you weren't allowed to play with the Eagles. I mean, not the Eagles, the Falcons. You had to play with somebody else because it's a cheat code when you're playing with Vic.
He was 04 version of Michael Vick in Madden. As soon as you got the corner, just take off and run with him, and it's an 80-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
It was an absolute cheat code. There was no answer for it.
It was so fun to just take the snap and then just run backwards and just go all over the place, and eventually you will outrun them.
Everybody.
And then it's just a down the sideline
Incredible.
touchdown.
Incredible.
The 972 points out Mike Tyson. Now, you fought against Mike Tyson. You couldn't fight with him, but it took a long time to figure out the patterns and the cues to, get Mac beyond Iron Mike to win that game.
He was like the final boss. You had to beat him to win.
Incredible game. Maybe my favorite video game of all time.
John Jones in EA Sports.
He hit you so hard your pants will fall down. So embarrassing, bro.
Those Chill Boys.
I mean, the single jab would take you down.
Yeah.
Maybe I can go back and... What console were you playing that on?
That's original Nintendo. Yeah, you could probably get it figured out in about 30 days or so.
Reggie Bush in the NCAA Football 06 game. I know a lot of people were pumped for the new one that's going to come out. I wonder who's going to be the new dominant player in NCAA Football 06. Maybe Shador. Shador's probably going to be pretty highly ranked.
Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter's going to be
corner
ridiculous.
and receiver.
I hope he shows off his rollie on the game.
Dude, yeah.
Shador scores.
Yeah, when he scores.
Rollie in the sky.
Rollie. Ken Griffey Jr. is an honorable mention for Super Nintendo. And then the final one is Ronaldinho, FIFA 06, with Barcelona at that time. And he was unstoppable. Number 10, Lucius, it is Christian Okoye, Tecmo Super Bowl.
Hey.
Number 9, we've got Peja Stojakovic, NBA Jam or NBA Street. I guess he was just dominant from 3. He just making it rain. Peja was a cheat code from 3.
NBA Street was incredible.
And NFL Street was
NFL Street was so awesome, dude. Oh my gosh, I do miss that.
NBA 2K14 LeBron comes in at number 8.
Makes sense.
7, we do have Tiger. Tiger Woods PGA Tour, the 2008 version, they say was his most dominant form. And I did play some of that Tiger Woods PGA. That stuff is fun.
It is fun. Sophie Lopez was hard to beat in that last round.
Sophie
Lopez.
Sophie.
Isn't the best golf game, though, like golf video game, the Wii Sports Golf?
I did love the Wii Tennis.
Wii Golf and Wii Tennis were absolutely amazing.
Oh, man.
Wii Bowling's good.
Do that again.
Yeah, Wii Bowling.
Wii Bowling, okay,
Wii sports games were pretty fun.
Yeah.
We got some love for Darren McFadden, 08 NCAA version. We've got...
How about Madden on his own cover? That happened several times.
That did, but I don't know. Could you play as could you coach?
Well, no, but I'm just saying.
But he was broadcasting his ass off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But he was on.
It needs to be acknowledged.
Yeah, I was just throwing it out there because the first few covers he was actually on.
He was, and then they switched to the players.
Then they went to the players. Yeah.
972 says Pablo Sanchez on Backyard Baseball.
Dude, Backyard Baseball. I brought that up, and I don't think any of you guys played Backyard Baseball or football.
I never really did.
Pablo was the man,
much,
though.
Yeah.
Pablo was so good. I think they're trying to bring that back. Is why I think it was the Kelsey Bros. The Kelsey Bros are trying to make that game happen again, and that's why
football needs to make a comeback.
Yeah. We got Mike Tyson punch out, of course, got texted in. CMC is always injured anyway. He's going to reverse the curse, be healthy, and man will crash from the 806. I feel like he reversed the curse a little bit last year.
The curse has already been reversed. If it gets reversed again, it's going to go back to curse.
Oof.
Yeah.
Franco Harris and Madden 98 from the 469. Damn, that's a throwback. Frank Thomas on those Big Hurt video games in the 90s is getting some love.
Who's that over there?
Who's that?
Is that Frank Thomas? Yeah, let me introduce you to him. What?
No, honey, I don't want to introduce you to Frank Thomas because you seem way too excited to see him.
Ooh, who's that? Let me go introduce you, hon. What?
Getting Eric Crouch love. NCAA Game Breaker.
Okay, I never played NCAA.
I never did either.
But maybe Eric Crouch was an absolute badass. Honda Street Fighter.
Oh, you should turn that Lexus up.
Dude, I bet Jamal Lewis, the truck stick, was epic from the 2-on-4. Jamal Lewis probably was nasty in that.
Oh my gosh, he's in my mind one of the more underrated running backs.
Absolutely. Jeremy Roenick comes in at number 6 in NHL 94. Roenick was a great player, but he was on another level in the video game.
I was more of a Pavel Bure guy back then for Vancouver.
Here you go. Mario Lemieux, Wayne Gretzky still were going at that time as well. Number 5, Steph Curry.
Yes, Steph Curry. Was that 2016?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
NBA 2K.
Yep.
You could basically pull up from 3 anywhere on the court, and he's going to drain that. 4, and we have gotten this Texan quite a bit, is Tony Hawk, which also his own game. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but he was a beast to play with. Number 3.
I love that game.
Me too.
Tony Hawk's Speed Skater was a blast. I love that too.
Well, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 was
that the best one?
Changed my life. Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Mike Tyson at number 3. Punch Out. Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Yeah, most dominant athlete. And you're right, played against him there. Number 2, and he's not 1, but he's number 2. I can be okay with this, is Michael Vick, the 2004 version of that. Gosh, he was a blast to play with, dude. Sometimes I kind of wish I still had like a PlayStation 2. Go buy that game so I can just fire it up and play with Mike Vick again, run around and beat the crap out of everybody. We got Favre, Madden 95.
You can't play the old games on a new joint? I've never tried, but
I've never tried either. Maybe you can. That'd be kind of nice.
Can you like download the old versions? I don't know, man.
I mean, your technology, you'd think you should be able to do that, though.
Yeah, you should be able to.
But number 1,
I don't think they probably want you to.
Yeah, they're probably like, no, you can go back and buy it again.
Yeah.
You get more sales for the PS2 and the PlayStation.
And we're going to slightly tweak this game and sell it back to you in 6 months.
You can only play it too on this specific console. Number 1 though is Tecmo Super Bowl Bo Jackson, best. Most dominant video game athlete.
Well, congrats to them. I mean, Bo Jackson, dude. I mean, that was really. I felt like the dominance started in regular Tecmo Bowl. I don't think I ever played Tecmo Super Bowl. I think I temporarily left video games. I think I might have arrived like and discovered girls right around that.
Okay,
the Tecmo Super Bowl year.
I've graduated from Madden. I don't play it anymore.
I don't think I came back to it until like the year after graduating high school, about 9th grade to to 12th grade was just other things were taking over. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. How over is this thing, Mavs fans, on a scale of 1 to 10? Are you a real Mavs fan if you say this is over? Mike Bassick was taking challenges in that vein earlier today in the KMC Masterpiece. And coming up in the Expressway at 5:20, we'll have Luka audio as he explains himself from last night. That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. How about a new...
attention.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. How over is this on a scale of 1 to 10? And are you a real Mavs fan if you say 10 at 877-881-1053? The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's jump into some of these texts here in just a second. Let's go around the room, though, guys. Obviously the history says it's never happened. We have had, Game 7s be forced, including one last year, one involving this organization probably 20 years ago. Trailblazers, Mavs. I think that was in a first round series. So yes, I mean, everything about this situation tells me it's at least 99.9% over. I can't imagine, things happening. If we had seen these things play out and the Celtics had just somehow miraculously won at the end of the game, but otherwise you were saying, hey, these teams are pretty close, then I would say, yeah, the Mavs have a shot. If it had taken multiple bank threes, not just one, unbelievable how those keep happening. But yeah, that's sort of the way I feel about this. I know, as a fan, it's difficult to give up until you see that final horn sound. But I think I've seen enough in my days to, be able to, comfortably accept that reality.
Same here. Yeah, this is a 10 out of 10 done situation for the series. But I mean, I don't even think. I think it sucks that there's only the 1 day in between games here. Like you're going to have a super hobbled and exhausted Luka. You have nobody playing with any type of confidence, and the Celtics are just the better team, and they've out-hustled you. They win in the margins, like all the ways that you were going to have to find ways to win as the team that's not as good. They are the ones doing that. This is clearly their time. They're the better team. They're the best team in the league, and they're making the right plays at the right time. So I feel very confident, and it sucks, but this one's Dunsky. I think it's probably a sweep.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. I appreciate what Boston did in the regular season, but these shouldn't be the guys that make the Mavs look so pathetic. Like every time the Mavs have a possession, Doris Burke pointed it out last night. It's taken them 6-7 dribbles,
yes,
to find a shot.
Great point by Doris.
Well, I mean, everything they're doing offensively, it's just straight up ISO ball. I mean, they're not really doing. They're definitely not trying a bunch of different things offensively. There's a lot of just stagnant guys standing around watching, and it's Luka. Can you just go be better than all the 5 guys here defending you? Or Kyrie, can you just go be better here? That's all it is. It's just ISO ball, and they got nothing. They got nothing going with anybody other than Luka and Kyrie doing something offensively. And I don't know how much help they're really getting from their coach, but I also don't know how much a coach can help you when you got nobody shooting the basketball well.
Yeah, Luka and Kyrie were absolutely special last night. At least Kyrie was, and Luka got the 27 points in. I mean, that should have been enough. If your role players had just stepped up a little bit more and hit a few shots. I wonder if some of this is just small sample size, and if we restart the series, maybe the Mavs could have a better chance, but it just seems like the Celtics are getting easy opportunities. The Mavs are having to struggle for everything.
Yeah.
I want to believe that if the outside shots would start going in enough, you would force them to stay home on their guys a little bit, and then maybe things could look easier, but maybe that's just wishful thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big reason they're here is certainly the lobs and the dunks with their bigs. And Boston's done a good job last night. Certainly Derek Lively took more advantage of that without having KP, but two of the best things you've done, we've talked about it all series offensively, the corner threes and then the lobs. And
they're taking both of them
Boston's taking it away. So your offensive game, you needed to make some serious adjustments, and you probably needed some games from maybe Maxey can channel what he did against the Clippers, but he's been a shell of himself playing with no offensive confidence whatsoever. Josh Green, he gave you one big bucket, but that was about it. PJ Washington did nothing offensively until the fourth quarter, and then he made some massive shots for you, but it's just inconsistent. It's just there's too much pressure to sustain offense on Luka and Kyrie. First off, I mean, I'd say believe anybody who tells you you're not a real Mav fan if you don't think they're coming back. Who the hell are they, right? You know if you're a real fan or not. Don't let anybody tell you how to fan, okay?
Yeah. Real fans just being realistic.
You can be a realist, and I've waved the white flag last night. They've had 2 games, and they had a chance to go and get it. Game 2 and Game 3. Certainly, the second Luka fouls out, everything is that much more challenging. I thought maybe with how hot PJ Washington was getting and with how well Kyrie was playing, that duo and their defense was finally getting stops. Could that be enough? Because it felt a lot like Game 2 against Miami in 2011. It's like, here's the run. You're going to steal one. Next thing you know, we got ourselves a series. So, I mean, yeah, a couple of plays here and there. You could make an argument. I don't think it would be too far-fetched. Mavs could be up 2-1. But no, it seems like everything's going Boston's way. The second you've got an opportunity, they're here with a dagger to just go right back at you, whether it's Derek White, whether it's Sam Hauser last night, Peyton Pritchard, the 3 from Tillman. Tatum was brilliant offensively when he's been getting all the negative narrative his way, which has been deserved to an extent. But 31 for him last night. Jaylen Brown's been doing his thing. I just think it's just too much, and you can learn something from this Boston team. Because Boston also, they've struggled. They've gotten there. They haven't won. And it took a little bit of trial and error to figure out what are the pieces we need to really make this work. They finally got the right groove. And they finally got the right recipe. The Mavs are probably a couple of role players away. Nico did an awesome job to be able to get them here to the finals, but you got to continue to build towards it this summer.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge summer for finding those right players, you know. And if I think you make a great point that you could learn something from Boston. This is part of the process, getting there, testing yourself against a great team, and then, you know, seeing where you're deficient. And mainly your superstars getting more determined and focused the next time around.
You were completely blown out of Game 1. You were at times in Game 2 really struggling to get anything done, but then you whittle away and get the lead down to like 5. You know, last night you're getting beat by 20. The first half of for the Mavs I thought was outstanding. You know, especially the first one. First quarter was outstanding. But then you have chances to you're close and you have a chance to put them away and you get the separation and you be the clutch team and you make all the shots and stuff. And they've had a couple of opportunities to do that to the Celtics and they haven't been able to do it. And I think that's where this game kind of is really, this series is really kind of falling apart a little bit for the Mavs, is because of their inability to be one of the better closing teams that we've seen this year. One of the reasons why they had, after the trade, they had one of the best records in the NBA because they played defense and they closed. Once they got to a 5-point deficit, they were able to find a way to get some stops and then get ahead and maybe pull away a little bit.
When they've been in charge of the game flow, though, it's like they've been out of their minds. You know, that's the times where I felt good about the Mavs, and those just are such glimpses, you know, throughout the course of a game where throughout the course, Boston, you know, you see their cutaways and their timeouts and what Joe and the guys are talking about. We're getting amazing shots. This is unbelievable. Yeah. All we have to do is drive and kick, and we're getting wide open threes. And that's the kind of, you know, sustainable patterns. You even take Porzingis out, and it wasn't enough. It was a factor. It wasn't a big enough one. Okay, at 877-881-1053, the 817 says you can be a great Mavericks fan and not be a homer. A homer is an irrational fan who refuses to look at the evidence. The evidence are that the Celtics are a better team, and the Mavericks fan who is a thinking fan can see that. Yeah, I appreciate the emotional fan as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we need you guys to hold it down.
Yeah, but there were a lot of fans out there when we were picking this game, picking this series. There were a lot of fans that telling us to go bleep ourselves and stuff like that. I know me personally. Yeah. I took Boston in 6. I mean, and it was like, who was rational then? Who was thinking about, they're a better team than you are.
Okay, speaking of Celtics in 6, do you think the Mavs will come out and play their best game finally, and desperate team theory is going to pay off and they'll win convincingly in Game 4?
Yeah, they're going to make things interesting in Boston for Game 5. I think they are. I really do.
You think the Mavs will win tomorrow night?
I do. I do think the Mavs will win tomorrow night.
What's the better feeling, winning the championship in the opposing team's house or doing it on your own floor?
I think your own.
Your own
Yeah, I
floor.
think it's got to be at home.
With people are cheering for you.
Yeah. Now the exception might be, just the pure revenge that the Mavs got in 11, where they saw, like Dirk saw 06, Shaq, Wade. They're celebrating at the AAC.
Right.
So you stuck it to them in 11 and were able to go ahead and do that there. If you have like some history between the teams, maybe then there's a little more sweetness
but
there.
Generally, you want to do
Mavs are not going to get swept here. I don't think they're going to get swept.
I hope not, man. I agree with you. I think they're going to come out swinging. There's a lot of pride in that locker room.
Make it interesting. Try and make it interesting going back to Boston. See how much pressure you could put on Boston tomorrow night, and then maybe create a little bit more doubt. Maybe you find some things. Maybe you get some shooting. These are things. If you're down, you're really you got nothing to lose now in the series. You could lose the series. You could go out and play like ass and just and fold up and quit. I don't think they'll do that. I think they'll win tomorrow night, and we'll see what happens in Boston. But like I say, there are a lot of people right now that are like, Boston's just better. You weren't thinking that earlier.
Yeah.
We got some new information. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about fans out there. And you could talk about being homers and all that. You could be just realistic and think Boston is a better basketball team. They're the 1 seed. All these things we talked about them and winning games, 9-5 against the playoff teams in the NBA in the West.
Yeah.
You were 5-9 against the East playoff teams. They were 9-5. When you couldn't beat teams, they were beating teams. And then their regular season, they beat you twice. Everything started lining up to like you were going to struggle in this series. So to me, it was clear. It was clear that the Boston Celtics were a better basketball team. Now that's why I picked them. I'm like I say, am I happy about it? No, I don't want the Mavericks to lose. I don't want them to get swept. But just look at the season. You're the 5th seed.
It hurts so much more when you get swept.
Thank you, Lucius. I am impressive.
Yeah, big basketball brain on this guy over here.
No, I'm just
look at his brain.
No. I'm just saying though that people are now all of a sudden chiming in and saying, "No, we knew better." No, you didn't.
Yeah,
you were homers.
Yeah, there was
every
a couple.
one of you were homers.
What a play by me.
Yeah.
I like this from the 469 saying I did take a little extra joy watching the Rangers celebrate the ALCS in Houston's Park.
Yeah, see, like there's the history. Yeah. There's the history there. So, like, if there's history between both squads, maybe there is something there. But I think normally you'd like to have that win at home in front of your fans.
An edition of Football's Finest is coming up next, Chief. What you got?
Which of these popular NFL wagers would you put your money on, plus the ways coaches are preparing for the NFL's new rule next in the nation?
Well, let's talk some prize picks. If you have
Mag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jason Kidd on why he called that timeout. Luca reflecting on how Game 3 went. We'll have that audio for you coming up in 20 minutes. It's time now for an edition of The Finest. Here's the Chief.
You're not going to want to miss that Jason Kidd sound. He gets asked about the question or about the timeout that we've discussed here when the Mavs are on a 20-2 run with 5 minutes or so left in that game. It seemed like a weird timeout to take, and it's a pretty outstanding interaction with the reporter. That's the first news. The second news, we talked about the VO2 Max leader, that is PJ Carlissimo, who joined us earlier in the program. Long-winded, extreme stamina, and this dude, apparently, according to Carter, the first response to the question was a 3-minute, 20-second response. The second response was 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
The question was just about the blow-by stat.
It was about the blow-by, yes.
That was it.
I think, according to Carter, he only took one audible breath throughout that entire time.
That's amazing.
So the lung capacity on PJ Carlissimo at this age to have the stamina and the ability to keep it moving that way is... I mean, that's all-time stuff right there.
It is. It's a legend.
By the counting numbers, he might be the best talker to ever do it.
Yeah, I mean, the volume on that, I mean, just incredible, dude. Really incredible stuff in the stat sheet right there. I do have a couple of bones to pick. The first is with ESPN, who on Stephen A's First Take show today had the graphic and asked the question and probably spent upwards of 5 to 10 minutes discussing who's more disappointing, the Mavericks here in this postseason, in these finals, or the Dallas Cowboys getting absolutely blown out in disgusting, embarrassing fashion, just crapping in their helmets for 4 quarters versus the Packers. Who should the Dallas fans be more upset at? And it's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, and what a joke of a segment. This was Stephen A., who I guess must have been getting trolled by the Dallas fans and asked about the Cowboys because he's so outspoken about it. He's like, how can I find a way to get the Cowboys involved in this finals talk? It's obviously the Cowboys. We were thinking at the trade deadline, are the Mavs making the playoffs? They end up making the damn NBA finals. This has been incredible.
Yep.
The Cowboys were like, this is their best chance to make an NFC championship game.
Second overall
95 season,
yep.
right?
Yep.
No, they're one and done. And it wasn't even close. I mean, that game was over after the first quarter against Green Bay. It's not even a question.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you on that. I think the Cowboys stuff is far more disappointing than what the Mavs have done. I think the Mavs have taken us on an incredible ride. I really do. And I salute them. It's not, again, the numbers say it's probably over with. I think they'll win tomorrow night, like we talked about. But it's been an incredible ride with the Mavs and how they played, and their ability to go out and get players, and then their coaches, with Kidd. I mean, there's a lot of fans that we've had call in our show and say, "Hey, get rid of Jason Kidd," and I think we owe them all an apology for that for sure. But this has been an incredible ride.
If you want to make it about the Cowboys in somehow, some way, you're going to have to be more creative than that.
That's so pathetic.
And we also got to call out NFL and CBS, their Twitter account. Don't be tweeting out graphics of the last 50 starts comparing Mahomes and Dak Prescott and showing how their regular season win-loss and their pass touchdowns and their interceptions and their pass rating and the completion percentage and stuff is basically identical. Don't do that. Okay, we got to start watchdogging NFL and CBS now. In no way, shape, or form does Dak need to be in the same graphic as Pat Mahomes, okay? You're being disingenuous in every way, all right? The only graphic we need to see is Mahomes' championships and Dak Prescott's playoff failures, okay? That's all we need to do. Don't need to see any regular season comparisons between Mahomes and Dak Prescott. Get out of here, NFL and CBS.
Just one exception, if you will. If you wanted to do this graphic and say, this is why regular season stats don't matter.
There you go.
Then I would like that segment. Brian, how about you?
No, I was going to ask you.
Really?
Yep.
So the moving on from Dak is you're full both feet in right now, aren't you?
Both feet.
Both feet.
Both feet.
And you've been consistent about that.
Yes, and it's a lot of it has to do with because I can't move on from the Joneses. So
yeah, no, that's fair.
I don't have that option.
That's fair
because that's the better option.
That's very fair.
But that's not one.
Nope.
Okay, which of these bets do you guys like? The NFL win total betting at BetMGM, the most bet overs. You have the most bet over is the Steelers at 7.5 wins. That's the most bet. Would you bet that the Steelers go?
It's like 17 years and straight.
It's
Mike
a lock.
Tomlin
it's an absolute lock. They can be sitting there like 5 games under 500 with 5 games to play, and Mike Tomlin's going to find a way to have 9-8.
The second most bet over ticket for win-loss is the Bears at
I was about to
8.5.
Yeah, I say the Bears.
Wow.
I thought the Chargers would be on that list too.
Chargers are not. I just have the top 3.
They're betting the over on that?
They're betting the Bears are the second most have the second most tickets in terms of the over for their season win-loss at 8.5. 8.5. That's a lot. Now they get an easy schedule, one of the easiest schedules in the sport, but that's still a tough division, and it's still youth all over the place, and it's the Bears.
Got skill. Come on. Got skill at wide receiver now. Finally got that taken care of.
They do, and I like what they got at running back too.
Oh.
What do you like the over?
I would bet the under on that myself.
Okay,
you said 5.5?
8.5.
Yeah, that's too high for me to bet.
It's a no bet for me. I mean, just putting my money in the hands of a rookie quarterback is just that's 7 wins last year though, and they spent money, they acquired players. Just 2 more wins with that schedule. It seems pretty doable, but I'd want nothing to do with betting it.
And the third most bet over ticket wise is the Panthers 5.5.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I'm not touching that. I'd still go. I mean, look, I think Bryce Young was put in a terrible situation, and his career is probably going to die because he's still probably in a bad situation. Maybe Dave Canales is a quarterback guru.
What team, real quickly, you think is going to end up with the number 1 overall pick?
It's a great question.
My pick is the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I like that. that.
I think New England. People think Carolina might end up again with the number 1 pick, and this time get to make it.
Mm-hmm.
I think New England is going to end up being the worst team in the NFL.
I like that as a take right there. That's a bad roster. It's a very bad
with
roster.
A rookie quarterback.
Rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
If they even play him, we'll see. Otherwise, it's Brissett.
New coach.
Tough division.
Yeah.
At least with the Bills and Dolphins, we'll see about the Jets. But yeah, I would agree with you. Speaking of the Patriots, we played some sound earlier. You had the Tom Brady Patriots Hall of Fame deal last night, and you actually got the Bill Burr moment on stage.
Oh, let's go.
You didn't get it at the roast, but because he didn't want to roast Brady, but he was willing to roast other people last night. I don't know what his whole set looked like, but I know a portion of it was throwing photos up of Brady with another one of his teammates or whoever and just kind of roasting the other person seemed to be what he was doing. And so this was my favorite moment where they throw up a picture of Tom and Peyton Manning, and Peyton Manning was in attendance last night.
He surprised Tom.
So he throws up a photo, Bill Burr does, of Brady and Manning, and this is him roasting Peyton Manning.
Oh, the great Peyton Manning. Come on, what a class act coming out tonight. Keep it going for him. Come on. There you go. Unfortunately, this photo is proof that God does not love everybody. Some people he takes his time on. Other people he just kind of slaps them together. I think the angels are like, God, you realize that's a baby giraffe neck. You do realize that, right? And he was like, don't worry, I'll just put him in the woods of Louisiana with all my other mistakes. I won't be playing New Orleans anytime soon. All right, getting down to it. Next one.
I thought that was pretty good right there.
That is good.
I wish he would just roast Tom.
Tom's looking handsome as hell in this photo, and Manning just
hard to
he was
look
looking
handsome
like
in that red jacket though they were wearing.
See, I couldn't disagree more. I thought those red jackets
pulled it off.
Were hot. Dude.
I think
that's a gorgeous
the
red.
Cowboys blue jacket. I think that's
the way the Cowboys aesthetic is better, but I think Tom pulled off
that red jacket's hard to do, man. I'm thinking of like the Caddyshack,
Oh, okay.
That movie, with Judge Smails wearing the red jacket.
You had Sean Payton admitting that he wore sunglasses to practice while coaching for the first time in his entire career because he just had cataract surgery on his left eye.
Yeah.
Apparently, he revealed at the end of season press conference, which was not something that I was familiar with, but it's resurfacing now because he just got the cataract surgery. Apparently, at one point during the season, Sean Payton revealed that he was going to get his eyes fixed because in the offseason, during the season at one point, he called the wrong play on his play sheet at least one time.
Yeah.
So I guess his vision was so bad he was, and he's got one of those wild play sheets like
he has
kind of a cheesesteak one.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the font size and everything is super, super tiny.
Tough.
But he called the wrong play at one point, and so he
That's
had
when
to
you
go.
know.
That's exactly.
Maybe it's time to hang him up.
Apparently, dude. Okay, so we have these new kickoff rules in the NFL, right? And
it's going to be crazy, boys. Just watch them practice it. It's going to be crazy.
Well, I mean, this is the kicker still kicking from the 35-yard line.
Right.
Teammates line up on the other team's 40. The receiving team's 9 or 10 blockers line up on their own 35. I mean, we've pretty much ran through and discussed it. But the interesting thing now is, in the beginning, no one's going to know all the tricks, right? So everybody's going to be trying different stuff. We know some teams are thinking about having a non-traditional kicker, like an actual player,
like Eric Reed in Kansas City.
Who's a guy who has some kicking ability, but also can tackle. Like now he's an 11th man who can be.
Don't overthink that.
Well, Justin Tucker's adding bulk to try and be able to tackle people.
Don't overthink that, because I've watching practice the other day. Any kick that's short that a returner has a chance to run up on while everybody else is stationary will be a disaster for the kicking team. So if you're
that's why you want your kicker to be a safety.
No, but I'm saying you want to have the ability to kick the ball down.
You got to boom it. You don't want to be short.
I was telling you, if your kicker decides if your safety kicker mishits the ball and they're running up, like they punch it up there and it's short, and they're running to it to field it,
he's gone.
He's gone.
Where's our guy David Beeler? This would have been so perfect for him.
I believe he's coaching volleyball.
I'll tell you, the biggest returns this year are going to be on kicks where the kickers hit him, and then the returner is allowed to run up on the ball.
Wow.
Because you think this could be a one and done rule? Like this just doesn't go well.
I'll tell you this: every time the Dallas did it the other day, just working on it, the ball was at the 50. Wow. Every single time. Because you can't react fast enough with the guy coming forward, and then
because he's catching the ball on the move, and everybody else is just stuck.
I am finding ways to like punch the ball and like line drive kicks and make the guy try and handle it. And as he's goofing around with the ball trying to handle it, now your guys can go. But
what do you think's going to happen on a good kick that goes and lands at like the goal line?
Well, that if it's a stationary thing, if it's just stationary, then I think the ball's still going to get out to the 30. Because you watch it, it was really evident watching the kicker hit the ball and everybody just stand there.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, Deuce Vaughn or Turpin catches the ball, and now they're off. And even catching the ball at the maybe the 8-yard line, 10-yard line, they were past the 30, 40-yard line already by the time everybody had reacted to the play. So there's going to be some touchdowns this year on this thing.
That's what they were hoping for.
Yeah,
they wanted more special teams scores,
and this probably helps Turpin, right? Because he's going to be able to get to that corner.
He got to the corner really quick a couple of times on this thing.
This might be the NFL trying to help the Cowboys make the NFC title game, actually, now that I think about it.
Turpin leads the league in touchdowns.
The Athletic reports that there's an NFL coach that is actually in touch with EA Sports' staff and their Madden building of this, because Madden is going to be out before the season starts, and so they're going to have to construct the new kickoff stuff in the video game. So apparently EA Sports staff has held weekly calls with a current active NFL coach to talk strategy.
Yeah.
He says we're having calls with him to understand how the NFL is going to handle this. It gives us a unique opportunity to lead. We're going to be playing football and kicking off before the NFL. So he says, I hope you're going to see us do things with the kickoff you may have never thought of before, and the NFL is going to follow us. He says, this coach has never seen it before on an NFL field with NFL players. So he was like, I bet Madden's working on this. We're wondering what they're going to do with this. We just developed a codependent relationship, and every week we're building. So there's at least one coach, I'm assuming a special teams coach, that is kind of working with, helping Madden to some extent, giving them a window into like the way these coaches are thinking about it. But I guess in some ways this coach is getting helped by, I don't know. But they're pulling out all the stops right now, man. That's going to be probably one of the most interesting storylines early on in the season. Like, how does this develop?
Yeah.
Are we going to get an opening night? Are we just going to get a bunch of returns for touchdowns to start this thing off?
Dude, preseason's going to be fun to see this.
What was neat, and it probably can't get into because again, it's a scheme thing. There were some things that Bones was doing blocking wise that makes a lot of sense, like the way, because you can't move. But there's also ways to split up your guys to make sure that you can maybe create seams also is a way to do things. So yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, I think, for the NFL.
And then the one stat of the day I will bring you, I saw from Warren Sharp, the last time that he's got basically the years since each team had their last defensive shutout. And we know like Dallas obviously was in there this year. Every team has done it within the last 15 years, except for the Washington Commanders, who haven't pitched a shutout defensively in 33 years.
Yeah.
That might be a pretty good pick for number one pick as well. Yeah,
Commanders?
what they lost
I was
on
gonna go with the
defense,
Giants.
rookie quarterback.
Giants not bad too.
I think New England's got a terrible roster.
They do.
Nice.
They do.
Well, thank you for that edition of Football's Finest. But I can't go outside without sunglasses unless it's totally overcast. I don't know how you people get used to it, to be honest with you.
I'm looking forward, thanks to Brooks Eye Associates, now that I got the LASIK, I'm looking forward to being a sunglasses guy.
Shoot, yeah.
Yeah, it's about time, man.
It's a good place
Welcome.
to be. And I don't know, maybe I've been sunglasses guy for so long that my eyes are just more sensitive than usual. But
That's weed. That's weed.
Can you handle the truth? Jason Kidd on why he called the timeout. Luke on what he told his teammates. We'll hit the expressway next in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial.